top of that. We keep a stick and we get attacked. And we put some choppers on top of that. I put that bitch and they call her back. And I got some top right on top of that. Top of that, top of that, top of that, top. Top of that, top of that, top of that, top. We had them dollars, a couple racks, and we put some dollars on top of that. We keep a stick and we get attacked, and we put some choppers on top of that. Woke up to a bitch in the blunt pack, and I put some liquor on top of that. Smoking on grams of that heart attack. I got some pill, it's a party pack. And yo nigga know what my niggas on. These monkey be capping like Diddy Kong. I'ma turn up, put the city on. Your bitch fell in love with my styrofoam. I let her sip it right before I hit it, then she nod off, I ain't tripping. Just knowing I'm still sticky. I'm a nasty nigga, big deal with it. My young niggas in the field with it. When it's out the mud, then it feel different. Got a Cal on me, call me Cal Rifkin. Nigga wearing wires and they transmitting. Gang banging, got their hands twisted. I'm just in the hood like transmission. Trying to whip it like power steering. If it ain't the money, I ain't trying to hear it. Reefer loud like a hard of hearing. When you see me counting on me interfering. Pillar talking, you should be embarrassed. Want the shit forever, this a money marriage. We had them bitches from front to back, and we put some bitches on top of that. We had them dollars, a couple racks, and we put some dollars on top of that. We keep a stick and we get attacked, and we put some choppers on top of that. I put that bitch and they call her back, and I got some top right on top of that. Top of that, top of that, top of that, top. Top of that, top of that, top of that, top. We had them dollars, a couple racks, and we put some dollars on top of that. We keep a stick and we get attacked, and we put some choppers on top of that.
Pressure bust pipes, flow mean, but I'm still too nice. I popped up like a thief in the night, with deep cuts like a 12-foot knife. So many bars got the song serving life, but I don't wanna be a stereotype. Is it art if you only do it for likes? Is it worth it if your soul is the price? Is my attention only the span of a swipe? I got high off a check, climbed up the social media ladder and broke my neck. When I fell off, I tried to come back and gain my respect. Fame took me for a ride and I ain't got off yet. I tried to detox like cutting tree out. Don't smoke, but I had to weed out the weakness and get back on board like a rebound. Oh, here we go, now let's set this thing in motion. When I get on the track, I cause serious commotion. The dopeness will leave your nose broken like Contra. You know I stay coasting, and just like postage, I stay posted. Southwest legend in the making. No shortcuts on the journey that I'm taking. Had to clean up all the barriers I'm breaking. I'm working like a layman, bringing thunder like I'm raiding. It started with a cake and we out here still baking. Cause pressure bust pipe, yeah. Flow mean, but I'm still too nice. I popped up like a thief in the night, with deep cuts like a 12-foot knife. You think you cold? Sorry, I'm dry ice. You think you good cause you got a couple likes. You think you bad cause you got a couple strikes. Must've forgot I set the bar so high. To reach my level, you can't be afraid of heights. Crazy how these fallible men speak like they factual. I'm out here on a board slide, fakey Ollie Manual. I know the in and outs like I memorized the manual. My style wild like thornberries, boy, I'm an animal.
Have you ever lost someone that you love so much it had an impact on your life? No matter how hard you try, it really hurt inside. No matter what, it don't sit right. Oh, Melly, I miss you, never forget you. Melly, I miss you, till we meet again.
Let's go, you already know what it is, man. Send that fire, send that fire.
Have you ever lost someone that you love so much it had an impact on your life? No matter how hard you try, it really hurt inside. No matter what, it don't sit right. Oh, Melly, I miss you, never forget you. Melly, I miss you, till we meet again. Till we meet again. Yo, sorry that I took so long, but I know you patient, looking down with a smile so proud, what pet and raven. I used to hate your tombstone, cause your picture brought hurt, but don't curse, cause now we use a gravesite as a safe haven. Your loss is detrimental, the truth is, it still is. Wondering in your reaction how your nephews
we just started when they count down right now.
How you used to drill them as kids to respect with a good perspective and how to live. And your nieces, oh sis, they so beautiful, and catch mom teaching the manners like how you would do. Speaking of mom, she's not the same since losing you, and damn, what a change amongst the fam since the funeral. And trust, I hate to be the barrier of bad news, but what's good news without bad news? It's not cool. It's funny how the anger supersedes intelligence and get in between, and what's important and relevant. But that's another story. As for me, actually, I'm doing things differently, rather the street strategy. And I promise to look out for our family and stay home without giving reasons to pigs canning me. I swear it damaged me to know that our last hug was through the prison system, departing when times were so bugged. and through it all you never judge. Wrote letters describing how you was excited that my date was coming up. I can't stress enough on how much you miss, even though you're not around, but through me you still exist. But then again, I know you're here watching over me, so I'm looking up to say I love you, sis. Come on. Have you ever lost someone that you love so much it had an impact on your life? No matter how hard you try, it really hurt inside. No matter what, it don't sit right. Oh, Melly, I miss you. Never forget you. Melly, I miss you. Till we meet again.
Come on.
Till we meet again. Have you ever lost someone?
Bet you want more. Soon as I kick in the door, put your head down on the floor. Bet you want more. I do this shit cause I'm raw. That's why they ask for more. Bet you want more. Look how I'm killing the game. So like with me as a go. Bet you want more.
Right now.
My little shooter got aim. Here's you right in your throat. Bet you want more. Soon as I kick in the door, put your head down on the floor. Bet you want more. I do this shit cause I'm raw. That's why they ask for more. Bet you want more. Look how I'm killing the game. So like with me as a go. Let's go with more. My little shooter got aim. Here's you right in your throat. They was sleeping on me, now I'm creeping on them. I can't walk with myself, get the heater on me. Had to run through the mud with the Adidas on me. In the summertime, fuck with the beaters on me. Heard you talking that shit when you see me, show me I ain't with this nah shit. My killers don't talk on the phone, cause my hitters is near me. I hope that you hear me, can't make it no clearer. So she getting blurry, so he getting very, the devil he fear me. Light up a flame when I go in the booth. Spitting that shit like I'm missing a tooth. Working so hard like a slave, I'm in roots. Drinking so real to tear off your roof. Tell you 100 will show me the proof. Bitch, you a 99 cent short, now you wanna talk, I don't wanna talk. Suck a nigga off, break a nigga jaw, fucking kill them all. Better call the law, nigga, we the mob. Fucking nigga talk, move like a boss, never take a loss. Cause I get the feeling ahead of time. I thought Lord of my strike, you ain't take a mind. Don't let me order the hit that'll clear your mind. More. Soon as I kick in the door, put your head down on the floor. More. I do this shit cause I'm raw, that's why they ask for more. But you want more. Look how I'm killing the game, so lay with me as a go. Let's go more. My little shooter got aim, hit you right in your throat. More. Soon as I kick in the door.
I'm in the mood, I ain't acting cool, always been straight. Mind on the power and money, that's all I intake. They all gon' put on personas so they can get paid. But fuck it, I ain't tripping, bitches always gon' do bitch things. It went from bad to worse to capping verses on the trends. Watching my magic work, this havoc lurking awfully dense. Still I just had to learn to have a turn, they call me a threat. He said he bagging burns, come back and turn, we'll knock him in sense. You just some peons, who the hell y'all gon' talk to, dog? You in the lead wrong, ain't even seen I walk through, dog. Claimed he with it, I peeped him and they seemed all too soft. No falling back on his skidded, cause them words far too lost. Been in the mode, so I ain't hitting around it. I'm doing God's work, but I ain't on no mission about it. I keep it calm first, so I don't hear 'em bitching about it. I see you all hurt, probably end up bitching without it. I had some big dreams since 15, I kept working up. Instincts gon' hit me when shit's urgent. If she with me, then that means that she's working, riding in sync. Wave 6 feet, she keeps surfing. Your shit's weak and my bars are pushing the max out. Let's get it straight, you a hoe, you tend to get passed out. They only know what they heard, nobody got facts now. You 16, you ain't never lived in no trap house. I'm straight G, you can bet that I'm finna tax out. Still gotta eat, got me pouring drink from the tap now. Fuck yo feelings, how I'm feeling till I black out. Matter of fact, bitch, suck my dick till I pass out.
Donnie, what up? Pardon us, we've been away for a moment, but we back. Respect for respect, respond and connect. We on deck to wreck a record for the people, so excuse me for a moment, if you will.
Yeah, it goes one by one, step by step. Number 2, flexecutioner, you check my rep. As I sidestep, line of death, you report to IRS. When it comes to lyrics, mine are best, you should try to rest. Woke up kinda blessed with a pint of cess. Had the finest sex, then I laughed at the sight of death. I might object, I'm a resurrector, innovative styles that disintegrated. Well, you pretend you made it. I fucking really hate it that you affiliated with any greats. Coming late, it's kinda silly, ain't it? A part of me, way a part of me back. Hit you in the jugular, right where your arteries at. This is all of me rap. Guess I'm raping all the tape decks. Fuck a prophylactic, I don't believe in safe sex. I can see the greatness. Donnie and the beat chef, so man, quick to drop a body on the beat. Bless.
Pardon me back, pardon me back, pardon me back, yo, and watch Sosa do his thing, yo. Pardon me back, pardon me back, pardon me back, yo, and watch Donnie do his thing. I spit fire at the jam cause I'm the man. The sample out of hand cause Austin sacrificed the lamb. I cop a gram of 454 to be exact. I roll a batter from the sack, slapping jacks with my homies cause we all ill.
Watch this song right now, y'all.
Catch you when you fall still, we all here. I get pulled over and got weed up on my person. Tell 'em my glaucoma got me blind like the curtain. Scoreboard reading that I'm still up, star like Phillip. Take more chances than chances.
Keep going in there, man. If you are not used to the show, I forgot to pin it to the comments, but I'll do it in a second. But you got to send to our narrow if you want to get yourself played on today's freaking show, man. You know what I'm saying? Every time we go live, we are now using Narrow as the submission process and whatnot. It is free to submit. We'll go ahead and get into all of that as soon as we...
Autobots, share the stream.
Dangerous like I'm a mad gorilla. I am sicker than a salmonella filled sandwich dinner, homie. I will kill a beat a man. I'm iller than a caterpillar, chilling, having cigarettes while I just in a wonderland. I'm realer than a kid within a...
All right, man. Shout out to everybody if you can tapped in. If you are here for the first time, pretty much we're a live music reaction and review show for independent artists, producers, and bands across the globe. So if you have music of your own that you would like us to hear, all you got to do is send it to our Narrow. That's narrow.fan/ThatDorkyReviewShow. And you know, head to the thing, get yourself in the lineup. It's completely free, but if you do wish to get more than one of your record played throughout the stream or in a back-to-back fashion, or if you simply want to be played quicker and are in a hurry, skipping the line is the fastest way for you to get played on our show. Try not to send anything that is and does happen to be industry related. That just means artists who are signed to a major record label and the records that we're hearing are, you know, played on the radio, right? So don't send us Kendrick or Drake or Jay-Z or Nine Inch Nails, freaking Red Hot Chili Peppers, SZA, Aaliyah, Katy Perry, Michael Jackson. No, we cannot play those artists. Likewise, do not rap to their beats and instrumentals, because it's the same thing as playing their song, whether or not you are singing on top of it, man. So we want to see, we grade you guys on your ability to come with a hopefully like original record and production, you know, if possible. You know, like whether you're working with a producer or not, and even when you remix, you know, the creativity that you could elevate things to is always interesting. Let me see some real quick. All right. Oh, we live on YouTube and TikTok. So shout out to everybody who can tap in right now. Can I do my second share-thon in a minute? Man, what is up with this one not showing up at the bottom though, man? That's what crazy. What else do I need y'all to know? Yeah, I think that's it. We do giveaways on the show. We happen to reach a certain amount by the end of the stream. So if you guys are skipping the line, you will always help us get closer to those things and such. So shout out to everybody if you can tapped in, and you know, good luck if you end up on the wheels and such. Let's go ahead and start heading into submissions right now. Let's move this to the side. I do got to bring the TikTok chat up on this side as well. Let me see. Happy Friday as well. You know what I'm saying? Go in there. Okay, what kind of puzzle is this? That one's what? Ain't no way that was the puzzle, man. I guess. They look complicated as hell, but we done did it. We have Big Dizzy with Ultraman Leo. Let's see what you have here. Is this a perhaps themed record on the Kaiju project? Rate this in the chat, 1 to 10. Any not feedback is welcome. I am your host, Nonsense, aka Dork Genius, aka Chris Nonsense, aka
I'm going ultra, man. I'm going ride right or wrong, just like a other. Swear to God in this ring, ding, ding,
ring, I'm like the caller. I run it in my lane, no campaign. I'm up for office, pinky in the brain. In this game, who gon' stop us? The wait is over, finally taking over. Now these niggas know it's here. That welcome to your doom. Your day is over, I made it over. In my own image now since I'm the owner. Gave my blood, sweat, and tears to this shit like I'm the donor. First controller, this my game. Player 2 is your name. Know that shit don't hit the same. You ready? We done bricks and cane. They dying to be rich and famous. Who wanna die broke and nameless? It ain't work, I'm sorry, baby. Go that bitch. Phantom stranger. Dancing on them like Zach and Black. I'm bouncing back, no hacky sack. Had no choice, I had to rap like Drake. I dropped them back to back. Back to rap, they rapping whack like Dre. I seen that at the Mac. All these bitches know it's cat and bag. BBLs only have his ass. If it's an issue, I had to act. B-Razor, I had to drag. Like a razor, mad as fast. Been a block, I'm bad like that. Bitch, I'm in like playing tag. Play up on, don't play it back. But that still like breaking bad. Selling Santa like breaking glass. Sleeping on me, taking that. Take your spot, won't take it back. Better get it back in blood. That pool in the shicey match. I'm lightning, you're striking back. They stay down, stop fighting back. Want that smoke till I'm a pack. Take them out like Diamondbacks. Cincy Devil, Tiny Toon. Hustle, move and find your groove. Game over, you out of moves. Dehydrated, you out of juice. I know you got the lot to lose. Why you crying off with truth? What goes around comes around. So I put it on Fruity Loop. This bitch touch her Judy do. What rock say they Rudy Poo. Bring her around and lose your boo. I dog that bitch like Scooby-Doo. I can't make no newbie moves. Won't hesitate to shoot at you. Do you Nancy Moulin Rouge? My flow ever needs a screw. B-I-G-G like Ultraman. Nigga, watch me like TV when I broadcast, nigga. Yeah, I'm coming. They see me like a forecast, nigga. Like a senior to a junior. You been outclassed, nigga. So picking Big Dizzy in the battle is the matter. Cause them niggas never make the cut. Bitch, and I'm shredder. It's no question if you betting, then you better have a cheddar. When you connect it like a tether, that's when niggas get the message. God bless Leo, 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 Leo.
Once again, this is Big Dizzy of LOD with Ultraman Leo.
Leo, 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 Leo.
All right. First record of the episode. Oh no, you do not. All right, so first and foremost, man, I appreciate you for the 3 minutes of record that you provided us with, man. On this show, I am always trying to encourage you guys to really treat this like a job, right? And if I was paying an artist, right, I would feel like we were being duped. Or I guess if I'm paying for everything, if I'm paying for the sessions and recordings and all that, I would feel like, you know, a short song is you know, just an artist trying to go in, do a little something and you know, and then get one off and then bounce, right? And in most cases, when you guys are on playlist where we're listening to you and then maybe another artist and then another artist and then another, you know what I'm saying, you're being shuffled in between different records. You want as much time as you can provide, because it's real estate, right? The more people that know you exist for a longer period of time, that's more time for you know, more people to tap in, pop up, see what you're doing, and you know, you also get to test different portions of your record in that way as well. So I always appreciate time, as long as an artist isn't repetitive, boring, and of course not saying anything. If you're basically mumble rap or just gibberish and like nobody wants to hear that for 3 minutes, I get it, man. You know what I'm saying? And you know, for those of you who aren't really doing much anyway, yeah, continue to not make those long, because or you get inspired to you know, be a little bit better, to challenge yourself, right? This one did still need a little bit of a mix. You know, heard some areas where of course we can get that boost in quality. Like that's the thing that will set you apart from a mixtape record versus the official album in stores kind of sound. And so the clarity is always going to be important in terms of, you know, how you rap, the bars, and sort of like how you come at things. Like, I appreciate the themes that you have, right? Because you get in a few different lanes all at once. You'll have certain themes and references that I think certain people will know, and you know, certain people are fans of things will like as well. Then the beat was also different as well. It felt like this one potentially would have been a like a single, maybe, you know what I'm saying? But I honestly look at a lot of your records like that, you know, as long as you're willing to go out and make a video, you'll bring something different to the table. But it has to be you. We seen there. You said share some, man. Thank you for the roses. I thank you for the roses. What up, Ryan? All right, man. Let's go ahead and jump on ND9. He said, thank you for the spin. Now, listen. Talk about your song, man. You know what I'm saying? Let us know what you're going for with the record, right? Like, when you guys send your stuff into our shows, it's your opportunity to really sell yourself and your product and bring a little bit more of the vision of what you're trying to get across, and you know, stuff like that. And if you kind of view something as only being able to go to a certain level, you know, express those opinions. Or if you do, you would be excited for a video or something like that. And he said, I'm gonna put this as the last song on the new project. See, we just said that. I could have listened to it with that in mind as well. Does it feel like a last song on a project song? I'm trying to figure out, like, with the last record, right? It's the last record that's gonna, you know, pop on before silence, and then you're sort of like analyzation of like the whole project and what you think about it just as a listener. I don't know if in my mind it has that kind of, you know, man, we finally got here, we got all this way, and then this is I think something a little bit more epic would probably fit it. That's just my opinion. But I haven't heard the rest of the album either. You know what I'm saying? This could fit perfectly. Really, we got to test the song order and the amount of songs on the project, and just sort of see how everything feels or whatnot. But that's the fun of sort of going across those projects. All right, let me go ahead and go into the next one. We have Oregonomics with Addicted to Emotions. Give your thoughts on this one in the chat. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the likes and the verses. Thank you for the likes. He said kaiju coming soon. Yeah, I'm gonna put the, oh yeah, he already said that. And then shooting for 16 songs. Let's go. Hold on. You going to, okay, there we go. All right, so this is Addicted to Emotions by Oregonomics. Give your thoughts on this.
You're addicted to emotions, it's true. Doesn't leave a fella much to do. I could cry over you, but you're addicted to emotions, it's true.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You always try your best to justify why life is a mess. Blame others instead of seeing through. Addicted to emotions, it's true. No matter what cops tells you, you're addicted, it's true. Doesn't leave wonder why no one sees your way. Friends, family,
Midnight Cruise, yep.
or therapy. No one sees you the way you do. 'Cause you're addicted to emotions, it's true. You're addicted to emotions, it's true.
It's true.
Doesn't leave a fella much to do. I could try, I could cry over you.
Let me see if I can put it in the chat.
You're addicted to emotions, it's true.
On the TikTok side, let me know if you can see the let me know if you can see the link that I put in the chat without, because I didn't edit it. I wanted to see if it even shows it to you. I know it will not make it a link so you can click on it, but you can copy and paste it on, you know, whatever you might have if possible, right? If you can't see it, then I do have to separate the dots from com. So was that okay? Cool. All right, so I can actually post links in the chat over there, and you guys will be able to get it. Shout out to Reaganomics on this. So how I knew, this is one of the records that I would call a classic, right? From you guys, every one of you has many dope records you may send to the show. Over time, I may get an album's worth of songs, and there are some that you'll come back and resend every now and then to give us a re-listen and just kind of reminisce on it or whatnot. I often call those classics if it is something that we like that first time we hear it, and then every time you send it back, there's always going to be someone new who hasn't heard it, and then we'll get that sort of like new experience from them. For those of us who have, you also get a good amount of how many times does it take for any given person to listen to something before they actually get tired of it. I will tell you, right, the ones and the songs from you guys that I add to my playlist, and you pretty much, you know, are ready, and something that you've heard me review very well. Often, like, I've never gotten tired of anything that I've put on the playlist. So during the startup of the shows, I'll often throw certain songs on there, and you know, they're all from that. There's nothing that I'm like, I don't want to play that one no more. Like, you guys did a good job with it, and I think there's a different connection with the music that you guys send, as opposed to just kind of listening to Jay-Z and Drake and Kendrick and artists in the industry who don't even know we're listening to their song if we're doing that. You guys are in the building. You guys are appreciative of being able to hear about the record in real time, and that's some of the best stuff that we can, you know, give, just like as a community. And I love to be able to see the growth over time, to have a feeling of a lot of you guys really having a sound, and a lot of you will sound seasoned, like you should have been in the industry. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just haven't got that proper glimpse of you. Reaganomics has basically solidified themselves, you know, in that way as well. Has a reputation of making the songs like this that almost sound like, you know, when I said classic, you probably thought I meant as in the era and the sound that it comes from, right? That's another consistency that they have, and sort of getting into some older vibes that could be inspired by the 60s and the 70s, 80s and such. I appreciate it. So keep sending that, keep sending others from that project, you know, and really testing things out for others or whatnot. I always like that sound. It felt like one of those other records that I definitely would have hopped on for that project, because the production is very, you know, rappable when it comes to like hip hop artists. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Why is your name that? What did you say? And the backup singers would add beauty to the track, right? I agree. What do you think? Female backup singers. What's your thought process? Let me see. You're addicted to most of it too. What up, slanging? Slanging was like smooth, bro. Nah. That's what's up. Hold on. Yo. Then you're on the road. Then you're on the road. Then you're on the road. Let me stop. We have Vera up next right now with Gravity of a Heartbroken Man, which let's go and see what you have now. Hold on. Is this a reel or a short? I gotta unmute it.
Can I have some candy?
Finest beats. I'll just sit at the cloud waiting for you to fly in.
No, it's not.
You never do. I'll just stare and look around at the sky, reminiscing about me and you and what we're used to. Oh, the stars don't seem so high right now, and I don't think I wanna come down, 'cause I'm too high in the sky. These wings got me weightless. Too bad I'm falling back to the ground, 'cause I'm holding back memories of you. I was so high I could fly to different spaces. Too bad you weighed me straight back down. Oh, you're holding back the rest of me. I know.
Vocals need to come up a little bit more. Seriously? Come on, man. All right, hold on. I was waiting for at least one more section. Okay, so what I appreciate is the realness that we always get to hear from you within like your vocals, right? You're another artist. You and Nobody, which again, bro, if you don't change your freaking name, because every time I say, like, if now it feels like I'm saying you and Nobody could be like, no, you and Nobody have styles that could definitely mesh well as well. If there was a record that you could sort of like do, and hearing your different voices together, there's something that is just very authentic and melancholy and real, and has, you know, the perfect kind of voice and like softness for the alternative records, right? You have also had records with piano and guitar, and so has Vera, man. You pretty much both are in that lane of the records that we always talk about that can be put to like the real the emotional scenes in movies and TV shows, you know, where you want people to take the scene serious, and you know it's people you know, either super in love or breaking up, and you seeing the effects of that breakup, somebody losing someone, and just having that moment of realizing what you've been through with your life and such. You know what I'm saying? You hear that, it has that same flavor. I just think that it needs polish with the mix, of course. Obviously it's not finished yet. This is more of a snippet right now, And so the vocals need to come up, have that right polish, and you know, just complete the record. And then you know, let us hear that. Let me give you a like on that, man. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like number 2. And then you know what? Let me give you a comment, man. You know what I hate when we post something and then, you know, maybe you do view it, but then you don't comment, man. I think we have to make it more a norm to actually at least leave some kind of 2 cents. Whether if you like it, talk about it. If you don't like it, talk about it, man. The feedback creates a little bit of a conversation, and that back and forth, you know, with others on just like what is their opinion about the thing. I think it does kind of matter or whatnot. So I'm gonna try to do my best for you guys when you guys send things. If there's a way for me to comment on it in some way, I'll do it. Let me see with this one. Hey, record, finish this as usual. And turn damn vocals up, so it'll be there as a reminder, man. Let's drop that. And hold on. That's a record and a performance he would do for like The Voice and, you know, American Idol and stuff like that. Queen Nisha, what up? How have you been? Don't forget to send. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me. Let me put the narrow link in the comments and pin that, because I thought I did. All right, that's where you submit. Submit to Dorky. Let me see. Great hook and vocal melodies. Hey, I'm doing good. How are you? That's what's up. 10 Crimes. What's good as well, man? You're another one. You're another one. Vocals were fantastic from Slangin' Ports. Let me see. Can we jump down here to the TikTok? All right, the melody is there, but the mix is burying it, man. That's what I was feeling. And then the last record, you were talking about someone with high range in terms of the background vocals would be dope. I agree with that as well. All right, we're going to head back on into the lineup right now. We have Unknown. We have Unknown with Reload VIP type bass house inspired, man. Let me see. Hold on, man.
Baby, wait until you try it. No, you
Nobody had known.
But you're right in my head. You take a bite and stay the night.
It's more like a mix kind of thing. Production with blending of chopped vocals and stuff. Something that you could get, and sometimes I don't even really know what the heck that I would even do with this. But sometimes I don't even really know if you really wanted to go and get the artist like Ludacris on this, and you could get on for the kick on this, better than fancy than what you do.
That shit up.
An AI bar check or something? now I'm back in the wall.
Until you try it. No, you ain't had it like this before. But you're right in my head. You take a bite and stay the night.
One, two, three, four.
This kind of makes me think of the branding conversation too.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, sir.
That shit up.
Just had switched it, and at a ticket time that had just had picnics. Ain't no the chick that I don't know what is happening, but men are black, so I guess I just had chicken. Go and get a sandwich store, there's a let it time where people they want a cameo and every freaking thing that they don't even really know if they can vote.
Whatever. I do like the kind of switch up in speed. All right. I feel like you didn't really know how you wanted to end that one per se. You know, there always got to be some kind of ending or transition into the next song properly, of course. I do like how it did switch up into the slower element or whatnot, and I feel like it should just it should sort of blend into something else that then starts from that kind of tempo at the end, and you know it would be fine. These are different kinds of records, right? I like when we have these kind of songs because it's more of a producer based thing, right? We have the mini records where there are artists who get on other producers' beats or they produce their own stuff and things like that. But I like when producers can get the love just as much, and we can remember that, like, truly if they do the right amount of work to something, that they are also an artist. It's not just they provide the beat for you to hop on and then, you know, and that's it. Like, for some of them, if they're good enough, they can get into some of these genres where you don't necessarily need an artist to go in and have words to everything. It's really the beat that is the main pull, and there's a market for those kind of records as well, whether you're just doing something with like visuals or you have the certain clubs that'll throw that kind of music on, and there's an energy to it, so you can throw that in like a chase scene or something like that. And I think it does push the producers to think more about the structure of the record as well, right? Like you'll start noticing more switch ups and different elements that happen throughout the beat than if there was an artist on certain production or whatnot. I feel like you guys will often not dumb yourself down, but you lessen the amount of things that you do because you don't want it to take away from maybe like the artist's performance. At the same time, some of the different things you guys may do on a piece of production could inspire the artist to want to be different themselves, right? We don't want to incite repetition. We don't want them to sound basically exactly the same throughout the entire record. Sometimes if the production is just doing one thing, it's all that you bring out of them. And so it is good to have that variation within there. Now again, and that's not to say that an artist couldn't hop on this too and then pull something out of it. I think there are, definitely singers that can go on top and do something. Certain people who can get in there and rap and do something proper as well. There are probably a few elements that do still need a polish mix-wise just to get things into perfection, but it's almost there. And I feel like it does fit in that lane. But what do you guys think about that? 1 to 10 email feedback is, of course, welcome as we proceed to give you what you need before we move on to the next one. Would you say, let me see, and then do you know how to do the spit snare and stuff like that? What's the spit? What specifically is the spit snare? I might have to look that up just to see specifically what it is. But I know how to do basic. I'm not as advanced as some who can throw like the robot sounds and stuff like that. My light just went out. Seriously, I'm gonna have to see if I need another one or something like that. Let me see what's up real quick. Not with that. We're gonna go in with the next one, with the next song. But hold on. Appreciate you for that. Let me see. Ryan the Alchemist. Let's go ahead and get you in with Ain't No Need. Ain't no need. Hold on. I gotta see if I can kind of fix that light. Do that.
Man, I want to go to heaven. He said, God, right down the road.
Said it's a beat.
I said, well, how far? I said, just a half a mile. He said, but your name ain't on the list, Bernie. You know your name ain't on the goddamn list. I said, well, wait a minute, man. I said, I'm gonna try. He said, well, you got one more chance to make it. Ain't no need to worry, but the night is over. Ain't no need to worry, but the night is over. Ain't no need to worry, but the night is over.
Yeah.
Said it's a beat.
It ain't no freaking need to worry. If you can see, then it ain't no need for me to blurry your freaking eyes. And sometimes I really need a McFlurry cause it's freaking hot. Right now when I need something cold, I don't even know where the heck that I wanna fucking go. But I was a little kid, I was wishing that I would fucking grow. All of the times when you don't wash your freaking feet, there's all kinds of weird shit that'll get stuck in toes. Sometimes we feel pain. I feel like I remember you potentially sending it. Sometimes we feel pain, and there's a lot of times where the Tin Man always wanted a real brain, or was it a heart? I can't remember, but Wizard the Vibes was a movie I watched when I was a kid on the something that freaking rhymes with that. And every time I rap, I always wanted to tell y'all that I'm looking in my mind. In fact, I always wanted to rap and beatbox when in hallways. Every single day in high school, I'm chilling. And sometimes you have beats that you know I'm feeling. That in fact, you a hero, but you know I'm villain. And sometimes you know what, Manty, I am the realest kid that'll go rap. Every time you send a beat to me, you know I'm gon' snap. And people listen, man, it's gon' slap. You got to put it in the trunk so I can bring that shit to the trap or something. It's like you're taking portions of the song. In your mind, what do you want someone to rap over every single part? Or what parts do you want them to let the chorus do its thing? And maybe there's some ad-libs and talking and stuff like that. Well, again, you have a vision too, right? And so hold on, we'll talk about it.
you have a vision where, you know, if you were to go to the studio with the artist, right, there are extra things, extra ways you could finesse elements of the beat on top of the ideas that they may come to the record with, right? And often, man, if possible, because I need everybody to start giving their like 110%, you know what I'm saying? Artists do not just, all right, let me just rap to this 2-track beat and then move on to the next song type shit, right? Producers, same thing. Don't just make a beat and then that's the end. You should want anything that allows you to feel like you still have a little bit of control to fully help the artist make it the best record possible, right? So if you are in the studio with the artist, you're able to do extra things, as I said, that will inspire them to maybe even have more ideas and things like that, right? You can sort of like go back and forth. And for artists, you also want to have an executive producer kind of mindset. It's what Kanye had, even just as a producer himself, right? Because he would produce a beat, right? Maybe sample something, you know, just like this, but he would think about bringing in violinists and other backup singers on top of it to add an extra flair to it, right? So thinking even just as an artist of, you know what, let me see if I can have somebody come and play piano on top, or, you know, any number of instruments, just to see what kind of flavor that you can add to it at any point, right? Because it doesn't need to just be at the end. It can be somewhere in the middle during some of the rap portions. Like, there's all sorts of things that you can do when you collaborate with things in that way. And with something like this, I think I remember you potentially sending this one to the show, right? I at least remember like the sample and stuff like that. There are only certain artists who are comfortable rapping to beats where there's like a voice still in it and it's like still saying the thing, right? I know some of those artists, you know. I'm also someone who always can sort of, you know, try to get that thing on top, but I will admit, for some it gets distracting, right? And so you may need to cut things up a little bit more in certain sections, or filter out certain parts, you know, how where you make it sound like it's coming from under a pillow for a second, or in the phone, or, you know, like you filter certain things in the right way. And now we also have stem separation, so you could take some of the vocal elements off while still keeping the production that was laid there before, and sort of still make a space for the artist to go. Because again, a lot of people are gonna, as soon as they hear the voices, they're gonna assume I need to let this do its thing because it's the chorus, it's an intro, it's a bridge or whatever. They might just assume I need to let this go on for like 1 minute and 40 seconds before I actually even start rapping. I don't know what they're going to think, but I also appreciate the 3 minutes and 9 seconds of this record, man. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for putting in your time with that. You know, and keep doing your thing, man. I definitely want to continue to hear more beats from you over the time. And so always, don't be a stranger. Let me go over here. You said, I think it's preference Julian and never sent that one. Are you sure? Are you sure? To someone, like, I kid you not. I kid you not. Either, like, how long ago did you make the beat? How about that? Let's start there. That'll put things into, I think, a better perspective. But I guaranteed heard someone sample that, and almost in like a similar way or whatnot, because my mind feels like I've had this conversation before. Like, as I'm saying, I'm like, I feel like I've like I'm thinking all the things that I thought. In my mind, it's that first time I heard it. And he said, and then around the arch, let me go up a little bit. And then thank you, right? The virtue, exactly, right? Like, let me see, even though it's structured how it is now, I'm more than willing to structure around the artist, yep. And then whether that's adding or subtracting. And he made it today. So where does what about the sample itself? Where does the sample come? Is it like a splice thing, or is it like an actual song and stuff like that? Cause you and somebody else thinking like, and he said, bro, I never use splice. There's nothing wrong with using splice. There's nothing wrong with using splice, but with those who use splice, right? I think we would have a criticism if like nothing was changed. If you get into just pulling a sequence of a thing in and then you don't do anything different, then you're not really producing the beat, right? There are those of us who will still get impressed by those who even still sample, you know what I mean? Like those who do completely original, we still appreciate. And then those who find the right sample and then add the right sequence of drums and chop it up in the dopest way and stuff like that, like we still champion those elements as well. And it really just is like, yo, if you're in a competition with like other producers, how can you make the best version of it? Like if the challenge is, all right, here's the sample, go in and try to make the best one. That's often I think the version of you that we want. So I'm gonna have a look. He said, what's splice? I'll go ahead and have a look. So splice is, what would I describe it as? We'll say it's like an online digital warehouse for drum sequences, for drum kits, for plugins, and just different sounds and stuff like that. Like if you're looking if you want to make a beat, and let's say you want the bones of everything, right? So you're like, let me make a West Coast beat. You can kind of search for those kind of elements, and then someone who may have made those kind of drums, then uploaded them, will have them provided, for you or whatnot. So you'll be able to sort of get a more focused sound on, better drums and snares and stuff like that, right? Where people are critiquing it a little bit more is like if there's an entire, like the drum sequences, I feel like we're half and half on. But if you take like a melody that again someone has already made, they put it down and then they upload that, right? We still want you to add your own flavor to it, because just taking a drum sequence and then a set of melodies with a synth or piano or something like that, and then just dragging and dropping, that doesn't always constitute as you actually making the beat. That was something that I also had to kind of explain to my kids at one point when they were just going in and messing with like little beat programs and stuff, because you can just press a button and then the sound just exists and is there, and then you like enable another one and it has two. Now it sounds a little bit different. But if you're not making those sounds, sequencing them yourself, like actually basically, going in and saying, I want this to sound like this, and always thinking with, how can I put my flavor on this thing? You have to be a little bit like, you have to have an ego. so much that you really want to be able to get full credit for whatever you're doing, right? So act like if Timberland, Swiss Beats, Pharrell, Kanye, Alchemist, RZA, you know what I mean? All the producers that you know, if they were all given the same sample and they had to put their own touch on it, you know that Pharrell does not want to sound like Timberland. Timberland doesn't want to sound like Pharrell. They both don't want to sound like Swiss Beats. You know, they all have their own sounds and ways of coming at it. That brand is always going to be important, and I think it also helps you be the right amount of competitive and stuff like that. You said like humming, for example, and stuff like that. Yeah. What'd you say? Yeah, sounds like library. Yep. And I mean, again, they'll have sound effects and everything, you know. So it's a good place to expand your soundboard. Let's just say that, right? Expand the sounds that you have and would like to use within your production. But you will be criticized if you do not actually do some of the elements that we hear, right? We always want a little bit more. And would you say Loop Master? You said I find has a great folder, great plugin, and so like that. Is that another one? He said put your sample intro a sampler. Wait, put your sample into a sampler and make your own instruments. It's great fun. Yeah. When you can you know, basically kind of make something more original, man. That's when everybody have fun, man. That's when everybody have fun. All right, we have Sad But Happy with Sniper. Go ahead and there's a lot of people who want to tell me you're home.
Keep it on the building and he's shooting like a sniper.
Dang, my freaking.
Hit me with a headshot, so I'm laying right beside her.
I gotta figure out a way to get that light.
Cupid on the building and he's shooting like a sniper.
Turn this down a little bit.
Never want this love to end, cause baby I would die first. Cupid on the building and he's shooting like a sniper. Hit me with a headshot, so I'm laying right beside her. Situation dire, but I'm not gonna leave. Didn't think this shit would ever happen to me. This shit isn't by the books, it's more movie scene. You were caught in 4K and I couldn't believe. Seeing is believing, and I lost my faith. Lost my way. Thinking about the memories I can't erase, and I watched you take aim. Cupid on the building and he's shooting like a sniper. Hit me with a headshot, so I'm laying right beside her. Cupid on the building and he's shooting like a sniper.
I would have echoed some of those.
Never want this love to end, cause baby I would die first. Cupid on the building and he's shooting like a sniper. Hit me with a headshot, so I'm laying right beside her.
Hey, bro, what a dramatizer. At that time where like you need to go to Kaiser. I'm not even gonna try. I'm not even going to try, sir. Here, let me at least do it for real. So that though.
Yeah. Anybody really gonna shoot you? I don't even know what the heck to do. It's a little time where people go up in the freaking bathroom just so they can poop.
Now let me stop. What the hell was that, sir? All right, let me go ahead and just hit this up. Said, let me do it for real, and then just totally. All right. So, I always try to think about the live performance aspect of things that could potentially happen, right? Whether it's in the near future or futuristically, whatever the case. I always hope for those moments, right? And I love when you guys send certain songs because I'll be able to tell that you're often in a genre where you may go up and just use the record for the performance, or if we're lucky, the instrumental at the very least. But I want to impart onto you that even with your auto-tune on this record kind of situation, you want to make that plan for a live performance, no auto-tune, with somebody playing the piano. Because this thing is something that there's not too much going on in terms of like the chords that we're hearing, right? It could be fairly easy for you to even learn how to play yourself, and just imagine people kind of and how they would feel that version of the record, right? I think everyone can imagine it in our head right now, when you're thinking about like it being maybe a little bit slower, right? It would be more of a slower kind of ballad kind of thing. This is kind of mid-tempo, not per se like upbeat, but it is something that does have a certain level of energy to it as well. There were a few parts where you might have had a switch up. There are many parts that could be repetitive, and I will always remind you of that as well. Like, you want to think of many ways to attack your records so people get excited the further that the record goes in or whatnot, right? I always look at things like we shouldn't feel like you are predictable with where you go, except for the chorus. The chorus is that anchor point that allows us to gain some kind of familiarity, and the verses are something that we learn over time. And so hopefully, if you're able to sort of get in there and fix things in that way, I think you'll have something that is perfect. Then there's a lack of maybe harmonization and other things that could really build this song into something dope. Then there's the classic get a duet with like a dope female singer in there, you know what I'm saying? But I always love the responses, the duets, the sort of like back and forths that can happen with those things. And I think especially with the more auto-tune centric genre, we'll get it in R&B. That's a given. That's a, we expect it. But when blending the R&B with the more melodic, emo or trap centric kind of genres or whatnot, where again you sing but you don't consider yourself an R&B artist, that blend I think would be fairly decent or whatnot. Do you agree or do you disagree? Nobody said I can volunteer to be the duet vocal on the other side or something like that. That would be interesting to see what you do on that end. It would indeed. Hold on. Let's go over here. Queen Nisa, you know what I'm saying, is laughing over there. Fire emojis. From, is it Tennessee? Volume SCP. What's good, man? What's good, man? All right, man. Also, sorry for the crazy lighting. My light went out. Obviously, I don't got no time to go out and get a freaking light bulb right now. We here, you know what I'm saying? So we just gonna deal with it. It's probably not too crazy for some of you guys. It's just probably a little bit darker on the TikTok side, and then for some reason a little bit brighter on the YouTube side. This is interesting, I suppose. Let's see what we have. If you are new to the show, send to our Narrow, okay? There's a website called narrow.fan, where for those of us who use it for our review shows, You are able to upload your music, whether you have a link or a file that you would like us to play. And you can put all your information in there. You can even put information about the song and give some liner notes. You can put your social media in there when you submit as well, which I do recommend that you do, because there's a lot of times where people want to know a little bit more about the song or want to go and follow the artist and stuff like that. And we can just take your social media, pop it in the chat, and you know, I can let you know different things that people might have said throughout, and then you can also skip from there as well. All right, what do we have? 10 crimes with machines. What was that? There's a lot of freaking people eating. I don't know why you be following us.
Promises me nothing so cheap. The fantasies that make you feel real. No one's gonna tell you it's not even a beat. It's not even a record you can hear. It's out there indeed, it's so clear. The forest never hear you when you scream out the loudest above the dying silence. We know you're always welcome here. Everybody's a machine today, hooked on the frame of a different wave. Nobody ever has the time to say kids never cared like a kid should play. Everybody's a machine today, hooked on the frame of a different way. Nobody ever had the time to say kids never cared like a kid should play. Now you're mine, you thought I was your friend all the time. You gave me everything that was yours, and now you cannot stop it and watch you wreak the havoc of unrestricted access to your stage. I compliment your look in your face. You never want to replace your daily affirmation, your only dedication is pure disintegration. Everybody's a machine today, hooked on the frame of a different wave. Nobody ever has the time to say kids never cared like a kid should play. Everybody's a machine today, hooked on the frame of a different way. Nobody ever had the time to say kids never cared like a kid should play. Everybody's a machine today, hooked on the frame of a different wave. Nobody ever has the time to say
it's almost gonna be a song about
like a kid should play. Everybody's a machine today, hooked on the frame of a different way. Nobody ever had the time to say kids never cared like a kid should say. Kids never cared like a kid should play. Kids never cared like a kid should play.
They don't do what? Seriously. That's a record I'd like to hear at a festival. You know, it had that live feel. That is something that we get consistently from you as well. And you kind of tap into a little bit of I'd say like some of the 80s and you know 90s with certain sounds that you saw sort of like tap into. Funny thing is, man, it's like this record is relevant. It's multi-layered because the way that you can look at it, right, in terms of like everybody's a machine today, right? Yeah, you can interpret that in all sorts of ways, right? Where like the amount of people that utilize AI, you know, and that being one, the fact that certain people are just following basically a repetitive cycle of just, you know, no originality or just, you know, just following things, you know, blindly and just taking the orders, right? Not sort of like wanting to push and prove yourself, you know, for anything or whatnot. That is another reason why I love music, is because, you know, once you put it out, everyone will hear a song and can perceive it in a lot of those different ways as well, right? I always bring up that fact that when I heard that if you would step off of that ledge, my friend, you know what I'm saying? That record right there, right? Every time we get into this conversation, it's the same. I felt like it was a love song. I didn't know that it was about the Columbine shootings, you know what I mean? And I only realized that when I grew up. But when you listen to those words, you literally can equate that to a relationship. Like, you know, a relationship kind of gone sour, him not wanting her to step off of that ledge and leave, but then understanding, because he's like, I don't understand. He would understand because he wasn't the best, you know, a boyfriend or whatnot. So it's pretty interesting how you know, we can do that. I like the production and instrumentation within there. So, you know, hopefully it's something we do get to see live. Tin Crime said, so I'm stuck on the middle eighth, and there's no point in doing final. Let me say, please mix until final phase mix, and until I get it. Then feedback. Let me see. Honestly, I liked everything that I was hearing. There was nothing that made me feel like, nah, fam, hey, you better get this. And then what you said, you better run. Yep. All the new kids with the pumped up kids. I mean, pumped up kicks. The new kids with the pumped up kicks. Shoot, I thought it was just a hype kind of record too, you know, like something that was hype and then gets people to run and you know, just kind of go crazy. I didn't know that they were running from, you know, actual bullets essentially. And honestly, the songs take on a whole different life once you have that realization. Then it's like, man, this is almost like heartfelt and or depressing, and just a different way to look at the events, you know, just like soundtrack wise or whatnot. He said, thanks so much in the works. And what did Queen needs to say? Said, I like it, and some of the harmonies were in aligning. Like the highest pitch was overwhelming, and the other vocals, I think it has potential. Good job. Okay, what's up there? Thank you for the little donut. Thank you for the little donut. We have Spurto with whatevs. What? Whatevs? Oh, whatevs, I guess. Huh? Whatevs. If you're new to the show, share the stream, hit that like button, tag an artist, send your stuff to our Nero. Wait patiently in line. Oh shit.
It's whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever. 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 It's whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever.
Why? We're gonna continue it, but like, why is that the tone right there? Like, I can hear what it should be. It should be whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it's like whatever. Like it's off key. I think we can all hear that. That's the first criticism.
You niggas staying subliminal. I got that domino. Trying to stay critical like a robot to be fine for signal. Got no connection. What make it professional? Asking for fictional. Trying to pitiful. All these niggas won't get rid of me. I be acting like they silly. I'm up inside your city. I'm pulling out to give you pity.
That's what Melodyne is good for too, by the way.
You can mess with me, why? Like a candle, I put out your life. You put up hands and we go fine. You don't wanna mess with me or I. You know how it is.
Like so we see the bigger than me. Niggas a fool, yeah, I know what it be. Living the life, yeah, I must have for free. Yeah. Whatever forever. Whatever forever. Yeah. I'm coming in hot, from a lot. I wanna pot the heat of these niggas got hot. Niggas got hot. Feeding the nose, I like all them the fears. I'm telling you, baby, I know what it is. I'm telling you, listen, yeah, you gotta chill. Know how these niggas treat me like I still.
We know that they could be acting down. That's what we
started off good.
Still, yeah, for real.
Whatever, it's whatever. It's whatever, it's whatever. Whatever.
Like he doubled down and when he did her ad-libs.
It's whatever.
I made that dope shit, she want that more shit. I roll it up with the dope shit. I said it be making dope shit. Better than a good out of my sweater. Pull up a Reddit, showing the list of your liquor, water dispenser. Quiet is the name up in the dead note. Chop life pros, number let go. That no go get that back roll. Wanna be beefing like that, bro. Bring out a pistol, bitch, at the dog whistle like Kelly. A pistol on niggas who rebel, they fruit like pebbles. And niggas be harder to talk about pebble. Little bitch on my dick, and yeah, she finna pedal. I give her a medal, but she wanna settle. I think she in hell, she hot like a kettle. I made that making that dope shit. Yeah, that pussy be looking like Frank Ocean.
You almost made it to 3 minutes, bruh. You almost made it to 3 minutes and shit. Sometimes it would have get it, is this the first time you're hearing you with like a female artist, which is kind of dope. I like the combination of you two, but I do feel like some of those tones are off key. When she got into the verse, it felt like she knew what she was doing up into a certain point, and then she started going back into that same kind of off key tone. I don't like that tone. I don't feel like it fits. I would guide it in a different direction. And as I said, Melodyne is the easiest way to sort of, if your vocal should actually be somewhere else melodically, you can sort of drag it to that spot and hear how really, you know, it's supposed to sound, at least in that tone. But I think we need that, because it just starts feeling weird when that happens. There's a nice little sort of like back and forth, you know, between you guys right in there, and it is interesting, you know. It doesn't feel like you know, she just came with the beat and then you just hopped on it and stuff like that, which I think is always important for is the true collaborations that we do. Let me see if you got anything on the TikTok. Hey, he doubled down, man, because he went in there with like background vocals for her melodies, and then basically went in that same off key sort of thing, right? And like, it'd be one thing if she was doing the right one and then he was doing like a harmonization and like a different, you know, thing or whatnot. Like, you know, we welcome that. But when it does come to melodies, you do have to know like what are the proper keys. It's literally like when and if you put your auto tune off key, it's just not gonna sound right when you're trying to sing certain things. And you know, when you get that right one, it sort of brings it a little bit closer to something that's palatable, that you know, appreciate. Let's see. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? How hard is that, guys? How hard is that? I should not repeat that many times.
Dangerous like I'm a mad gorilla. I am sicker than a salmonella filled sandwich dinner, homie. I will kill a beat a man. I'm iller than a caterpillar, chilling, having cigarettes with Alice in a Wonderland umbrella. Alice in the Wonderland umbrella. Then a piece of cheese with bacon, greens, and ham and cheese.
Excuse me, did you say pieces of cheese and beans with freshly squeezed bosom juice?
Nah. I didn't say nothing about that, man. What you talking about? Man? Freshly squeezed bosom juice, bro? Jay Reams with birthday, man. Your birthday? Your birthday day, man, Lady. Lady, your birthday, man. No, he said, indie music, it's really my first time singing, so let me know some. All right, let's see what's up, man. We're gonna give you the business. We'll let you know if it sounds like it's your first time singing. Or you just sound seasoned, you know that.
I wanna take a shot and blow my brains into oblivion. I wanna take these drugs and make me feel just like a kid again. There's no point to my life, I walk around aimlessly with no friends. My granny told me to love God, I know I wanna sin again. And again, don't want the party to end. I think it's all in my head, I think I might just be dead. I think there's nowhere for me, I think I should just go leave and hang myself in the trees, be with the birds and the bees. I'm feeling weak in the knees, all these girls are just a tease, but just please love me, because I hate myself and I have no one to tell. Feels like I'm living in hell and on this earth I'm a fail. But there's nothing for me to do but accept my fate, so I just sit here and say, oh well, but oh wait, it was my birthday today. Nobody got me a cake, nobody came over to my house, no one even came late. I know this girl and she's so pretty, wish she gave me a date. I wanna tell her that I like her, don't know if she'll feel the same. If she'll feel the same, she'll feel the same. I wanna take a shot and blow my brains into oblivion. I wanna take those drugs and make me feel just like a kid again. There's no point to my life, I walk around aimlessly with no friends. My granny told me to love God, I know I wanna sin again. And again, don't want the party to end. I think it's all in my head, I think I might just be dead. I think I might just be.
I don't think I've ever heard it go in that direction. What the? That is hilarious, right? I think some of you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like we've had a lot of records that like this generation at the end of their songs they often slow it down. They give you like the thing that they just already did, but then they kind of just like chop and screw it without chopping, you know what I mean, and give you that slow thing. I don't think I've ever heard it sped up and then, you know, and done like that. But so not bad, you know. I think you did the right kind of elements for the genre that you're in. You went with a more kind of natural feel and sound. Yes, you do have a lot of layers in there, which you got to know. If you're an artist who uses a lot of layers for everything, you're basically saying you want the record to be a little bit of an anthem, so everyone's singing it with you at the same time in a bar kind of thing, running with you as a crowd in the video and stuff. With that said, I always recommend that the choruses be more of that, and then the verses be something that is a little bit more streamlined, and you having a main vocal, right? That's the first one. Then having ins and outs. That means certain parts are okay to bring that extra vocal in with, but like it's to insinuate the important parts of the song, right? The parts that if you were to put the mic out to the crowd, that they would say it, or if you had a hype man on stage with you, you know, I think for singers, you guys usually use like backup singers. Rappers use hype men. but you want the ability to not feel like you're hiding behind other, you know, elements a bit too much, right? It could be, I guess, you know, for some, you know, a little bit distracting, but I see what kind of vision that you have, at least with this one. I definitely want to hear more from you over time to really see what other ideas you have, and you know, what is your true lane or whatnot, right? This feels you know, like you could perform it acoustically. You can get in there, and I mean, like, that's the ultimate test right there, is can you perform any record that you have acoustically with just you? That will always truly show you how good your song is and how confident that you are in you know, what you made with it. What up, Sweat Silt? Welcome back. You already know what it is. Send to our narrow. Get yourself in. Let me know if it works for you. And what do you see? You say, yeah, my homies been over here for a while. That's what it was. So like, that's crazy. Knock the hit. I knew I recognized that name. I was like, bro, why do I recognize it? I'm like, how is it your first time if I recognize the name? So C-Losta would always send stuff like featuring, you know, you, I believe, like, and like the crazy thing is like that's something that we'll have often, you know, consistently, and one of the reasons why I do love doing the show is it kind of always starts like that, right? We'll have certain artists come through, they'll do features with other artists, send those songs to our shows, and then over time we get the artist who was the feature on the record eventually come to the show, and then we get to see what they choose to submit and put forth or whatnot. But yeah, man, I knew I recognized you. It's good to see you at the show, coming in and submitting, you know, yourself, and you know, can't wait to see what you have. Hopefully you did send to the right place. Let me put the link in the chat just in case. We used to do it via like email, but I just started using Narrow because you guys can see the line. You can choose to skip. You can kind of see the different options that we'd have, and if you're paying attention to it, you'll know like what's playing. You know, aside from the on top of the now playing thing. But yeah. And let's see, and okay, cool. So you good? All right, man. We gonna continue on. Man. All right. So we did the birthdays. Hold on. We gotta close some of these. Thanks for the feedback, no doubt. I recommend that you change your name, like the dots I'm assuming are there because either you didn't put a username or something like that, but I do think that, like, pay attention to that stuff, right? I know that there's kind of a thing on certain platforms where you have the main kind of name you have, and then they'll try to get you to create a username separately. And you never know when they're going to show which version of what. For us, as we're looking in the chat, all it shows us is like, for you, ... And then if I go hover over your account, then no, I actually have to click it. I have to click the little circle, and then it's JRG59 or whatnot. You know what I mean? Have an artist name, man. You know, like that first line of defense as an artist. Think about branding right now. What artist name that you want to go with? I feel like if you're a solo artist, if you're a rapper, usually like we come up with aliases and things that are kind of cool in that way. For artists who are more like alternative, country, and again, if they're solo, I often feel like you guys are better off with your actual names as the artist name, because the music you make is often real. It's something that truly does come from you, not a lot of random kind of like fabricated songs in most cases. And for those that are themselves, man, like by all means, like we welcome that. For the bands, obviously you need something that encompasses you and that band. Now there's a middle ground too, right? Because there's the Dave Matthews Band, right? He is Dave Matthews, you know, the lead singer. And as the band that also encompasses that, you know, the full bandness and everyone having their own instrument and sort of bringing everything to the table, it's like both a solo artist and a band at the same time, all of them still getting that love. Then you'd have, you know, again, the bands that are just band name, Korn, Paramore, you know, you have solo artists who again has potentially band elements around them, Rob Zombie, Marilyn Manson, you know what I'm saying? Right, man. But yeah, that is very important, so people know where to find you. As they're hearing you in these early days, you want them to have a place to go back to. You said Palace. Yep. Brand identity is key. I agree. Let me stop. Where are we at? Okay. Who eating it? Eric Solitude with Carry Me Through Your Memories. Carry me through your memories. Why does that actually sound like a song from a musical? Carry Me Through Your Memories, sung by Julie Gooley. This one's on Spotify. Let's go ahead and see if it's gonna give us an ad. Alright, man, you better not. Okay, there we go.
You lost one. Oh, you lost one.
Yeah, let's go.
You lost one. You lost one. A new divide is where we meet. I can't just up and leave. I still got my own damn things. The choice was yours, it burns down needs. You learn how to fight, but don't quit. You lay in the stars, it burns face. Then I'm going off to the last one.
Like that.
You lost one. You lost one. Watch the mornings empty by dawn. Just strangers on seesaws when the beat draws. Watch me fizzle out like the smoke. The alarm is time. It's time to go. It's time to go.
What happened right there?
By dawn. Just strangers on seesaws when the beat draws. Watch me fizzle out like the smoke. Leave me alone. It's time to go. It's time to go. You lost one.
Probably gonna be my only critique, man. Feel like one of your vocals fell out for a second.
You lost one. You lost one.
You might win some, but you just lost one. There's a little time when you know you're all awesome. When you come to the show with a dope ass song, there's a little time where I know we gon' get along. Cause, anyways. You lost one. Oh. All right. So I like this record. Melody's on point. Writing, I think, was proper. It felt like a song that more or less we would actually hear out there. Would be on a soundtrack of a movie starring Gwyneth Paltrow or yeah. Hey, think. Who do y'all consider hot today in terms of someone who, as they're walking out of a building in slow motion, the guys are just oogling, is it ogling, and she stops whatever room she walks in because she's that gorgeous, like it, and then the song basically fits that kind of scene, because then you're thinking, damn, it's the character who actually was dating her, but for whatever reason he let her get away. You know what I'm saying? Something happened. We don't know what happened yet, but we'll find out later in the movie when maybe they get back together or he tries or something. You know what I mean? Like, I love to try to figure out what kind of scenes certain things would go to. Often certain music supervisors will think very intricately like that. They don't just want simply the song with a certain vibe and then they'll put anything to the scene. Sometimes the words reflect the scene too, and they'll even be inspired to build, the opposite way. You know what I'm saying, from that. My only critique, right, other than maybe wanting more time. It's 2 minutes and 24 seconds. I wouldn't mind more record in there. Didn't feel like it was gonna end where it did. But there was a section where I think you have ad libs and doubles and stuff like that, right? And one of your vocals felt like they either left for a second or started like doing something else or going off beat or something like that. And you gotta have consistency with a lot of what you're doing, right? If you're gonna add anything to a record, any extra vocal, it has to serve a purpose, or it will basically be perceived as a distraction. And then again, my mind sort of lost half of that section and went to, wait, what was that? Because I was trying to figure out what was happening in that, and it was almost like you were recording it and then somebody had reached into the studio to tell you something. You were like, wait, what are you talking about? And you were just talking to them for that second and you went back into the song. That's it, but I think you have something. It makes me want to hear what album that would be a part of. And I added it to the playlist, man. So, yay. What did you say? Super Steve, what up, dog? Super duper Steve. In the cuss. Let me see what you done said. All right, hold on. Let me go up. We right here. Thank you. From Chicago. I heard that. Let's see. And then I know exactly which part you're talking about. Yeah. So what happened? No, what did you? I need an explanation, man. Like, what happened in that moment? Hopefully you said it, and then I'm just gonna end up reading it in the thing. I'm going down. You said that's some I want one day song on a movie and TV show. Listen. I believe that will happen. All right, believe in yourself. Just be consistent. Make sure that everything you release is quality. Make sure that you own the production that you sing to. It's always good to have an acoustic version of your songs where you're like playing the guitar or piano or something like that as well, if the production is not necessarily yours or you can get the rights to it. And when it comes to the sessions of your recordings, keep those, because a lot of these sync license scenarios, they request the sessions, the vocals, the stems for different situations. Just watch a movie, watch a TV show. You'll see what I'm saying. There are some scenes where they're only using the instrumental for a moment, then a fight breaks out in the bar, and then suddenly the chorus comes, you know, out of nowhere, right? And for, let's say if it was with this song, I would imagine two characters talking about the girl, right? And then all of the parts before the chorus comes in, where it's like, you lost one, like right when that chorus is about to come in is when she's coming through the door or whatnot. And they're talking about her before they even know she's gonna pop up. And then she comes, and then now the chorus actually, you know, taps in, but it's the instrumental version before, and then it goes from that to you know, a little bit of your verse, but then the volume gets cut down a little bit to still hear some dialogue and something, and you know, he ask her how she do. Like, you just got to be able to put those scenes together, and you know, the genius of certain things, right? What I've noticed is, you know, for some reason, rappers were kind of the only ones smart enough to make movies and then put their own music in the movies. Like when Master P and No Limit were doing things, and he had like I Got the Hookup. When Snoop Dogg would make certain things, when shoot, Will Smith, you know, Men in Black and stuff like that. They're smart because, you know, there's something that they're in. They also have this other talent. They can take care of two sides of the equation. Lil Dicky also does it with his show Dave, right? And you can build scenes where your music are basically a part of it if you're smart enough to know like where those things will go. Man, the amount of artists that do come to the show that have music that fit a very specific scene, and it's like, it's crazy because I always start thinking like, man, how many songs could one artist actually have for like a certain number of soundtracks? Like, is there a specific number? Matter of fact, I kind of want to look that up. I kind of want to see, because I don't think I've heard one artist be a part of like more than, shoot, I mean, even like 15 seems like a large number. But then you start looking at a lot of the songs from TGIF. If y'all remember, like Step by Step, Full House, Family Matters, like I believe the same singer like did all of those. That's something different though. It's a block network kind of situation. They wanted like something cohesive that, you know, people could kind of watch back to back. You said Nick Lowe, man. What up, dog? Nilo. Thank you for the jewels as well. Super Steve, let me see what you say. Anonymous in the building. How easy, everyone? What is up? Okay, so hold on. Let me ask real quick. Cause I won't see. Let me see. Okay, so in terms of artists being a part of movie soundtracks, is there a limited amount of soundtracks one artist can be a part of? I mean, like, look, I feel like nobody would have told Michael Jackson no if he wanted to be a part of a lot of stuff at a certain point. What's that one female artist right now that has a very, I can't remember her freaking name, man. Name some female artists who are not rappers or pop singers. Billie Eilish. Mother. How did you know? For somehow nobody knew Not nobody, but like nobody. His name is nobody in the chat. Billie Eilish is another one who I definitely could see being a part of a good amount. I could see her doing a 007 movie, you know, something that's heartfelt and, you know, very soft or alternative, you know, kind of thing. Like she's a very varied, you know, artist or whatnot, and in that popular sort of state right now. But let me see, one artist can be a part of and then I'm gonna put how much is too much. Let's see. No hard limit on number. Concept is too much is, you know, best understood through the lens of the public perception. Well, okay, so the way that I look at it, like, is this, because you know how you feel when all of a sudden Vin Diesel's in this, and then this, and this, and this, and then, you know what I'm saying? The Rock was the same way. Kevin Hart at some point, right? Where all of a sudden you feel like you just see them in a sea of movies that's consistently coming out. And it can get a little bit tiring if they do kind of pump out too much, right? You do want to appreciate and cherish when they do pop out. Like, you don't always see George Clooney in something, right? Denzel Washington even eventually had consistently started releasing a lot of movies or whatnot. Still known as that great actor, but you know, when we're thinking about that, soundtrack wise though, again, that is a different story. I'm curious on y'all thoughts on it. And then would you say H in the Q was good? Let me see. And yeah, she is great. Yeah, we get back to the Q in just a moment. Hold on. You lost one. You lost one. And it's like she's walking away or she's walking towards you and you knew that she was your ex-girlfriend. Damn, like, you lost that? What the hell did you do, bro? You know what I mean? One of those. You lost one. It's just like, you lost one. What about what's her name? From the New Girl show. She is one that I could see doing that. Where's the next one? We have nobody up next. Oh man, you change your name. Change your name. I'm not calling you. Yeah, New Girl, right? I'm not calling you. No, I'm not calling you. Zoe Deschanel. Salt there on the balcony, sun sinking low. So this one does have some AI elements in it. The only rush I wanted to know, but you burned through my summer, left you chill in the air. What up, Moses? Baseline is dropping and I just don't care. Hear your name on my screen, used to pull me under. Now it's just white noise, just a distant thunder. I'm cutting the cord, letting go of the ghost. Right when the beat drops is when I feel it the most. Fading, but I'm feeling alive. Got
beautiful. You kept me waiting in the passenger seat. Now I'm running the night on my own 2 feet. Yeah, your name on my screen used to pull me under. Now it's just white noise, just a distant thunder. I'm cutting the cord, letting go of the ghost. Right when the beat drops is when I feel it the most. I'm not calling you. You wanted a shadow, but I shine right through. I'm not calling you. I lost my mind once, now I'm brand new. You wanted love, but you played it too cruel. Now I'm dancing on the broken rules. I'm not calling you. Yeah, baby, I'm through. Not calling, not calling. Yeah, the temperature's rising. Not calling, not calling. Baby, I'm through. Keep your alibis, keep your regrets. I'm the best damn thing that you haven't caught yet. If love was a game, you missed your cue. Look at me now. Look at who broke who. I'm not calling you. You wanted a shadow, but I shine right through. I'm not calling you. I lost my mind once, now I'm brand new. You wanted love, but you played it too cruel. Now I'm dancing on the broken rules. Who's broken who? Yeah, baby,
You know I'm calling. You know I'm calling. You know I'm calling.
calling you. Baby, it was you. Baby, it was you.
I'm not. All right, what do you guys think about that? 1 to 10 hour feedback is, of course, welcome as we proceed. Why is this light not on now that I'm thinking about it? All right, so more of a pop-centric kind of record. Probably the most different one that I have heard from you, right? Because the majority of ones that I would hear from you often were more alternative and acoustic, right? Whether it was a piano or an acoustic guitar, I've always appreciated what you're able to do within there. It shows that you can get in this lane too, but I will say that with the aspects of the AI, it did start making you sound a little bit more like a Justin Bieber or something like that. Like it started bringing your voice into like a Adam Levine, Justin kind of vibe a little bit. I always recommend that if you're going to use AI at all, really use what it does more as a reference than anything, right? But your job should still be to go in and really remake the elements that you didn't have before. So if it is the production or anything like that that's making the AI elements come out, it's like, make sure that we get something real within there so that you eliminate it as much as possible, right? Because in these conversations, you've known a million times of what we've always said, right? We appreciate the real work, whatever you can point to and say that I did that. And so if it's your vocals, and the words and the beat and this and that and whatever, and if you don't have a sort of say on certain elements, so if you're not into production yet, we want to inspire you to want to get into production so that when we're having these conversations, you can say that you did that, right? The more that you bring to the table, specifically, I'm saying, like, okay, so I can produce, right? And then yes, I can beatbox. So technically I could go in, use AI, beatbox some freaking beat and bring it to life, but I wouldn't even feel comfortable selling that beat to another freaking and saying I made it, really, because I can say I influenced it with elements, but if I didn't specifically pick out drums, place them in places, and take that time, like that blood, sweat, and tears that allows you to feel. Basically, if you work on something with enough time to feel like if all of a sudden you forgot to save the project and then the program died or crashed, like where you would feel devastated because of the amount of time that you take to get everything perfect, right? And we want to hear that level of work. We do know that for some of the AI creators who prompt and they do it like that, that there will be some like, well, trying to get this thing right. But if all of it is prompt after prompt after prompt after prompt, and we don't get no melodies from you, we don't get any, we're just getting you trying to make sure that it sings itself right instead of the performance. And to Super Steve, the idea that I wanted to give you, because I remember the time where you were basically loading your actual records into the AI and then like trying to re-put those out. And then I kind of told you the same thing in terms of like, I don't want to hear AI versions of your records because I liked your records and I feel like it dilutes what you did. And if people hear the AI version over yours, and then, you know, it just gets a little bit confusing in that way. And then we started having more and more conversations when different people would come into the show. One thing that I thought of was like a half and half, where we actually do hear your half of the record first. So let's say, you know, your song is 2 verses, choruses in between, all that, right? So first verse is everything that you did all the way up to the chorus. Right after that chorus leads into the second verse, or maybe first half of the chorus. You know what I'm saying? Something happens where the transition leads into the AI version. Then we get like the best of both worlds. We don't feel like at that point that you've just completely replaced what we were gonna hear with like AI at you know, period. We also get a glimpse of yourself in the record. What people don't like is if they feel like you're replacing a real artist and thinking that it's just okay for us to hear, you know, a fabricated voice, you know. As much like I still don't know what my mind really is okay with, because someone brought up like, was it Daft Punk who had like around the world, right? That sort of like robotic aspect. I think in our minds, when it's something like that, like there's no situation where the robotic voice you're assuming was a freaking human, you know, if anything, right? Like you have an idea in your mind, like there's some robotic kind of programming, and the robot's a robot, right? That makes it feel different because there's no again, robot trying to sound human, which throws it off. It's literally like hearing a actual voice coming from a robot body, and it works for some people. Johnny 5, C3PO, Vision, you know what I'm saying? Ultron, but then Ultron still has like more of a robotic kind of voice as it comes out too. So you can tell. You can literally tell. If he talks to you on the phone, you're gonna be like, man, Ultron, get out of here. Anyways, as long as you guys know that man, the work is always gonna be what's important. What you can show people that you did. Let's say if you had to bring your fans to work day, you know, kind of situation, and It's you showing them how you go into making a record. You have to think about all those aspects of like, how are people gonna feel while I'm doing this? By the way, he sent that because of, let me read the thing. It said, had to use AI because I could only play 2 instruments, guitar and piano. Also, I wasn't going to submit anything, but submitted because of unknown production. He had sent something a little bit earlier. And I feel like, you know, it was dope to see the inspiration, you know, within that. But, you know, oh, the other thing that I forgot to tell you was with the acoustic song that you sent, like maybe 2 or 3 episodes ago. It was an episode where that Orko was actually in the building or whatnot. Some of you guys may or may not know that Orko as a part of the Top Music Attorney. And he actually really liked your song, you know what I'm saying? And we basically got into a whole conversation of just, again, that authenticity of having a voice and being able to get in there and sing a song and perform it. Like there's something there that people are always going to love. And even Super Steve, man, like I almost forgot about that. You had a performance where you got on stage and really even performed something that was like out of the usual lane, right? And it took a lot for you to get out of your shell to do that. And there was something kind of noble and authentic about that. So appreciate you know, you doing that thing there. All right, let me read the chat now, and then we'll move on and see what is up. If you're new to the show, y'all know how to skip if y'all need. Be patient if you're in the free line. We'll get to you as quick as possible. And you said using AI is harder than making a normal song if you need something exact. I can see that, right? I'll try to comment to each thing, right? I know that, so even we'll say I don't know how many years ago it was, right? But it wasn't too long ago, yet it wasn't too recent. When I was trying to see how easy it really is or hard or whatnot. And it might have been version like, it might have been like the first or second version of it. But, and you probably heard the story already, so this is more for like everybody else. I literally had just make a song about the Avengers just to see. I'm like, okay, let me do something kind of slightly complicated that like, how is it gonna know who the Avengers are? Like, there's no way, like, what is it gonna do? Google and figure something out? Or like, how would it know that information? So in my mind, I wanted to test it and just put rock song and for it to do that, and no more details than that. It was actually still able to come up with something, right? More or less like it was the free version, so they did about a verse and chorus worth or whatnot, but it felt like something you would hear on one of their like animated TV shows. And you know, I'll tell you, in my mind, because I know that there are a lot of AI creators out there, and some of them will do exactly that, you know, and then go and try to put that record on Spotify and stuff. In my mind, I didn't feel like that was something I should do. Like, you know, it's cool to sort of experience the thing in the moment, but it didn't make me feel like I made the song, so I need to go upload it and get paid off of it. Like, it just, something about it felt weird because I wasn't the voice, I wasn't the production, I wasn't fully thinking of the words and the lyrics. And those questions crossed my mind of like, if I do let people hear it and put it out there in that way, what are they going to ask, right? What are they going to be impressed by? And I think a lot of AI creators, they think that everyone is is going to be just completely okay with the end result. The song that I've made with it, the voice that's there, the production, everything. But the moment they hear that it's AI, it's something gets taken away because the voice you're hearing at times isn't real. And so you go, nobody is in the studio right now recording that. Nobody is on the keys doing the piano we hear. Nobody's on the guitar doing the guitar solo that we're hearing in the, you know what I mean? Like, we get taken out of it, even though we're hearing something good, you know? And we don't want to take away from the creativity that you do bring to the table, but we have to kind of streamline and market that, whatever your actual talent is, as opposed to what Suno and some of those other apps can do with it, because they are basically taking your shine. And when I hear another AI record and I hear the same voice or something like that, I don't suddenly think of you. I think of it. I think of the app. I think of everyone else who made a song potentially like that. And so it hurts you more than it helps. For some people who are not familiar just yet with AI and what it sounds like, they're the guinea pigs. They're the ones that are going to be okay, but then they're gonna go crazy the moment they find out that it's AI. Like, I've seen how people react, and trust me, if I was on your side, I'd be like, that's not fair. Like, why suddenly all of a sudden when it's AI now you don't like it? Like, it's because you think about how you feel about real artists. You hear a dope artist that you hope is the voice, you want to go see that person live. You want to thank them for the ability that they have to actually sing the way they do, rap the way they do, to see when someone is a good writer. Again, we want to embrace whatever you truly bring to the table. If you're great at producing, we want to know those elements and to see what things, you know, that might have been. The words are also a thing that we've heard so many artists make so many songs, and you can't just say anything to any record. There's a science to making it sound poetic or very authentic to something that would be able to stand next to a lot of the artists that you guys yourselves listen to, right? So when you are the one who has the skill to do that and not AI as the thing, I feel like you're in a better place there. So as I said, there's a lot of things you guys can do with visuals, actually talking to the camera, telling people why you made a song, how you made it, showing them how you did it, doing the before and after or the crossover kind of hybrids records, and then there's remaking, and like we'll call it one-upping, right? It's like to challenge yourself to do this, right? Think of an idea for a song you want to do, right? Put that in, let Suno freaking create that, then take that and try to make an even better song than what they did, right? You know, as much as you can do to not like basically do a cover of what they did, because the goal is for you to basically learn the proper ways to come at records, but to also make sure that you are the full influence, that you're the artist. Every time that it does something else, you have to change that so that you don't have to say like it wrote the thing for you, because technically it didn't at that point. If literally it comes up with a melody and it's like da ba da 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 da, you know what I mean? You can literally da ba da ba 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 ba, you know what I mean? And that's not the right one you want to do, but I just want to use an example of a different way to basically come at something, to change it, the true way of remixing and making it yours. You said gotta have soul, and you said the few I've played with were just AI versions of songs I had already written and recorded, and I still grew up to hate them, even though the singing is better, and it made me love the human part again. And then you said, you said, now I want to do a song with me talking to an AI like that. Yeah, see, that's what we're talking about. Now that is thinking above and beyond, right? You have, because in that, at that point, you are making sure to record your parts and to still be a part of the record. Then you have the AI element that's able to come in and be that other side. I feel like less people are going to complain about that because, again, they can see more work done. They still have a real artist on there. Most people are always going to feel some type of way if they don't feel like there's a human involved. And that, again, I said it before, like if you were able to use a jukebox, like that's truly how I feel like it should have been marketed, man, as a jukebox kind of scenario where you kind of customize the song that they're gonna play over the speakers at the restaurant or whatever, you know what I mean? And I feel like that's a level of entertainment I don't think people would have minded. It's not messing with Spotify, it's not messing with the spaces that real artists convene and feel like they're suddenly now in competition with, when yet the AI artists in some cases don't even want to think about like performances and stuff. Like there's a place that it could live, and then you have the encouragement of the people like that can actually become, you know, artists or whatnot. But I think about like the real world applications in that, of like, you know, someone on a date that wants to make a custom song for the, you know, the girl they on a date with or whatnot. If you come up with something smooth, right, you set the tone, you set a good moment, and it's a nice surprise depending on what you do. Let me see, let me go up and down. I should have went, we still on one thing. Shout out to Eric back there. What'd you say? So you said I downloaded, you said AI is so stupid, and then I downloaded Fruity Loop Studio and then deleted it the next day. It's just too, no, it's not. No, it's not. Okay, I might have to do a tutorial for you or something. I might have to do a tutorial for you, nobody, but I guarantee you it is not hard. All right. Every DAW has its own process of how to get certain sounds out of certain things, how to get certain right effects, the plugins that you use to create the piano elements or anything like that. And there sometimes are several ways to do that thing. It does help when you have someone who also uses it and maybe has figured out some of those things. And so when you're just able to ask them like, yo, how do you do this, man? I was trying to get this done or whatnot. And then, you know, whenever they can just like show you, you're growing with that. But I guarantee you it is not as hard as it looks. You know, and certain things can just be solved with a few questions or whatnot, right? This is from someone, like, I used Fruity Loops. Eventually I went to Logic Pro on MacBook, and that was even better with the just the quality of sounds that it came with, as opposed to like things that I had to download into it and stuff. But I always liked the sequencer and how this is what I'm saying, how easy it was for me to do things quickly in Fruity Loops, right? So just making a simple drum loop and programming it into it is not hard. You can literally click where you want the snare and the kick to go, and then play and then hear where it's at. You can slow down the tempo from there pretty easy. And you can just replace those sounds. So if it sounds too, let's bring it up. Let me open Fruity Loops. Let me open Fruity Loop right now. Did the show. Hold on, where is it at? Where my Fruity Loops at, man? Y'all like, no, man, get back to the song. I will. But I like to demonstrate. Let me see. It should be right here, but why is it not? Oh, there we go. Why are you over there doing that, huh? So, for example, right? Stock sound, stock session. Come on now. I'm gonna go from nothing being in the session at all, right? So already just what comes up when you're in there. I'm just gonna put all these kicks in here for no reason. Right? That's looping right now. Like, right? That's basically the loop, right? If I wanted to not have that be so fast, right? Let's say I'm going to put a kick here, a clap here, kick here, clap here. Right? Hi-hats in between. Right? And okay, so what if I want to not have such a small loop, right? I'm gonna go over to, I forgot, hold on. Yeah, project info, and then change the bar to like 16, right? So now it'll go here. Stop. And I could add more if I want, right? Let's say I want to go over here, like I said. Let's go ahead and add the kick, the snare, all that good stuff. Keep that going in there. Let's actually make these two-step. These are just the drums, right? Okay, now. I'm going through some other snares that I might want to use. Hold on, let me just find a good one. Let's just make it that. Let's do that simple one, right? So we'll change the clap that we had with that. All I'm doing is dragging and dropping that in the same place that the other one was in, right? And then with the kick, obviously you can't see what I'm doing right now, but if you go and watch the YouTube, hold on, let me go in there. And then, whoa, the kick I have now is that one. I'm gonna replace it with this one, right? All right, change the hi-hat. Let's see, do I have any specific places where I want to use a hi-hat? This is just one drum kit that I'm pulling from. We're not done yet. Okay, this hi-hat is smaller. You can like barely hear it or whatnot, but more subtle when something that's there. You want to do the triple time and stuff like that. Again, I can do all of them things. Let me send it to piano roll. And then come over here. We'll make these small in this section. Right? Hold on. Yes, we're going to get back to these submissions. Just give me a second. So just for that, right? You see what I did with the hi-hats there. As you do that, a lot of that is easy to do. Then, as you're thinking about other sounds, right? Let me go ahead and try to bring in, let's go to toxic biohazard sort of like plugins, right? These have a lot of synths and stuff in it. Okay. And you could also manipulate some of these, you know, plugins and how they play out, because some of these will come out as sequences, but you can make it, you can sort of like change how it seems. Hold on. Let's see. Actually, let's change this to the 8-bit video game sounds that I love, right? Uh-oh. Hold on now. All right, so I go over here. I'm just showing you how easy. Like, and this is just with my keyboard. I can use my MIDI controller back there. I could hook up a Trident if I wanted to. But you can basically record, do what you want within there, sort of like bring those in, and then figure out how you want to quantize things, move them in the proper places, bringing in samples and stuff like that. You can chop in the program, but I used to love chopping up a sample in something else, where saving them in their own folder and then bringing them in just to keep things a little bit more organized and you know, cut it more intricately. But whatever the case, and let me add some effects to this because I don't like it being so dry. But let me press F9 for the effects, right? Oh, wait, I almost forgot. So for the thing, you got to make sure it's on an effect that you want. So this one is on effects 4. So if I go to the effects and it's on 4, whatever I add to 4 is going to basically change and manipulate that. So if I'm going to a reverb I love, right? Labor fraction, free reverb, and now it sounds a lot better. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, point is, it's not that hard. It is easier than you think. If I have to make a more proper tutorial just to like get you started in the right place, you said, and it sounds like 9 Inch Nails in the 90s and stuff like that. And what you say, I want to have a battle with AI and then let the AI choose, aka create the beat, and then go back and forth with it. Kill AI at its own game, man. Listen, like that. Those are the kind of things that I feel like have the potential to go viral. You know, if you do them right, and you know, it's really about letting what most AI creators always say that will find to not be true for everyone is the great old saying of, it's a tool. I use it as a tool. I feel like it can only be true for hybrid records, for the things where you still have real input yourself, you still have your elements, right? You have to still have some kind of production, some kind of here's my voice in the song itself. I don't think that you training the AI with your voice and then having yourself sing via the prompting only counts, but it's still something. I would still rather hear that over completely AI, like, period. Like, that's my opinion. And it's just because eventually when we hear enough AI, we feel like we're listening to the same songs over and over again, you know. And you'd be surprised with how many people come to the show with the same voices used, the same like there's this sound that some of them will, I'm like, how are like half of you guys coming up with that same sound in your AI records? What is that thing that is there that's making you do it? And then, like, do you even realize, like, it's you know, it's this thing that's becoming unoriginal, right? Anyways, man, I love these conversations. What else did you say? Problem is that song specifically made for that style, and so I can't sing it in my style, man. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I believe in you. I believe in you. Trust in yourself. Trust in yourself, man. You know, and then there's that other thing. If you make a song, you know, there was a real artist who basically said this, and it always stuck with me. They said they never make anything that they can't perform for real, because then they're just teasing their fans, you know. And it's true, literally. That's what half of the AI creators are doing when they are using them. You're basically allowing it to take your record to another level where you can't really get to. That's like Tony Braxton trying to do what Mariah Carey does or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? We want to really see if you can do it. But if she were to use AI to get there, you know, how dope of a singer truly are you? If Whitney Houston wasn't able to, you know, if she couldn't get up there and then she had to use AI to do it, sure, we hear other melodies in the record and stuff, but we don't get her true ability. And people criticized Nilly Vanilli, right, for lip syncing and basically kind of having the label being the ones that you know wrote in and created what they did. It was not a fun time, man. He said percussion is my nightmare, and I'm on YouTube. Don't worry. Shout out to Golf. What's good? That's some NASA shit. You know what I'm saying? Make them clap to this, and then not keep the songs going, or they will kill us and stuff like that. And then yeah, he be upstairs with the fam. And what you say? As we proceed, and then I'll give Logic a look. Yeah, Logic is okay. So I will admit Logic I took classes for. Like I was going to the LA recording school, and so we were learning that and Pro Tools and different things, right? It helped. it definitely helped. Where would I be? Like, would I have learned it without it? Probably. But as I said, there were things where I was like, hey, how do you do this? Because in my mind, I knew so many things and ways to do things in Fruity Loops. And now I had to learn this new program. And so I would ask them, like, yo, how do you do this? Because on Fruity Loops, I would go in here, and then they just showed me where those elements were, and then how to get my proper workflow in that program. So with everything, it's just readjusting, figuring out where all those things are. It does take a little bit of time, but I can assure you, you will be a better artist, a better producer, a better everything for it if you just kind of sit down and let your creativity unfold, you know, with the right elements. For you especially, though, now that I'm thinking about the type of artist you are, I do think that Logic would probably be an even better one. Fruity Loops, I often say, yeah, go to Splice and download some more drum kits and stuff like that. Figure out other ways to manipulate some of the plugins that they do have, you know, just directly on Fruity Loops. But for the most part, it's often more of a sequencer, and you know, it just depends on what you want to utilize. But yo, bro, I'm dropping a new album, and then my dog can't wait, and it's been a long time since I dropped, babe. But I know how it feel. I know how. Let's clap for that. Listen, I know the feeling because I had not too long ago 420. You know, I had dropped Press Start to Get Higher or whatnot. That was an album that, you know, took 5 years for me to actually come back and then like feel like I even wanted to do a project or whatnot. For people who are wondering, like, I had a whole album series before that I did that got me into like the review shows and stuff, and then sending to the shows inspired me to make more. And after I did those albums, you know, and eventually had my own show, I kind of focused way more on the show itself. And then how I would still do music in between was doing features with a lot of you guys, right? And honestly, I was fine with that because they've become some of my favorite songs, you know, sometimes even over my own, because I like the collaboration and you know, I always look at it like Deadpool hopping into a Batman comic. It's always fun to see like what's gonna happen, right? So for me, I was fine. And you know, every now and then when I feel like, you know, the time is right and I actually have something to say and there's enough things that happen that I can talk about, then, you know, I'll get in there. So for me, it was like a 5-year, you know, five or 6 year kind of like hiatus or whatnot, and coming back in and dropping something. You got to make an event out of that. You know what I mean? If you want to do an album release party on the show, as I usually say for everybody, you know, let us know. Well, we can listen to it with you, kind of interview you about each song and, you know, stuff like that. We provide such services and stuff. What did you say? Shout out to freaking Nilo, man. You know what I'm saying? Still in the cuts. How's the fam, as always? Let's get back into the lineup. Thank you guys for your patience. I know we have Don Sean up in here. You sent a skip. Thank you for that. Sean Tin Man. Okay. Let's go ahead and get you on up, man. Boom bam, thank you, ma'am, as they say.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold.
Drop your album on Bandcamp.
Drop your album on Bandcamp. If I could truly give you guys my honest opinion about how you should drop projects now, I feel like the streaming game, we have to kill that. You know, we don't get paid nearly as much as what we're worth when it comes to streaming. And so you gotta change how you look at those platforms. It's more of a promotional kind of thing, if anything. So the two ways you might want to do things are releasing it on your website or Bandcamp, something like that, direct to consumer first, and then eventually you can upload the project to Spotify after that. But everybody has to go to your Bandcamp if they want to hear the album, the project, you know, way before everybody else, right? The differences, I think, are that people can buy the album directly, buy songs directly. They can pay what they want for the thing. Know that you are going to get the money, and you're gonna get it the next day, as opposed to having to wait till you get a certain amount of streams that equal up to like $10 or getting paid monthly. You know, whatever it might be. It's quicker on things like Bandcamp. Like, I made at least 300 in 3 days of just releasing a new project, you know, via people I didn't know, as well as those that I, you know, said, hey, you know, come to the live. We're going to be promoting, doing a release party, interviewing the producer. Like, we did a dope just event, and I think it opened my eyes to just like, man, we got to do something different. So now I'm basically only going to release snippets on Spotify, on Apple, iTunes, on all that, because it's not fair. It's not fair that people basically can listen to your music for free, right? And in and on those platforms, and on some of them, like some of the distributors, when you upload and they upload it to YouTube, comments aren't even enabled, right? So then they can't show you love, and in that way there's just too many things that I feel like we need to bring back to the culture and to allow it to be more respectable. So when it comes to any projects you guys are releasing, I'm telling you guys, if you haven't looked up Bandcamp yet, it's free to upload your freaking music to it. Make sure you have WAV files of your songs, because that is what they'll require. Your fans can download the songs or stream it from Bandcamp. And you can also have your links to your other websites too, if you want or whatnot. So if they do want to go support you on Spotify and different stuff like that, you know, it's possible. I want to. So you said trying something new, expanding my range. Trying something new, I'm expanding my range. I let the people figure always be telling me they think that I'm strange.
I'm up. Cruising through your city, man, it's such a pity, cause you hate that I'm winning. I'm up. Shine so bright, you need shades for my light. I keep my shit tight. I'm up. Strap in my lap while I do some laps. Get that bitch a tap. I'm up. Nigga, I'm up. From the bottom to the top, man, I'm not gonna stop. City kid from up north, got raised down south. I was rocking name brand, why you niggas is off brand. I just don't understand why you niggas was so mad. Levi jeans with the polo tee, Adidas on my feet, always looking clean. I'm quite debonair if you know what I mean. The fit speaks for itself, man, that bitch is pristine. Who would have guessed the city country boy would blow? Jumping on the stage, putting on the show. A long way from red clay and old dirt roads. Now I'm living 5 stars everywhere I go. Me and my lady lounging on the beach. I'm somewhere you niggas really can't even reach. White sand spread out under my feet. I'm a bourbon guy, I like my drink neat. I'm up. Cruising through your city, man, it's such a pity, cause you hate that I'm winning. I'm up. I shine so bright, you need shades for my light. I keep my shit tight. I'm up. Strap in my lap while I do some laps. Get that bitch a tap. I'm up. Nigga, I'm up.
Was that just repeating the vocals? Whether it was freaking manual, a lot of times a lot of freaking people do not stand you. Oh, no. Don't leave. I know it's freaking so hot, you gotta wear like 10 shirts with no sleeves, and people, they know me. I'm about to freaking shoot the verse into the whole thing like Kobe. I don't even really know. I was gonna call it a hoop, but if you don't like this record, you're gonna call it some poop. But freaking people, they know that. People that freaking tell me there's ways that you can go smoke some weed with picking Snoop up. Okay, I had to breathe there. I like the beat, I like the sound, I like the vibe, man. You got me in there, man. My mind suddenly forgot what a hoop was called. Man, I suddenly forgot. Listen, dog, it's a beat that I suddenly can rock. And sometimes I'll freaking hear a dope song, and y'all gonna be like, hey, dog, if this suddenly would stop, would he? Yeah, it inspires, okay? So beat reminds me of something that we would hear from like Dr. Dre, right? You know what I'm saying? We always know him for that, them kind of drums, and then he would bring in a Scott Storch for the piano and the keys, right? That was often some of the combinations that you would hear when you would hear like, you know, like Dre was good with the quality, bringing the right people together to build the record, you know, certain singers on certain aspects and vice versa, and was always willing to collab with others. That's something that I also want AI creators to think about, right? Because in your heads, sometimes you trying to be a jack of all trades. You know, you want to do everything with AI. The freaking
violins, the drums, the everything, not realizing that collaboration is still a dope thing, right? When you have people you can bring into the table, and like now you can pinpoint specific people who brought the record to life. That's a better conversation than to just say, oh yeah, this was a you know, just it just ends the conversation right there, because we already know mostly how certain things were done, unless you really found an intricate way to bring it to life, right? I can see people kind of crowning this as like unk music, and like the topic, the way you were rapping, some of the lyrics and stuff like that. And like, you know what? So be it, man. Like, I feel like we're now in an era where like, if you're gonna do what you're gonna do, embrace it, absolutely love it, and bring it home. You know what I'm saying? Like go in as much as you can, and just show people that you're serious at what this is. I do feel like you could have definitely made maybe another verse and stuff, you know, like, again, this beat is dope. I wanted to sit with you for a bit of more time, and I wanted to see what else that you as an artist do have to offer. Chorus is catchy, and I feel like, you know, by that first time, like, people are starting to sing with you. I'm up. My mind did wonder with the I'm up. If you went up, if you basically recorded that part twice, like, you know, the first part, the I'm up, and then you go in with the second one, or if you just took the first one, copied it, pasted it to where the second one was, you know, I feel like I personally probably would have echoed that and just have the first I'm up. You know what I'm saying? I would have just done that as opposed to the ad lib way. Just because then you're now thinking, okay, so during a live performance, what's gonna be there? I mean, you could still use that second one, but I do want to remind you guys about that. If we're not able to get a full live performance with you and somebody playing the piano and the real drummer there, all that kind of good stuff, instrumental is okay to be able to have. If we have to have a show disc from you, that means you have the ad-libs, you have maybe the chorus in there, something that, like, if there's a part where you know you're gonna run out of breath, you have the part that's gonna pick you up for a second. But the thing that people often make a mistake with is they'll often keep the vocals that are in their show disc like just as loud as they were in the record. You got to cut them down. Like, a show mix is very different than the song itself, because if you're thinking about it from a professional point of view, you don't want to compete with the show disc. You don't want people to feel like you didn't know the words to your own song, and so you have it there for you know, for just in case. And a lot of times we see when that happens, when the artist forgot their shit until they let the song start rapping the rest of the record and they just start dancing or something like that. It feels professional. I mean, unprofessional. And I don't think people underestimate how powerful it is for you guys to actually remember the words to your own songs in a live performance, but also in the record itself, right? That's why we always criticize those who either freestyle their records or those who sound like they're reading it, because it's literally polar opposites in between. One, you don't know what you're going to say and we can hear it, we can feel it. Another one, you do kind of know what you're going to say, but you also slightly don't because you didn't memorize it, and we can hear you like reading it and not performing it. You get in that performance mode though, like it's everything. You bring your confidence to the table and, you know, the conviction that you need. Thank you for the follow, the thing with that. We like you. we'd like you for the thing you did. Thank you. But yeah. So appreciate that. Do you guys have any input towards what y'all just heard? Anything that y'all?
I don't even know what the heck I would freaking do.
See, like that's Dre would have got one of those kind of singers on there for sure. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bang, bang, bang.
Whatever. Let's see. Snoop Dogg would definitely hop on that with you as well.
Yeah, Dizzle. Yeah, Dizzle. Me and you on the shizzle.
About to chop ice and shit and get a chisel. What did you see? Yeah, you're absolutely right. With the echo in the background. Yup. Okay, so tape delay and an echo in the background, right? So should it go a little bit more? Should it go like in my mind? It's like I wanted it to be like I'm up. You know what I mean? Kind of fades down, but gives you the thing. R.I.P. Kobe. Yo, man. All right, we should head back into the lineup then, girl. This one is called Super Cow with Lifestyle Changes. Let me say it.
Lifestyle changes.
Lifestyle changes. Lifestyle changes.
Hey. Lifestyle changes.
I need a watch. Yeah, I need a chain. I need a crib. And maybe a range.
By the way, I would have dropped the beat at some of those. I need a watch. Like right when he says watch, drop the beat, bring it back. At the thing. I need a watch. I need a chain. We'll drop it again. You know what I mean? Like, hold on. Think about that right there. Hold on. While you're doing that, let me go get something to drink.
Lifestyle changes. Lifestyle changes. Lifestyle changes. Lifestyle changes. Lifestyle changes. Lifestyle changes.
I need a watch. Yeah, I need a chain. I need a crib. And maybe a range. Roll the road through the city, might have to rain. Out of the cold, across the water from Jacksonville. Like a pirate.
Yeah, like that right there.
I need a band, I'm dancing with jewels. Burying the chest, bitches showing their chest. Color of brother, yeah, I'm on the road.
In school on the road, no Romeo. Juliet needs a rose. I get one and squash it in front of these hoes.
You don't wanna know what happens when you cross the boy. My shooter's going for your nose. You gon' drop, get buried below, below, below. Hey, switch it up, I do it daily. My girl been driving me crazy. Bought a Mercedes so she can whip to the store, pick up Eddie Crocker.
Double entendres, no you can't write like me.
My life been evolving since I came out the womb, my man. Born with ancient wisdom in my dreams, watch me transform.
But not to my final form. I ain't done evolving, got like 90 more miles, bones. Ain't no snake gon' need a llama more to cut through the grass, not paranoid. Of only one fold, there's tigers, two, and bears on my. Judging us from beyond their scopes. Possibly interstellar, but fuck, who knows?
Are you sure you're...
Back to the raps, back to the lab, back to the bag, yelling at cat.
I need a watch, yeah, I need a chain. I need a crib, and maybe a range. We're cover the road through the city, might have to rain. Out of the cold, across the water from Jacksonville. Like a pirate, stealing your booty, yeah, I got the loot. Got me a bag, now I'm dancing with jewels. Burying the chest,
y'all think it's AI? Give y'all thoughts.
Want something done, you do it yourself. Want them diamonds, neck down on the rails. Don't take none, but time to tell to get something done. But mind your manners, fantastic for a super car gon' blow his load. All over dirty whores who don't brush their teeth or wash their clothes. You won't see them at the laundromat. No rat-tat-tat, go spat on the back. Coronavirus had me going insane. Locked in the house, whole lot of energy, no need for bang. But I'ma get my bang on.
I feel like it is.
Talking to banger.
Lifestyle changes, lifestyle changes, lifestyle changes, lifestyle changes, lifestyle changes, lifestyle changes.
got the freaking iced out chain. Freaking, I see you, dog. I see that you are iced out, man. And sometimes people are figuring out ways to go and surf to the freaking moment where they freaking wipe out, man. And then, oh man, what do you guys think about that? What any of y'all feedback is, of course, welcome. I do think that it does have air. The only reason why I'm asking is because, so during the submission process, when you guys are submitting to the show, there is a form in there, right? As you guys know, one of the questions, it simply just asks you if there are any AI elements in your record, because I do want you guys to be transparent. I want you to tell the truth up front and not cause a freaking stir. And then, like, again, we can judge your songs as AI records. How good are they as one of those, you know? It will also help us know what skill level that you have, knowing what you actually do to the record. You know what I'm saying? We don't know how many of you guys either know how to produce or to even write a song. You know what I'm saying? If you have the ability to rap or sing it, at least even a little bit, to sort of bring something into fruition or whatnot, right? We want to hope that you do have the skill and the confidence to really go out and make and even perform the songs like this that we hear, right? But just make sure that you are honest with us in all the cases. I can say that it is still a good song. You know, it does feel like a song that would be out there. Melodies were on point. We had some variation and stuff like that. It still can be mixed a little bit better. That is one other kind of telltale sign every now and then with AI records, by the way. I have not yet heard an AI song that actually quality wise feels like an industry record, that like where you just can't tell at all whether or not, you know, certain elements like that can been used. Like, you know, when you're hearing the quality vocal of an artist who's went to the studio and was paired with somebody who knew what they were doing when it comes to the mixing and mastering. And then even when the producer goes back into the beat and adds a little bit more flavor after the song is made, right? Those are the elements you want to think that anyone has gone through. And, you know, we'll sort of leave it at that. You gave us 3 minutes and 4 seconds of record, so I do appreciate the time. And, you know, I think most of all, I really just dislike when artists have super short records, because it doesn't really give us a true good look at what you can do. But you guys see the different levels to this, right? You see that, okay, we complain if something's too short. We also complain if it's too long. And then even if you have a record that's a good length, we still want what we heard to be real and not something that, you know, something or someone that might not exist to an extent, right? Why we do not like when the artist might be fake or an avatar or whatever, is because we're not gonna be able to get that other side. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna be able to have the artist perform the song. And again, we don't want the avatar. I'll give you the other side of the equation, right? Because we've talked about this a lot of times too. The Gorillas. You all know who the Gorillas are, right? And it is an actual band who performs live, but they have the persona of these cartoon, you know, characters, these animated characters, and so all their videos are like that. Often hand or 3D, you know, animated, and they would put in that work with them. Even their recent video, I think, I believe was hand drawn, like in that classic Disney style or whatnot, right? So they do put in that work. And then when it comes to the live performances, they'll have the screen up
showing their likenesses, their characters basically performing the song, and they're backstage actually performing the song, still with the drums and the guitar and doing their thing. So even with them, even if you decide to be like, you know what, let's create a persona, but I'll be like the actual art, like you can do that. That's okay. Yes, there probably are some people who are like, I want to see them like and be able to grab their hand or whatever. There are gonna be people who want you to be that real. And as long as you can understand, I think, the different levels of why people do like certain things, right? And initially wanting us to hold on to the craft, right? I bring it back to like acting every time, because not everybody knows how to act, right? Not everybody knows how to fight in like a true acting scene and make that look real, because like a lot of times they're not hitting each other but making it look like they are, right? Like you have to sort of like push and pull into the hits in a certain way where it does look like the hits are connecting, and often sometimes they'll slip, you know, and they'll actually, you know, get hurt, and then, you know, it'll be a moment, but the fact that you can make us forget. We're watching someone who, as soon as the scene stops, they're gonna have a whole different conversation and maybe even a different accent for all we know, right? And they have to make us truly believe the scene, the moment, the story, and make us care about them or laugh or whatever it is. That is always a skill, right? That we still want to reserve for the humans, right, that can actually get in there and do it, and to have a thought process of, let me turn myself into an actor and then put myself in a movie. Like, it doesn't feel authentic, because then who's to say you can even act like your own self in that thing? If people try to get you to redo the scene, you know, your likeness is doing it, but like you still don't know. And I've always loved the fact that most actors, they'll research the role, they'll learn the choreography, the fighting moves. If they have to play somebody who can play music very well, guess what? They actually learn that instrument. Actors have a vast set of skills because of the fact that on every job they have to learn something new. That's probably one of the most funnest jobs on the planet, because yeah, every single time you're doing something different, unless I guess you're action hero, and then you're always basically doing the same thing. Like, oh man. Anyways, it's fun to do this. Back to music though, right? So we cherish those who do have these skills to do everything that you hear. So those who can play piano, those who can play guitar, those who can play trumpets, saxophones, flutes. Just say all musicians, really. Those who can actually sing, actually rap, make it feel authentic, real, confident, where people believe you and everything. That's it. Other than that, like we're almost kind of just forced to think about music in a different way. Like that's the only other kind of way to really look at it, is that if we have to not expect the AI artist to give us a live performance. We have to basically go, okay, AI music is AI music, period. When we hear it, we judge it as what it is. We know what we're getting into when we're listening to it, when someone makes it. But I think that the mystery in how it was made is the thing that kind of ends up sucking about it, because you don't know if there was work done or not. We know that Suno itself and some of these programs can help your kind of mediocre record, you know, be a little bit better than maybe you made it or whatnot. We want to still cherish what you did before the AI got to it. And then if anything, sure, show us what it did after, and then bring those two records together. Let us hear you and the AI record at the same time. Not at the same, you know what I'm saying, man? Do half and half and bring the record together. Still have yourself a part of it. Like, as soon as I started making songs and beats, it was over. Because the moment you can put yourself on pretty much any song, any beat that you make, and figure your way in there, like, you almost don't want to not be a part of it in that way. I see why Diddy was like, take that, haha, on like half the records that he did with, you know, Bad Boy and shit, because it just, you know, and then Timberland was in there doing ad-libs as well, and being a part of records. Pharrell took it a step further. He was like, let me sing on these records. You say you not get that cash out? Let me see. Let me see if you had seen the cash app. We had to have a conversation and crap. All right, Moses, was your submission on the narrow side, or did you send that to our email, man? Let me see real quick. Hold on, they hit the button. So can I send 10 in gems on in a gems on here to get one of my songs played? If that's all you have, if you know the exact amount that equates to 10, you know, maybe.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold. I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be, just because. I
got a big stick of gold.
All right, where is this right here? Yeah, let me grab this at the same time. All right, my friend. And then what do you say? Anonymous would like, man, yeah, baby. Let's check over here first. Let's see. No. Moses. Okay, got you. Let me move it into the skip line. Narrow. And then. So this is Moses with Careless. As soon as it comes in.
It's all in the way. It's all in the way, shit, I'm in the way. Hold up, wait. I carry weight on my shoulders. Move around, yeah, you know. Big enough to move these boulders out my way. Shit, get out my face. Shit, I'm holding up my middle finger. Fuck you think? Fuck I care about. Saying I care about some shit that I could really care less about. The way I whip it heavy-minded all the time. Whip them heavy-handed, fuck that bitch, you know she lying. Tell them what it was, you know I'm back here and I'm fine. The way I bat 1,000, yeah, you know most of the motherfucking time I finally found it. Let me get this bitch, I'm up around it. What you think I was gonna come back down it? I don't want to, bitch, I'm up here where I gotta go. Bitch, I feel like nobody damn know these roads, bitch, I'm back, bitch, I'm telling you, backpack is full of work again. I'm working, man, working it out, you know, up in here the way that I've been falling back. Then hold up, don't think that I heard you clear. I talk about this shit, you know my mind is a mirror of my actions, bitch. I know what I can you hear them? Yeah, I can, like, actually, I whip it, I do it, I different, I know that I ooh. It's all in the way, it's all in the way, shit, I'm in the way. Hold up, wait, I carry weight on my shoulders. Move around, yeah, you know, big enough to move these boulders out my way. Shit, get out my face, shit, I'm holding up my middle finger. Fuck you think, fuck I care about. Saying I care about some shit that care less about what you need from me. I know the only thing you chasing is this cloud. Here to see me, the way that you believe in anything, it got me laughing. Yeah, you must be fucking dreaming if you think that you gon' see me. On the low, no lowski. On the low, you know I ain't your broski. For showski, let me get this shit, you know. You don't really know me. I'll send you straight to God if you don't get back below me. And you don't know no green, you know I be smoking Yoshi. The way that I feel like you trying to sit there fucking coach me. Bitch, you leave me alone. I'm better by my lonely. You said you got some shit to show. Shut the fuck up and just show me. It's all in the way. It's all in the way. Shit, I'm in the way. Hold up, wait. I carry weight on my shoulders. Move around, yeah, you know. Big enough to move these boulders out my way. Shit, get out my face. Shit, I'm holding up my middle finger. Fuck you think?
What do y'all think about that right there? One day, then I'll be a bad well. So that feels like one of those records that you know, there are some records that are like the riding on your ops, you know, kind of music, right? You know what I'm saying? The, just like mean mugging as you riding down the block or you know, just in that mood, you know, that mad dog mood or whatnot. That's another good name for it right there. Mad dog mood, man. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it had stop. Why, Turk? It had like a southern swag, right? You reminded me of a few artists. You know, I started imagining like a Boosie, a Pimp C, you know, certain artists sort of getting in there and, you know, more or less doing a little bit of a remix and excuse me, guys. But I do want to say that there were few elements here and there where it did feel like you might have been freestyling, you know, what we were hearing like lyrically, right? There's always a better place that we can go with any selection of words, right? And I feel like when we freestyle, we only really think of the basics of what we can say in a certain area, right? But when you sit down and write, you can get really intricate with the syllables, the better words, you know what I'm saying? Like you can basically have time to stop and think about, all right, what would somebody else say to this? What can I say that would be better than that? You know what I mean? You want to always analyze things you've said before, and you know what you haven't said yet, and always try to top yourself. I know not everybody is trying to be the best lyricist, sometimes best writer, maybe performer. It really depends on what you're going after. But I always want to strive to inspire you guys to be the best version of you. I want Wayne and Kendrick or Drake or whoever you want, whoever is in your top 5 and 10, I want them to immediately want to hop on the record. Not because of the beat and more or less the theme of the record, which I do feel like they would probably gravitate towards a little bit more, but you want what you're doing in the verse to be just as proper as well. Like there were times where you would end the line with one thing and then you would start off the next few lines with like that same thing, like you're still on that, like you were freestyling, you thought about that, and then you were still thinking about that when you went to the next line. And you know, I always try not to repeat myself on records and say kind of the same things that I've kind of already said. I mean, it's worse if it's on the same song, right? And so again, push yourself if you can, right? Do care about those things, because at the end of the day, it'll sound smooth as it is now, right? To like the beat, the vibe that you're going with, But then you if you literally drop out the beat completely and we just try to listen to what you're doing as an acapella, like truly, you really have to think about those things. Like, okay, if the beat wasn't there and then I had to tell somebody, oh, yo, I'll rap. And then they were like, bet, rap. You know what I'm saying? Every now and then you always get that person who's like, yeah, rap. And they just tell you to rap on the spot, right? And so if you were to basically rap anything that we're hearing from the songs that you guys send to the show, analyze and really dig into what that would potentially feel like for the listener. Are they gonna think that you're dope and immediately wanna, you know, hear a real record from you based on how you're rapping it? Sometimes we get lost in just, again, trying to vibe with whatever the thing is, but like the words, how we say things, and really trying to compete, right? I guess the other way to look at it is if your favorite artist was gonna get on the same record with you, that is pressure, right? Whoever that is, everybody name one artist who could get them to rewrite their verse. Like, if you know that on a song you got in and you just kind of freestyled, or maybe you just know you could do better, but you gave it a minimal work and you still like it, but you know what it is. It's not even like a main record you'll probably send to shows or something like that. You're not always excited, but you do still want to put it on the album or whatnot. Imagine any of those artists that could just get you to want to go in and rewrite it. If you have a song right now where you feel that way about it, where like, oh no, hell no, I would definitely would rewrite it if so and so got on this. Why are you releasing your own records in that minimal way? You know what I mean? Like, I get to help you guys really look at yourselves in the mirror and kind of judge yourselves at how good am I doing right now, just like as an artist. Is this good enough for you know, a Wayne, a Kendrick, a M, or whoever? Obviously, again, replace any artists that I'm naming with people that you like. And then what up, or go, you said Friday Night Love, that's right, that's right. And then, did you hear the new Chad Hugo? Not yet. You said, could be the beat of the year. Neptunes need to squash the beef, man. Oh, so we got some solo chat. Hold on. Well, no, not hold on. I'm not gonna go look at it now, but that is something that's interesting, man. Like, see, if we could get something like an Outkast type of project from them too. Right? Outkast at one point had the 2 albums where basically Andre did his album and then Big Boy did his. I thought that was genius, you know, to have that be just like a concept and them have like different elements on both of theirs. I mean, that was really the closest thing that we got from Andre as a solo project, really. But let me go over here and see what you done see it on the TikTok side as well. And said the music video is fire. Okay. Shout out to It's Moses on the last one. Appreciate you as well. Carolina Mike said you gonna hate my next release. It's under 2 minutes, man. Nah, we gonna see what it is, man. You know the rules. If you are boring and repetitive and you not saying nothing, if you're not really trying to make a song with like a certain level of impact, then yeah, make it a little bit shorter so you're not overstaying your welcome. But if you have truly something to offer, something that's emotional, that can make people feel, that's a really good story, something that's, you know, still funny but creative, certain things people don't mind staying in there as long as you're giving the right level of entertainment. I've come across these. I think it's a duo, like a rap duo. It's a female and a male rapper. They're a little, a bit heavy set or whatnot, but they're dope as hell. And a lot of their songs are like having conversations with each other, like they're trying to figure out who's gonna call the weed man or something like that, or trying to go get some food, but then not having enough for that and gas or something. And they'll have these conversations that are just like, that remind me of Lyricist Lounge Show from back in the day. And I love people who just even decide to go into those realms, man. Let me see. Produced by Wow. You said I sent the wrong version of my track. Can I resubmit it but keep my spot? So you'd have to send to my email, and then I would just have to remember to go to the email when it gets to your name in line, if that makes sense. So send it ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com. Everybody else, get your record into our Nero, and we will make sure we play it today. Let me see. Oh yeah, you can edit the submission too, huh? But can you edit the file that you sent? Does it let you do that, or only like the name and stuff? Because I don't. Yeah, you might just have to do it. Send it to my email. He said I want to go against Eminem at writing and stuff like that. Oh, that's a top challenger right there, man. That's a top challenger right there. And like, are you saying rap wise, or are you saying like rap wise and competing and putting together? Listen. I need you to watch No Life Shaq's breakdowns of Eminem's stuff. Just like anything, right? He's always really good at intricately going in and pointing out all the different dope ways that M had came up with certain lines, how they connected, what they mean. And I feel like it adds an extra layer to, like, man, he has a mind. Like, are you an alien? When you think an artist has got to have something embedded in them. They have to have sold their soul to the devil for the ability to rap as the way they do. People once thought that about Wayne, especially since, like, at one point, he was said to have, freestyled a lot of things or whatnot, and just had got to that point where he can think of the proper line to go, right? We talk about this all the time on the show. Not everybody has that ability. But because someone like him comes out, says, I do this, it makes other people think that, well, I can do that as well. But you got to think, are you competing on Wayne's level when it comes to freestyling? Are you good enough to do something dope with a Harry Mack? You know what I'm saying? Like, those are probably like the two best when I'm thinking about it. And Harry Mack is someone who proves it in the best way possible, because if every video that he makes, he has to ask you for some words, right? Before he asks you for the words, he's having a conversation with you. He's mentally thinking of every word that you're saying to really get to know you. He's looking at the environment that you guys are in. All of those things he'll put together within the rap as he, puts on the beat and then just starts going in freestyling. So he'll think about the words you gave him, other things that relate to those words, which is, again, like, to have that much of an open brain, where you can go into multiple things. I think it puts them on a different level. And again, I think we would have to see some of the other rappers that we might think are great freestylers as well. I think we'd have to see them in that same setting to see if they could compete on that level. Everybody's a different kind of freestyler. And then there are those that technically, if you write something and you don't put it to a song, but you keep it in your head and then wait for that opportune moment to, like, you know, spit it out, technically that could be a freestyle as well, right? As long as you don't spit that same verse anywhere else. Do not red rose white cylinder shit, man, because that's what the game did. And then eventually you see a video of every time he did that same freestyle on a different, you know, place or show or a concert or this and that. And it's like, you gotta let freestyles live. If it's a true freestyle, let it live where it is. Never come back to that again. Let that, if I go to a radio show and I freestyle on a radio show, that is now known as the nonsense so-and-so radio freestyle, you know what I'm saying? Or if it's to a specific beat, you throw that into the thing too. But all of those connect. But if it's the same thing over and over, you know, it's the right rose red filling freestyle, and then, you know, you got a video of people showing you your millions of times, and we don't want that, man. We don't want that. Well, you say, we talked about that like an episode ago too. What do you say, Tyler or Pusha make you want to step up your game, man? How's it going tonight, people? BT Twitch, man, welcome back. And then what? And you said it's Chad Hugo with Tierra Whack? Bruh, you could have led with that too. Yeah, Tierra Whack's probably one of my favorite new female artists out there. So I definitely gotta check that out. We'll do a reaction probably off stream, just in case. We should drop the mic and walk away. You feel that we jumping around. Let me see, walk away always. When people make comments like that, it rarely works out. Rarely rappers that make those comments being heat. They don't set yourself up to. Oh wait, let me see what it was. All right, there we go. I was trying to see like what were you talking about? So, drop the mic and walk away said, let me see, the stuff these guys are sending is cringeworthy and trash, and then skip to one song. I'm number 10. Yeah, you can skip the line if you want to go ahead and, you know, give your thoughts overall on the songs though. But you got to be patient. You got to be respectful of others, because trust me, if you are, you know, kind of an asshole in the chat to everyone else's music, like, no one's saying not to be truthful about how you feel about it, but if you're an asshole about it, they will treat yours the same way, and it won't be because they probably actually don't like it. You know, it'll be something you caused because you just didn't know how to properly give feedback or whatnot. You know, but I think you guys do know how to give proper feedback, right? We got another record coming up right now. Nisa with It Feels So Good, Barbie Kush Fork. Let's see what's up. Shout out. I know Barbie Kush. Hold on.
Coming down.
that part over. All right, let me go ahead and hit this button right here. Hold on. What I like about this is it's a collab between two people that I didn't even know y'all knew of each other, right? So, both of them are artists who have sent to the show before, made names for themselves separately, right? Nisa was more someone when we were going live also on BandLab, when they actually had the feature to do so. We had met her on that end, and you know, she would send consistently to the show and whatnot. So, but it's good to have her, you know, back. We hear what you doing right there. You already know I love these kind of vibes. Anything that gets you into that Erykah Badu, that Jill Scott kind of place. It does have that perfect vibe for like a Common or J. Cole like verse or something like that. There were a few parts where I did feel like certain melodies did need to be perfected. There were a lot of parts that were completely fine, sounded beautiful, and professional and everything, and then there were some where I was like, oh, you might have to do that part over again just to perfect it, right? As people are as we're listening, if we're in competition mode and thinking about pushing you to the next round via, you know, not only because there are a lot of great artists, right? So when you're thinking about the voice and the whole aspect of everyone needing to be as perfect as possible, when you mess up a little bit, right, that sort of lessens the amount of points you kind of would have got, and it would often be the only reason why you wouldn't have moved on to the next round. So if you were going against another great artist who had just as good vibes and stuff like that, and we had to choose between the two, they're both good, you know, we'd have to look at like, well, okay, which one has more elements that we still feel like need to be fixed before it's finalized. And it was that. I agree that the horns were on point, man. Like, that's the kind of stuff we love to see as a live performance. And once again, man, kudos to the collab. Some people may not know this, but a lot of times, like, really think about how many of the female on female collabs you've truly heard out there. If they weren't a part of the same group, sometimes it's a little rare. Even like, I think, what was it, Cardi B, who said like
she's the first female that collabed with Janet Jackson or something like that. Like, I'm like, damn, like I never realized that. Yeah, like Janet Jackson didn't have records with like other female, you know, artists, and sometimes it's a little bit like that. You know, we do need a full album with Jill Scott and Erykah Badu. You two would be the equivalent to getting a little bit of that. And for some of you guys, if you've you know, heard Barbie Kush in the past, you know what I'm saying? Like, this was the first song I heard. Right. Listen, I like to call that incense music, man. Light it up. Nice, loud master, without sounding harsh. And you said you had to collab with Missy Elliott. So Cardi lied to us, man. So who is she talking about? And MC Light. Let me think about it. You're right. You're freaking right. So somebody said something. Let me see. Nice, loud. Okay, you already said that. Then drop the mic. So what's your submission number? You should be like, what, 9 now or something like that? And then there are enough imperfections that makes me think this isn't AI. No, it's not AI. I know both D's. But I can get a human check. Can I get a human check nonetheless, man? And I agree. Yep, there you go. All right. What is up? I am era. All right, as we proceed, let's get back in the line up. Once again, we have Martin Hills with Reckless Love. We're like in the R&B section right now.
Art. Yeah.
There's a lot of times.
Yeah. Oh God.
Everybody go hold your girl's hand right quick.
I left a piece of work up in your heart. I let you go, but I was in.
Put the phone in your pocket and then play the song.
Waiting for the things to work for me and you. I never had no love, and that's the honest truth. I fell love, I was selfish. But you fell in love, I was reckless. Cause I was reckless with your love. But I don't wanna reminisce about a love. I didn't like me how the shit just ended between us. But now I'm stuck on stupid, now I'm waiting for a call. I know that you will never love me, that's just what it costs. But that's just what it costs. That's just what it costs. But that's just what it costs.
Let's see how these other ones.
To love you.
Is that a female artist in there too?
I feel the same way. Your name runs through my mind every day. There's something about you. But it's a reckless. This is a reckless.
I like that you got a female artist on this with you. All right, so I agree. Mix needs a little bit of work, and balance those vocals so they aren't, way too, up front or whatnot. Sim, get down from there before you bust your head. Don't do that. I see you. Yeah, I see you. No, I see you, man. And there's a little bit of a vibe to that, right? I feel like this itself is sort of a kind of slight subgenre. Yes, it is R&B, but I have, over the course of the last few years, started to see artists that are in between. Like, they'll have the R&B slow jam kind of vibes. The beat will have a vibe within itself that's very, ambiotic, or sometimes like neo soul kind of things. And then they'll also use auto-tune. So then there's that modern aspect of it for the more modern kind of singers who like more auto-tune and things like that. There will be some people who do want you to use less of it. Some of you guys want it to be embedded in your style, but you guys all have to equally prepare for a tiny desk. The tiny desk entails full live performance, everything. The musicians being there to bring whatever beat you may have rapped to life. And it's often one of the best things in the world. The simplest records just come to life, because if in the record you had digital horns, in the live performance you're gonna have real horns. You're gonna have real guitars and elements to bring stuff up front, and it's dope. Now you said this one is a bit too much on the ears with the frequency. Song is okay though, too much highs on the end. The vocals and that intro was crazy, and then the vocals are way too loud. You know what I'm saying? Agree with those sentiments. But I also like the collab between you and the female artist. I feel like she had a beautiful voice. There weren't any tones that I felt like she did wrong. And if anything, there's probably more that you guys can do together. When we think about duets, and you doing your thing, you doing your thing, her doing her, you doing yours, her doing hers, and then you meeting somewhere in the middle where you guys kind of harmonize together and stuff like that. I'm trying to think of a song that I heard recently where an artist was doing that. Scarface, yeah. Scarface and Mike, you know what I'm saying? We're dope as hell, man. Again, those are my new favorite things to watch. With that said, and only but would you and Crystal be willing to do a tiny desk at some point? Is that something in the plans, right? Like, literally, you guys are artists and producers and stuff, so you can get up there and do it. Is it something you'd be willing to do, that you see in the near future? Do you feel like there are more hits needed under one's belt before you can do it? I honestly don't care. Like, I think that tiny desks are not just a demonstration of the many hits that the artist had over the years and just like that. It's one way that you can do that, as along with the verses. But I also think that it's the best way to present your music, period. If somebody gets to watch a new artist legit perform their song, and we're getting to hear their words, their actual voice, and to hear the elements be played by other musicians, like, there's just something that that comes to you know, there's just something that sounds really professional when you guys get there. So I, you know, would love to hear that. So yeah, and then we can do that. We can play everything. See that, man? We need that. We need that. Anonymous rapper, penmanship. Let's go. Let's go.
My rhymes are dope and clever, my mind goes on forever. Your lines are like whatever, my lines are super shredder. I'm shredding them, getting better. I'm better than all the veterans. Flow doper than medicine, mix of Sprite and some ketamine. Shit, I am the better man, here to bring the embedment, casting out all the demons and summoning heavy elements. Y'all are just some fiends, reaching out for the relevance. I pack a punch like an elephant. I'm beating y'all for the hell of it. Y'all all gon' need a helmet. Big token, I'm big smoking, I'm in my element. Fighting off the aliens, I am manning the battlement. Me and the Episcopalians just down the battleship. I ain't religious, but they can fight, so I'm down with it. Pull up your bridges, young man, we getting down with it. It's evident by my eloquence that my etiquette is quite excellent. It's evident when you start to spit that your style under development. My style require intelligence. Your style implying ignorance.
Check the lineup.
My rhymes will get you higher than opium in the fire. So fuck it, dog. What's the relevance?
Hip hop. Hip hop.
Blood, sweat, and bars. You never going that hard. I'm always going retarded. Always getting it started. Only smoking the strongest. Taking a couple bong hits. Always going the longest. Ask your mom how the dong hits. Raise hell. The weed sales will make bail. Chase tail with new shoes and fish scales. Most nights I did well, but won't tell. She hot, her friend bad, the night swell. True facts are coming out of my melodies. Spent a chunk of my life dodging them felonies. Could've went away forever when I was selling E, but your boy just way too clever, they never catching me. Street lights and fist fights, a night's tale. Cop cars and steel bars, a cold sale. Shit's nothing, my bitch coming to post bail. Then we stunting the weed, puffing the coke smell. All hell, the spilt blow is oh well. Been up, I probably need to come down a spell. Dry heaving from no eating on codeine. Obscene, I'm Mac Milling this rap thing. Straight living my life, running on Hennessy. I'ma be coming around till y'all are sick of me. I'ma see y'all in the street cause y'all ain't shit to me. Turn another page in the book cause y'all are history.
The real hip hop. Hip hop.
Don't go in my closet, I'm hoarding some dead presidents. Coppers unresponsive, I'm setting a death precedent. Say you got a problem with me, that's where my presence is. Brought a couple partners with me, that's what your present is. As far as I can tell and see, and accounting precedents, you are now just currently beat, and that's just common sense. Take the commas you currently confiscated and place them inside my palm before I get aggravated. Time for begging is gone, you're making me agitated. Trigger finger is strong, I'm itching to activate it. Took the bags and we gone to Lincoln to navigate it. Last point, my home, paper to count for later. Hop in the whip, you bitches down, we go take a trip. Taking a sip, I pop the crown, we go get it lit. Popping the clip, if y'all are down, we can hit a lick. Simple as shit, we hit your town, then we split a brick.
Hip hop.
I need some real scratching in here.
Big homie, I am the excrement. I'm rapping like I'm prevalent. Only been capping a little bit. Still working up on my penmanship. For example, I might crash land in Thailand with $5 grand and a spray tan. Then my man will shake me like I'm Japan right before the tsunami eat up all of the dry land. See right there? That was a narration. I'm telling a story to you, but I'm keeping it kinda basic, cause too many details can derail the sweet tale. If we bail, then he failed the street tale. That's cause he got lost in all the minutia. Me, I am not a human, I'm similar to Medusa. Cause I get home, I see the mic, then I make stone. Get it? Cause my rhymes are hella hard. I hate to keep on explaining, but some of y'all are retarded. Blood, sweat, and barred. It did it all from the heart. Thank you for all the listeners. Ain't not going dark.
Alright, so I mean, there will be some that will probably feel like it's a tad, long in terms of song length. You already know me. I always want you guys to give us as much time as you can, but also with a good performance within there, right? If the mix is better as well, it adds more reason to stick around and see what you got going on, right? But a lot of things need to be perfected. Some things had, a little bit of a timing issue. Other things I felt like need to be replaced with a, like the scratching element where you're I need you to get a DJ to take your vocal and actually do that. You know what I'm saying? So it can be authentic. I know that you're going with the playful element, which is why you're just choosing to do it with your mouth. That the past version of me would do that same thing. However, right, when we're looking at it in two different ways, right, I feel like this one you want to meet somewhere in the middle. You do want people to feel like, okay, you can rap a little bit silly and get in there, but then you can get up and bar it up and, do your thing. Like we've heard other records where you do show, I think, a better side. I mean, and then the other consistency is that I don't hear you punch in a lot. You go in and try to do as much as you can, really try to make things as much of like a one take. And, I can appreciate the performance aspect in that. But think about if you were performing that record. Again, how the audience is going to perceive it is as you're doing it right now. It did kind of sound like you were more or less reading it. And I feel like when you have it in your head, when you have it prepared, you just get in there in such a different way, and then people believe what you say. You know what I'm saying? So a little bit of this, a little bit of that. That's what's up, man. All right, we got Knock the Hitter up next with No More Passes. What do y'all think about this one? 1 to 10, feedback is welcome as we proceed. As we proceed.
My noses.
Well, that Okro had he said lyric 6 and then a mix 2 on that one. Yeah, that mix.
Come on, yo, who you out rhyming? You couldn't spit a dope line unless I ripped your fucking mouth off and I stitched it over mine. They used to flip over the choppers like butterfly knife handles. Motor mouth is out of gas and their double time vibes canceled. They wanna hear them fucking lay it down like nervous virgins. Bars that lead to punches like we only serving bourbon. Rapper ain't a title no more, we judging person to person. You ain't rapping, you're an applicant, let's see if you're deserving, go. And I was raised on hip-hop and hose water. Your homie raps, tell him Knock the Hitter goes harder. I just flow, I never wanted to be a globetrotter. I'm a showstopper, and remember, I am no chopper. I'm just a guy that took advantage of the state of rap. Got lucky with his timing, yoked him up and made him tap. They've been tired of hearing songs called Make It Clap. Face tatted rappers looking like they need to take a nap. It's for them nights spent posted out behind the car, rhyming hard, swigging bottles underneath the shining stars, saying dumb shit, going line for line. You pull that handle on your side, I'll lay you down. That's a recliner bar. Ha! Oh man, where'd them days go? Time flies like a motherfucking jet plane, bro, for real. I see the grind. What's the end game though? Ain't nothing in this world mine but the pen game, bro. Yo, I'm a click clacker, no king. I got the it factor. 99%ers see me, call me Mr. Bitch Smacker. Black dudes say I did that. White boys call me sick rapper. Tell them if they need me, dial 1-800-WIN-STACKER. Why can't listen to nothing your man spitting without flipping a birdie up at your team like we're playing badminton? Instead of rackets, I'm swinging a heavy hatchet. I'll split him from where his cap is down to where his fucking pants fit him. I planted seeds behind the old insane asylum where those people died tragically and tried to grow an apple tree. I watered it with blood mixed with diesel gasoline. It grew heads and hands and feet and teachers all my raps to me. I hate rapping. I escaped my 8th straight jacket, hijacked my plane, crashed it, got back up and waved laughing. Knocked the Hitter, got everybody dripping like I sold microdot to the clouds and I made it rain acid. When I'm an old man, I'll be smoking weed with both hands and a hot tub full of drones that look like clones of Lindsay Lohan. If I ever see the day that I can't load this fucking program, I'll be drunk on someone's lawn trying to battle rap they snowman. I'm an average guy, I like the simple things in life, the little things that make this little thing we're living nice. I like adorable pets, oral sex, the part of my mouth that's on just red, cordless power tools and long walks around the forest edge. I fucking told them
you definitely influenced.
They're thinking that I'll be doing this chopping, I'm not your average artist. I can flow slow and keep them in the chokehold. I got my hand around the neck, but I ain't holding no guitar pick, bitch. And when they hand me the drill, it's going in somebody's mouth like getting cavities filled. I'll turn the house into a like Amityville if the house of hip hop thinks that I'm not in the family still. No more passes.
There are no more passes. Like matter of fact, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do, but another times, man, I'ma freaking go rap backwards. People, they know that when it comes to things that you wanna get on, and you gotta freaking go rap, but you can't master the. What do you think about that? Interesting. Hip hop. Definitely got that full hip hop influence. It's a dark piano centric beat. This is some of the stuff that we would often hear M rap to at a certain like time in his career or whatnot. And there were some moments where I did feel like you did have an Eminem influence. I think that Oracle was saying that you reminded him more of like Insane, you know, Clown Posse or whatnot. So that's an interesting. Yeah, you said it sounds too much like Insane Clown. That's crazy. That's crazy because like, so when I think of ICP, I don't think of Eminem. Like I don't like think that they sound similar, right? I do see. Here's what it would be, right? I think for you probably hear like Violent J's like voice signature a little bit, right? And so that is mixed with like a little bit of M's delivery, if I can sort of try to figure out where that combination is, right? Where I'm seeing one side and then you're seeing the other, and then even the Eminem type beat, right? Something that M would rap to versus something that I think I would hear from you know, ICP. If anything, this is probably what it would have been like if they did end up making songs together. I do like the fact that you got in there, switched it up. You get to see your personality. And this is definitely the type of song that if you had a proper video for it, you know, I think people would love it even more if the visuals were quality and stuff. You said I like the first two M records, but checked out after 8 Mile. That's crazy. You said it was the best, and White Flow and Hatchet Talk or whatnot. So what I mean, like I've been I've been an M fan from the inception or whatnot, right? Or I guess I can say because I didn't hear him when he had made Infinite and when like the first D12 kind of mixtapes and albums had dropped, but when he had done like I Just Don't Give a Fuck and Hi My Name Is and stuff like that. And then you sort of go backwards from that and just see like, you know, who he is, what he dropped from there. You know, I feel like he's had some good stuff. There's something I think on every album that sort of shows his ability and his skill, and then at some point he also hit, I think, another upgrade point in just how he raps. Again, when you listen to sort of like the breakdowns from No Life Shock, it helps you appreciate certain things a lot more. Especially like if you haven't heard some of the newer stuff, or you know, things a little bit before that, or even like the new collabs that he had done with like Logic or Joyner or something like that. Again, there's just a way of rapping that you don't often hear from everybody, you know what I'm saying? And I've always, you know, just respected that he still wants to rap at that level. You said it became all yelling and sounded less angry, and now it's more jazzy hip hop, dude. Okay, I feel you. So you more had liked A Tribe Called Quest and you know, artists like that. Yeah, I could see that.
boys like M, Redman, Ludacris, Busta, Mystical.
Can you tell me?
Super Steve.
Where do people go to live a lie? What's a mind if it's hard to find? What's a reason if you never died? Baby, can you tell me? What's the power from the other side? What's the point of a point in time? What's the way that we could walk the line? Could you tell me why I'm here? Or tell me what to fear? Could you tell me if I'm drowning, baby? Tell me if it's clear. Could you tell me when I'm losing it? Tell me when you're near. Could you tell me if I'm proving it? Is where I really feel. Can you tell me if I'm gone? Closer to the sun. Running out of reasons when I never gave you one. Tell me how to do it if I never get it done. Why I'm asking all these questions if the answers never come. Can you tell me? What's the space in between the rows? Just tell me how you're dealing, baby. Tell me if it's healing. Can you tell me how you're feeling when I tell you through a song? Tell me, where do people go to live a lie? What's a mind if it's hard to find? What's the reason if you never die? Never die. Baby, can you tell me? Can you tell me? What's the power from the other side? What's the point of a point in time? What's the way that we could walk the line? Walk it out. Tell me. Baby, can you tell me?
Sometimes I don't even know what you're hitting about to do when it's a different flow.
All right. Mama! All right. So, Super Steve has a varied amount of songs and styles that he has utilized over the many years that I have heard him, you know. He has a section of things that are more comedic, some where he's, you know, rapping even more serious, and then there are the ones like this where he's going in melodically and, you know, even taking that serious and not utilizing, you know, a bunch of auto-tune and stuff like that. Like, we appreciate that you even want to try something like that and try to get in there with as natural of a voice as possible. And so, you know, thank you for challenging yourself, right? I feel like we can kind of feel some of the emotion there. It will depend on sort of like each listener to whether or not they feel like your vocals are straining a little bit or they feel like they love the rough and raspy and you know, things like that. I feel like the beat might have elements of AI though, right? Whether or not you know that, again, I don't know how it was made, but a lot of us know the AI sound, right? And whether it's in the mixing and mastering, the production, the vocals, ad-libs, a chorus or something like that, there's always something that is there that will just sort of, I guess, be noticed. And I mean, I've said the half and half is the best way to go. Technically, this is another hybrid record. Real artist, AI beat, if anything. It lessens the blow for sure. For those that don't like aspects of AI. I think we're always going to have the feeling of hoping and wanting everything that we hear to be real, because there's an aspect to where, yes, it saves you from having to do a lot of work of you making portions of a beat yourself, but the work is what we love, right? How much is, if you want us to look at it in the challenged perspective, how much of a challenge is it if you also don't make sure to take those extra steps when it comes to the production itself, right? You have to be the artist, and you have to make sure that with the beat that there's some level of I think work there, because people will often kind of mistake you for AI or certain other elements, and then they start going down the rabbit hole of like, well, if you use AI for this, what's to stop you from using it for this? And producers, you guys suck, man. If you do use AI and then you sell those beats, and then like you put a lot of artists in predicaments, man. At least right now, right? They like people people end up thinking the artist is AI, or they will assume that the artist might have had AI writing or something like that. They also may lose out on opportunities for sync license and stuff like that, because they want to support the real artistry and like they're in an industry that has a lot of people that they have to employ to do something to bring the thing to life, right? So the actors are actors. They have to do the lines and stuff like that and act the parts or whatnot. There are people who have to think of their wardrobe, the people who have to do their makeup, the people who have to think of the music for, you know, both the live music and the score and soundtrack aspects of it, the coloring, lighting, this, look at all the names that come up at the end of a film. You know what I mean? At the end of any film or TV show, there's like a bunch of freaking names. Those are all the people that had something to do with bringing the thing you're watching to life. And just imagine that being one name and then just a bunch of jobs and stuff. It's not gonna make that person look cooler. You're gonna think of all the people that would have had a job and a way to feed their kids or whatnot, right? So that's just one aspect of it. Yeah, hold on, let me see what's up. Hold on, let me see what's up. All right, so you said I've been stepping into new styles this year. Wrote and recorded that as a 24-hour challenge. Not my vibe, but I hear the passion. That's what's up. And then no beat, it's from someone I know, man. Listen, well, they might have, for all I know, again, they might have used AI elements in the beat. You know, it's not like they're gonna tell you beforehand or anything. You know what I mean? Like, that is half of the problem. Is just like in your mind when you can just try to do certain things potentially real quick. Things like that happen. See, like, look, it could happen at any level. So he could have made certain elements himself and maybe got the drums from Splice or something, you know what I mean? And then the person who uploaded the drums to Splice used the AI to make the drums. So you see how at every level there's a little bit of a risk here and there. We do have to get good at hearing when certain things might be that. Producer WA was like, AI in projects is a disgrace or whatnot. So, you know, and again, we ain't gonna fight you on that opinion. You know, we want you guys to feel safe enough to express that opinion on both sides. If you're in support or if you don't, we're always willing to have that conversation and simply just come to the understandings, right? I get all aspects of this, and it just, at least right now at the moment, causes more problems than it solves, I guess. And we're still trying to figure out like where it belongs. You know, most people just feel like they should just delete it completely and that it shouldn't exist, and that when it comes to entertainment, you should want to have to do the work. I like the fact that I don't know how to do CGI, right? And so for someone that does know how to do CGI and then make a full movie like Toy Story, like that person should get paid a lot of money. Don't pay me shit because I can't. That's what we're talking about. I don't like the idea that somebody can come through and make a video that might look a little bit like Toy Story with AI elements and not have gone to school like the CGI person and to have done the work. It cheapens what that person who really does it can do. If anything, I suppose we could separate the categories and go, all right, we'll still embrace, like, for those who do things the hard way and they do it like for real and are willing to go around and not take shortcuts. For those people, they should get paid more for being able to do that. And if you're someone who, okay, let me cut time in corners, like, it comes at a cost, man. It comes at a cost because we can hear the quality of those elements when they're at it. We can see it often. I've seen some really good visuals with AI, but you still know that it's AI. You can tell, and your mind still goes, well, somebody didn't like specifically, draw that thing happening and stuff. Like you want those to come to. Okay, let me try to figure out something though, right? Because I'm really trying to rack my brain and like how far are we? So like, let's say if I drew pictures, you guys can answer this based on this point of view. If I basically came up with a movie and I drew just pictures, which are basically considered like concept art for the scenes and stuff like that. If I basically did pictures and then brought those pictures to life with AI, right? Still based on my work, I drew it. Do you feel some type of way? Or do you still feel like, nah, it's not as cool because you didn't actually go and do the animation? You didn't bring the thing to life. You put it in some other thing to bring it to life. Where does the exception start? And what are the elements that you guys are even comfortable with that? I know for me, like, I don't have a problem with CGI elements, maybe, but I still want there to be some realness involved. So if there's a guy running away from falling buildings and dinosaurs chasing him, I still want the guy to actually be running in that location, and then go ahead, superimpose the dinosaurs and the buildings falling if you want to do that, right? We don't want to really put them in danger. We expect CGI from that. Like Marvel would basically do that with CGI basically. So it's cool to know that those things can be done. At the same time, like there's still real work in there as well, right? What do you say, CGX? The beauty of music is the work. You said, I don't condone AI at all unless it's an AI master, Ozone 11 auto. AI master listens to your track and changes the volume. You said, I've seen people use AI in the beat and then sell it. And then that shit's fucked or whatnot, man. I mean, I think they should have to disclose that. Like, again, we have to set the rules. We have to set the rules so that for those who want to go in and use it, that they know, all right, really. And again, it's no offense to those who do utilize it a lot, but I do feel like anything that you don't specifically do, you gotta get paid less for that thing. Let's say if you do something in completion, let's just say it's worth, let's put the smallest amount out there, $100, right? A picture that you paint or hand draw yourself, you know, could be worth up to 100, 200, 300 or something like that. It's hand, you know, made and stuff. And if you outsource something else to do it in bulk, you know, essentially, you kind of should get paid less for it because you're not putting that blood, sweat, and tears in it. So whatever it is, and if we're bringing it to music, if you don't make the beat, you get paid less. I mean, that's what would happen now anyways. If you don't make the beat for the record that you're on, you know, the producer still gets paid that half, and then you get paid the other half. Like there's a writer's credit and a production one as well, and then you know, master, you know what I'm saying, for the whole song. So there are elements that you just want to get more credit for. You want to write the song, you want to be the voice, you want to be the production if possible. So you're maximizing everything that you could possibly earn. And you know, I feel like AI is like adding an unnecessary person in the mix that is not a person and is just stealing half of your money because of that. And he said, I like your takes, bro. AI in the project. Okay. Listen. I want to be fair in all directions. I want AI creators to want to be inspired to do more, not less. And to know that that's what we find the most impressive. We're always going to, if we're going to pay you for anything at all, it's going to be what you can do. What can you do outside of using AI at all, right? We don't want some of you who may go in using it for everything. If everything that we're hearing, the beat, the artist, everything is all AI, what's gonna happen if they just decide not to allow the app to be used? If they take it down, if they're all of the AI just kind of gets, you know, worldwide banned and it's no longer existing, what can you still bring to the music industry, right? You have to know if you have the skills to be able to go into the studio and work with musicians and artists to bring those ideas to life. And by the way, for those who use AI because they have the excuse of not being able to find the right artists and guitarists and drummers and stuff, I almost can guarantee none of you have posted on like TikTok or IG, like literally just asking for what you need, being like, hey, I need somebody to add something to this, you know, or I have an idea for a song, somebody tap in and, you know, show me what you got or whatnot. Like quite literally, there are people who will pop up out of the woodworks to do whatever it is, man. I've seen it with my own eyes millions of times. Somebody went like, oh, let me do a little flute thing, and they went add your beat to this, or, you know, build something around it. And then almost like 100+ people who were different. There were like MPC producers, some who were like more digital, Fruity Loops kind of producers. There were guitarists, actual drummers, like everybody tapped in and tried to add their flavor and then sample it and do what they would do with the thing. So the right artists are only a post away, and I'm waiting for those who, you know, may make the AI music to make that be the post, make it be the like, yo, I'm looking for a real artist to basically be the vessel of this record. If there's a producer as well out there that wants to, you know what I'm saying, link in and add and replace the elements to make it more real, you know what I'm saying, hit us up. Here's the record, right? You know, you let them hear it and then see what happens, right? You may get people who are still very critical of it, but you're stepping in the right direction because you're still showing you want that human collaboration. You want what we're hearing to be real and not something like an empty record. Because I know you guys do put your soul and your words into it. Some of you guys, it's your story, but you don't get it. It's coming out of a whole different voice that doesn't exist. So we don't know you. We don't know if we could care about the voice it's coming out of because they're not real. You know, like we don't know what it's really connected to. We're just hearing the outside of a song, you know, and then we have nobody to really connect it to. You don't talk about the records or show us that you know you're creative and anyways. That's why that old girl said that's why we are suing, and those lawsuits are looking really good right now, man. Hey, what I'm saying, so AI is gonna end up as another massive common use technology. Let's see. And so we have already watched the internet change humanity in a massively fast time, man. That is crazy on itself, man. Some of y'all ain't even went through dial-up. Some of y'all ain't went through the dial-up phases when... Imagine today where the freedom that you guys have to be able to be on the internet and talk on the phone at the same freaking time, man. You could literally be browsing a website or watching YouTube while you're also talking to someone on the same phone, right? But there was a time where literally if someone called you on your house phone, because cell phones didn't exist yet, the internet would cut off. And so you have to choose whether you wanted to talk to somebody on the phone or to use the internet and stuff like that. Likewise, I mean, again, there was no YouTube and stuff yet, so it's not like there were so many things to do, but there were like chat rooms and, you know, just like the slow websites that would start to pop up, you know, here and there, you know. But look at what it is today, man. Like it's pretty amazing at what we do have. It's a gift and a curse because we can get things like really fast. And I think it did make people kind of spoiled, man. The having to wait, even for like music, when you think about it, man, you have to wait for people to release the music first. Obviously, that's with everything. But then when they released it, you could only listen to it if it was on the radio. So you had to wait for the radio to spin around and then maybe play the song. And then if you were lucky, maybe you could kind of tape it and then listen to it yourself again. Then when it came to the album, you had to go to the actual store to listen to it on the headphones that they had, which was even better. Because I think it was a good, it was a great example of the quality that the records and the artists would bring to the table. But from that to then again, just now on your phone, being able to go and search it up on YouTube easily, Spotify, you're already there. Man, it's crazy. But he said having CPU alone was a big deal. I just take a big ass floppy in a huge computer to play Asteroids, man. Yeah. You know, I still like that aspect though, man. Super Nintendo, like all the old consoles, and you know, very very nostalgic. Let's go ahead and go back in the line. Sorry about the full-on conversation. CGX, let's go, man. Thank you for your patience.
There I was at 12, Hard to see how life can be this tough with no one else. Hate to see how love can trap you in this burning hell. And if you love someone, they hurt you, no one's left to tell. No one's left to tell. That's why I'm writing this diction. I can swear that it's fiction, and I won't have to look back and see the mental conviction, my mental anguish and trauma. I wish I could save my mama, and that saves me from ending it, or at least now I don't wanna.
Anticipating, if I stay here, will I be met with Satan? If I stay here, will I wake on a pavement? If I don't, will my 19th birthday be as heavy laden? See, I don't wanna die, but if I do, I'll reawaken. Over and over, I watch the cycle repeat. I flinch at every sound to know the sound of your feet. Only seconds to think, am I in danger or not? I lock myself in the bathroom and I cry up to God.
There I was at 12, hard to see how life can be this tough with no one else. Hate to see how love can trap you in this burning hell. And if you love someone, they hurt you, no one's left to tell. No one's left to tell. Adi's such a pussy, he only runs away. I'm hoping someday you'll stop the chase and I'll be far away, enough to start my life again. Turn a new page, hopefully sometime, or maybe it's too late.
Nope, I can't not do it.
Maybe it's too late.
Maybe it's too late. Like, what the hell would I even look like with a toupee? People are wondering if they could get freaking played freaking today, and I'm like,
okay, we'll play it. What do you say? What do you think about that? 1 to 10. Any and all feedback as well. I like the vibe. Straight hip hop. Reminded me of like half Little Brother, half Beat Nuts, you know what I'm saying, a little bit. You know, it had a good, you know what I'm saying, classic boom bap flair. You know, a little bit of a back and forth, you know, kind of situation within there. And honestly, I wouldn't have minded it being longer. You guys know me. You guys know me. I'm not gonna ask for your song to be longer if I don't like it. I always remind you that even if there's a lot of problems, there's still more time for you to ramp things up and show people what you have, and sort of like, you know, warming things up at first and sort of eventually getting there is often, you know, what we want. So what do you guys think about that? 1 to 10, and all feedback is of course welcome. Let me see if there was anything.
See how love can trap you in this burning hell. And if you love someone, they hurt you, no one's left to tell. No one's left to tell. That's why I'm writing this diction. I can swear that it's fiction, and I won't have to look back and see the mental conviction, my mental anguish and trauma.
Yeah. Make a little bit of a video for that. Yeah, I like that vibe. Yep, that's what's up. It's a rough job. Yeah, I still rather learn rap. I'd still rather learn rap than use AI. And like, look, man, that was about solid 8 over here. Produced by WA. I mean, produced by Y. Produced by Y. I mean, I think as I said, man, anybody who can do more, add those things to your resume as a skill. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you can rap, if you can sing, if you can produce, if you can write, if you are able to work with people and bringing something together, all of that matters, right? Telling anyone that you can use AI for anything, like it doesn't promote you at all. It promotes the AI, you know, and we already know what AI can do, what we're interested in, and you got to think about it like that. If you were applying for a job, I think, unless the job specifically had to do with AI, most people want to know your actual skills, you know. And you know, I'm prolific in this. I can do this. I have the skill to get in here with it. You know, you telling me what AI can do is just gonna make me hire him, and he don't exist. So where are we at, you know, with that? Let me see. What you say? Music survived and adapted to computers and the internet. I mean, would we say I don't think music would have died without it. I don't think music would have died without it. If anything, what you have to think about is it kind of made music cheapened a little bit. Because like I said, people are expecting to get the songs quicker, just to be able to immediately listen to it after you make it, as opposed to waiting until the freaking album drop. Like, do you know what that felt like? To actually, like, everyone's listening to the album at the same time, and then you're like hearing people like drive around the blocks, and then like they're all bumped. You know that everyone is experiencing the same thing in that way. These days, like, everyone has their own choice now. We get it. But I feel like if you think about even the industry, when you had the focus on every single artist being their own product, and so they had to be original, the industry supported that. Then, you know, once things start getting into that other phase, you feel like things kind of get diluted because they start thinking about other things. How can we pay the artist less? Because again, streaming is a new thing. I honestly feel like them paying us so little for streaming is kind of dumb on their part in a way, because think about it, like, if they're supposed to get a percentage of what you get, they would get more if we got paid more, right? I think we have to fight in some way to make what we do like a proper living wage. Like, as an artist, as I said, I want you guys to be able to get paid when you go to the studio, and every element that you add that is a real something, a real musician, a real producer, a real, you know, the engineer gets a bonus for you know, helping out with the project. And if everyone puts their heart and soul into it, then a paycheck, right? Same thing with performances. If you give an ass performance, if you perform to the record, if you perform to your record with all your vocals on it, that's a 10 to at best $20 performance. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to say 25, but even that felt like too much, man, because it's you almost doing karaoke to an extent, right? You come out there with just a beat. Okay, it's a little bit better. We can go higher than that, you know, 80, 100, maybe 150, 200, you know what I'm saying? Somewhere around there, depending on your energy and your preparedness. You bring a band, 500 to 1,000, if you are on point, right? Provided the sound is good, and once again, you have that preparedness. You're giving people an experience, and they why?
Because I don't want to talk.
You
I took a bite of it and I was like,
you never mind? You said never mind?
Never mind, I don't want it.
Anyways, I think everybody rocked with that vibe right there. Let me go over here to this side. Respectable take, solid 8. And all right, let's go ahead and jump back in. I think you're next, right? Bird Brain.
I keep on running like a chicken with his head cut off. Egomatic twisted and run off. A bird brain, baby, I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. Hit me with the flat down, crash into the soft ground. Ain't no pillow feathers falling for a freak. So put my neck up on the chopping block.
too deep, it's like my head is coming off.
WA with
You
Bird
keep me
Brain.
going. I really need a boost, keep me going. If I pop another dose, am I flooding? Yes, a part of me is always scared that I will somehow hit a wall. Pussy bitch. Fuck on this bitch. I just fucked on this bitch. Now you say you won't beat my ass. Driving some shit. Feel like dropping some shit. If I do it, you stop me.
Okay.
If I do it,
Vocals
you
are
quit
by
it.
Slayer.
Rub my soul, make it spin like a fidget. Let me know your condition. Cause I'm also sick, I got blue in my vision. Throw your deuces up, forget the world. She just wanna bite you, even though I get the world. This is an emergency, and not the only girl I know. Why am I so nervous? Introduction to the world, I hope that you do like me. Put that beside me, money beside me. I take a liking to the ones that like me. Do you like me? Let me know. Let me know. Better than a mob. Think I'm on a roll, but then I hit another wall. My insecurities, she never didn't know my flaws. I'm thinking way too deep, it's like my head is coming off. You keep me going. I really need a boost, keep me going. If I pop another dose, am I flooding? Yes, a part of me is always scared that I will somehow hit a wall. Where'd you go with my love? I need it back from ya. Ain't need to go against ya, it was an accident. I'm falling back, I'm falling back. Oh yeah, knew this was gonna happen, cardiac. Oh yeah, knew this was gonna happen, cardiac. Oh yeah, change up my face, I'm going all black. Finger foot chopper, finger foot chopper, finger foot chopper, finger foot chopper. Need a love doctor, call her chopper. Every time I fuck this bitch, she sing like opera. Love my hoes me, love my hoes me. Give me what you owe me, give me what you owe me. Better than a mall. Think I'm on a roll, but then I hit another wall. My insecurity, she definitely didn't know my flaws. I'm thinking way too deep, it's like my head is coming off. You keep me going. I really need a boost, keep me going. If I pop another dose, am I flooding? Yes, a part of me is always scared that I will somehow hit a wall. Pussy bitch. Better than a mall. Think I'm on a roll, but then I hit another wall. My insecurity, she definitely didn't know my flaws. I'm thinking way too deep, it's like my head is coming off. You keep me going. I really need a boost, keep me going. If I pop another dose, am I flooding? Yes, a part of me is always scared that I will somehow hit a wall.
All right, so I feel like I like the vibe with this, you know what I'm saying? I like the certain amount of energy that is there. I do feel like there are certain elements throughout the record that did need more of a balance when it comes to the mix, right? You don't want the artist to get like drowned out by the beat. I felt like the bass, for example, did feel like it was a little bit muddier than it needed to be. Everything that you add to a record is, you know, in terms of mixing, it's about the balance where we can hear everything, but nothing is overpowering another element, right? Knowing which things to sort of make sure that it has its own, you know, carved out frequency in a certain place so we can still hear it. Some things need to be filtered or even panned in certain places, but I think once you get that right mix, nothing will feel overwhelming. I do like the bass line that is there. But it just needs to be a little bit smoother, so it doesn't feel like you know, it's gonna go crazy and, you know, like some high-end speakers in a car or something like that, right? Always test your mixes right next to industry artists, right? The artists that you listen to that are in the same lane. Again, listen to their official albums and songs from those where you know that they've gone to a professional studio and everything, right? Just compare and contrast. The proper thing to do is to know what we are gonna hear in comparison to those other artists' records. So if we pull up an XXX or Bruno Mars or Busta Rhymes or whatever, like it doesn't, the artists that are in your lane and the ones that are not, all of them are important, because sometimes we like to put a playlist of everything we like together and just shuffle it. So if you were to come on in that playlist, you do not want us to have to adjust the volume suddenly when your song comes up, right? That's whether that means having to turn up the record because it feels like it's too low, or wanting to turn it down because certain elements are too loud. And even more, like I talked about it yesterday, I don't remember the last time where I've had to adjust the treble and bass and like lows in the device that I'm listening to make the song sound better and stuff. Like, you know, it's more of a hassle now to really have to go and do that. And you should just really be able to enjoy what you're listening to. So for like a little bit more work in there, and you'll be right where you know you need to be with it. But like the energy was on point. It felt like it's a good vibe. There will be certain people that probably will want less auto-tune and this and that, and really just getting the artist doing their thing 100%, which I would get. But not bad right there. Like that vibes.
I agree. There's some vibes in there where the vibes are the...
Where did it keep coming from? Huh? You better be asking your mama, man.
Okay, this is the only one I have.
It's delicious every time. Ugh. Quenches your thirst. When you think about the phrase quenching your thirst, no, you gotta take it. You gotta take it. You gotta take it, man. Don't give it to me. Now I owe you one. Right. Hold on. Hold on. Let me stop. I was like, oh shit, he's singing the ghost song, man. The ghost. Oh. Anyways, man, shout out to Matt Clip. What up, dawg? Welcome back in the cusp. Said I am an international criminal. Yeah, man, I remember. Man, like you got in there and did your thing. For sure with that. Oh yeah, did you plan? Did we talk about you planning potentially on even doing a video for that? I told you like that one can go viral if you know, just really go ham with the visuals and get in there. Let me see, what is this? Respectable gentlemen with old heads don't get a pass. So let's see what this is.
Damn, like me.
Killing with the bars like I'm murdering in jail.
Cheated on a church, but she told me go to hell.
Told that bitch.
Hold on.
Said call me through the phone like Graham Bell.
I'ma go ahead and fuck
Tiana Jenkins.
Told me come inside or slapped her, fuck she thinking.
Chains like a slave, but the boat is never sinking.
Got a white bitch with race play, I'm Abe Lincoln.
I'm finna sip on
coochie, I'm in a coochie mood.
Shave my bitch peach, I'ma make it smoothie smooth.
Did my bitch ass, dip the hairs in coochie juice.
Ate the whole ass, I'ma starve like Scooby-Doo.
Starve like Shaggy too, starve like
Shaggy too, starve like animals. Told her eat the nuts.
What is happening?
Saw a nigga staring, I checked him, then beat his ass.
He was 85, old heads don't get a pass.
His daughter tried to fuck, so I told her eat my ass.
Brother tried to diss and
What you tell her, bro? His brother tried to diss and I fucked his ugly girlfriend.
Cracked her in the head with my PlayStation console.
She said she tryna fuck, bitch, I'm playing Elden Ring.
Chewy from her granny, cause I'm into elder things.
Smack him boy in the head, cause he asked for change.
Beat on my dog every time it fucking rains.
Bitch, I'm broke as hell, pit Nikes on lay away.
Sure, bitch wanna be a wife, like stay away.
Busted in the grill, got her pregnant with MIA.
she look like P. Diddy.
Shot a druggy bitch in the face, she tried to kiss me.
Sucker punched my uncle, he owed me $1.50.
Running from the ops like, ha ha, you miss me.
Bad bitch, get out of line, I'm crispy.
Somehow I feel like I could
So you know that shit was easy.
Stoic is allowance,
been on this
I'm
too.
just greedy.
Flex with my Lambo in front of the needy.
Walked in making wish and
Walked in make a wish and told him I cure cancer.
Then I fucked the moms and left and never answered.
I think abortion clinics
I think abortion clinics love me, gave them 40 kids.
Went to the sperm bag and fill it with some piss.
Pissed on a holy bitch, she called me R. Kelly.
Took a bitch home, slipped her a Bill Cosby.
Went in the trash and felt Kendall Jenner's penis.
Gave her daughters dick cause they all was fiending.
Forgot this bitch's name.
What is
Trina and Nina?
Stalked this other bitch, she gave me a subpoena.
Fuck the bad bitch, I told her she need get leaner.
Fuck this ooga booga, she could've been cleaner.
Tryna fuck a bitch's bitch like Selena.
Thought we was a match, but her name not Serena.
We gotta let you sit in the silence just for a little bit. Yo! So, let's talk about it. I'm torn for a few reasons, right? So I love the quality. I like the energy of the beat. I like the again the clarity of the voices. I was trying to figure out because there's part of me that was like, is that one artist? And then there's another half of me that's like, is it two or whatnot? Because it goes in between, and it does sound like two artists sort of like going back and forth. But most of all, I felt like things were being freestyled, man. That's where I feel like there's a missed opportunity in there. You can tell that there was fun had, right? Which is very important when it comes to any song that we make. But you do want, I think, the bars to be more on point. You want it to be less shock value just for the hell of it, because at some point you just stopped like rhyming. You know what I'm saying? And rhyming is the basic aspect of rap. Like when you tell people like, what's rap? How do you, if you were to describe it to someone, right? An example that you could just give them is, you know, any nursery rhyme or the ABCs. Like, you know, it's technically a rap itself, and it's just letters. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, L, O, P, right? You have a structure of where you're going to rhyme something, and you sort of like know when it's coming. And so sometimes you'd say something, and then it would go to the next punch-in, and that line may just be something that was slightly similar and then goes in another direction and stuff. I know that a lot of that was made for the shock value element of just like, you do want the reaction that I have is most likely what you want to happen, right? You know, at least from my point of view, you want people to be like, what the hell? And then with the content itself, again, shock value for the sake of shock value. Not always helpful, but it will catch a certain amount of ears and eyes, right? People will share it to others just on the aspect of like, bro, look at this crazy ass song, right? But like the way that I think about things, right? Like since I've started rapping, I always wanted people to both have that awkward eye thing when they hear me rap, but then to also have that other aspect of like, yo, he can actually like rap, you know what I'm saying? Because I was inspired by a lot of the best artists, but also very freaking goofy and shit like that. So the ones that I gravitated towards when I was growing up were like the Eminems, the Redmans, the Ludacris's, and as time went on, Hopsin and Lil Dicky, Busta Rhymes, of course, and you can tell they all have the ability to like really rap, and then they have this comedy side where they're really able to bring it out in the best ways. And so you want to be able to do that, and I can tell that you have an aspect to yourself that can make some really smart and dope records. There is a fairly decent concept here, and I think it just needs to be refined. You know, that's my opinion. And I always think about the performance, you know, and how you gonna make this on radio. You know what I mean? I know everybody doesn't plan to go every route, but the more you give yourself the opportunity, the bigger your record can get. You got to think about the people who want to show other people your song, but maybe can't because it's in a work setting, or it's in a school setting, or it's in a family setting where maybe they just, again, don't listen to things with certain aspects. And so, you know, you got to find that middle ground, at least make a clean version of what you do. So you'll have that as well. I see that, Skip. I got you. I got you. We got Soup on the track with Dan. Hold on, let me throw the Skip in there. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know,
yeah, there's a line. You gotta send to the narrow, the link. Narrow.fan.
I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be just because.
All right. Sorry about that. All right. Again, I'm sorry. I'm eating.
Soup on the track. My room is cold.
Oh, wait. Okay, so I always got to acknowledge, because you get points. You get points for this, right? When and if you do have an AI record or a record with AI elements or assistance, for those that are open to admitting it at all, know that like transparency is the first step in the right direction, because people hate when they don't know that something is AI and they find out after the fact, and it destroys half of their world in like an instant, because they hear something they really like and they can't see that artist perform or something like that. So we always like to have those mini conversations on both ends, on, you know, the why people dislike it, the sort of the pros and cons, and the things that we do like about what you did. Overall though, just know what we want to know from you is what did you do for the record, right? So as we're listening to the production, the words, the structure of different things, you know, how much influence did you have over many of those elements? Is it mainly the idea, like when you just go make a song about a clown digging a grave for a giant booger, and then going and make it in country, you know, like whatever the case, right? Whatever idea you may have in your head, some people do very minimal and then they make a record like that. If you've done more, please let us know, and you know, point anything out that you can.
Staring at the ceiling fan.
No, go back.
Soup on the track. My room is cold. I'm staring at the ceiling fan. I wrote you 3 times. Guess you're busy.
Ooh, okay.
I bought your merch. I got the sweater with the golden stars. I know every line you drop. I scream it in my car.
So it's like hybrid a little bit.
Even if it's crazy, I just gotta let you know you're the only reason that I haven't let it Soup on the track.
Yeah.
Yeah, you saved my
Dear Soup, I wrote you last Tuesday, but you still ain't calling. I left my handle, my cell, and my home address at the bottom. I sent 2 DMs back in autumn. You must not have got them. There probably was a glitch on IG or something. Anyway, fuck it, what's poppin', man? I'm your biggest superstar. I got the tattoo on my arm. I got the custom chain with your name. It's like a good luck charm. I read your old interviews, man. I know your whole story. How you came up from the mud, now you getting all the glory. I relate to what you say in your songs. When I was getting jumped at school, you were keeping me strong. I even got an uncle who OD'd on the exact same pill. So when you rap about the pain, I get the exact same chills. My girlfriend thinks I'm obsessed. She said I talk about you too much. I told her shut her fucking mouth. She don't know what it's like to touch the level of the music that you make. You built this empire. You gave us superstars a voice when we were trapped in the fire. I hope you see this, man. I hit you back. Just give me a sign. Just one comment, one like, just a single damn line. Sincerely yours, your biggest superstar. This is Dan.
My room is cold. I'm staring at
So
the
it's
ceiling
like-
fan. I wrote you 3
Instead of Stan,
times.
it's
Guess
Dan.
you're busy with your plan. I bought you lunch. I got the sweater with the golden stars. I know every line you drop. I scream it in my car. And even if it's crazy, I just gotta let you know you're the only reason that I haven't let it go. Soup on the track.
Yeah.
Yeah, you say
Dear Soup, you still ain't hit me back, man. I'm starting to think you fake. Is it because I showed up to your studio near the lake? I waited 6 hours in the rain just to get a picture. Your security pushed me back, man. They handled me like a sinner. That shit was cold, Soup. I thought we had a bond, bro. I bought 4 physical copies of your album for the show. I called into the radio station 50 times today just to get them to play your snippet, man. I paid your way. My mom says I need therapy. She thinks I lost my head cause I got a shrine of your vinyls right next to my bed. She don't understand the superstar movement. She don't know the grind. You're the only motherfucker who can read my fucking mind. I'm driving through the city right now, doing 95. Got your intro on loop. It's the only thing keeping me alive. I drank a 5th of vodka, dare me to drive. You know that song you dropped about the bridge and taking the dive. I'm at the edge right now, Soup. You could've stopped this shit. You could've saved your biggest superstar with one quick hit. Hey Soup, that's the river right there. See you in hell, bitch.
Who's
Dear
Soup?
Dan, I just got your message, man. I'm sorry for the delay. I've been locked up in the booth working night and day. I see all the love from the superstars, trust me, I really do. I appreciate the support, but man, you gotta chill out too. I saw that news story on the TV late last night. Some kid drove his car off the bypass with no headlights, and in the passenger seat, they found a signed poster of me. Wait, damn, it was you, wasn't it?
I was like, and how did you go through the things that M went through?
I'm staring.
All right. So 4 minutes and 4 seconds. I appreciate the amount of time that was spent within this record, of course, right? We kind of dislike when artists make short tracks and you kind of just get in and out. We hear like one verse, a chorus, and that's it, you know, barely, right? You know what I'm saying? Shame on you. Shame on you all who do that. For those who give us a little bit more, man. It matters, right? And again, let's have the conversation that we always have on the show when it comes to like the different aspects of AI, right? Just for you to understand completely the psychology of those that may dislike elements of AI, right? Their thought process is that when we're hearing the record, and we're hearing like an artist rapping or singing or whatever it might be, like we imagine nobody being in the booth, nobody performing the song. It's just something that was brought to life through words, right? Now, we also know that there's a way for you to actually make the cadence and the words be all completely something that you rap, right? So like for example, let's say you went in and you wrote everything and even recorded it yourself first, right? So it's your song. You even may rap to a different beat, and then you throw that through Suno to sort of elevate it and make it more professional, bring more confidence to the artist's voice and stuff like that. You know, at least at that point, you literally can take ownership of the structure of the song, any melodies that you brought to the table, all of the words that you really did, you know, say and put down, and you put the placement of where they're at. Like, those are the things we want you guys to actually still have the skill for, okay? You have to understand that, because we don't want an entire generation of people who no longer want to like get in the booth at all, don't want to like record anything, and it's all just typing an idea, maybe a few lyrics here and there, and then feeling comfortable with taking the credit for you know, the entire record, right? The thing we have to get through our head is, if you don't make the beat, you can't take credit for that, right? You can't take credit for anything that you specifically did not basically bring to the table when it comes to the records that we hear. And so I always try to encourage you guys to want to figure out the ways to become those things, to make sure that everything that we're hearing, even if we're hearing a different voice, we wish with every drop of loving the music that we hear, we want you to often be the singer. We want you to be the rapper. We want you to be able to come to the studio without AI and still be able to help create that record for you know, yourself or somebody else. The other thing that will come across every now and then, and that is a little bit of a con with AI, is that you may have a lot of the same voices. So you'll hear hundreds of people who kind of use some of the same voice, but they have a different artist name when they're releasing the song. So the listeners are starting to get confused. And I think it's kind of creating a different way that we might have to look at things. Like, if your intention is, you know what, like, AI music should be a genre, AI music, like literally in general, and AI rock music, AI rap music, AI gospel, AI whatever, it has to have the AI in front of it and whatever genre. And when we're hearing it, I feel like we're not going to expect that artist, because they may not exist. We're not going to expect them to go and have to perform live and stuff like that, right? Again, it's if they decide to do some kind of show where they have some random person go on stage and that's what they want to do, you know, so be it. But I feel like it needs a home where there's that transparency, and you knowing, okay, when I tap into this radio station, it's specifically AI music. We know what we're getting ourselves into, and we don't have to judge it on the merits of, you know, just not knowing certain information. But when it comes to you guys wanting to be a part of the same club, right, with the real artists, yet you don't want to go and perform, or some things you don't look at. Some of you guys don't work with other creators. I haven't seen one AI creator work with a real artist or another AI artist. So I'm like, literally you're limiting the amount of things that you could do with a little bit of dope collaboration sometimes, right? And I think mostly all of the record did sound like it had full AI elements or whatnot, because you said you you did the AI with the first 2 verses, and then the third one was like you responding, right? I mean, all 3 of them still sounded like there were AI elements on the vocals, right? And I was hoping in my head that, okay, well, maybe the voice will be him actually recording and responding to, you know, the AI one and stuff like that. You know, I was hoping that that's what we were going to hear. So that's if that would have been a better way to come at it in a way. I was still like, you gotta sort of like explain a little bit more the difference in the theme and the concept that you're going with this, right? Because for half of it I was like, wait, who's Soup? Are you Soup? And then if you're Soup, then why is this story very close to Eminem and Stan and stuff like that, right? And is it a different version of Stan? Is it you coming at yourself as if you were your own version of M and you had a Dan, you know what I'm saying? I was still trying to figure a little bit of that out. So there's a little bit more that could happen there. I do feel like there's definitely some potential with this. There's a lot of elements that did, you know, still feel dope. There's confidence there. But like I said, man, as long as you know at the end of the day that you have to understand the things that people do and do not like about music when it comes to real artists as well as AI, right? So we're at a crossroads where a lot of people either, and trust me, because I know the argument of, well, auto-tune is AI too. Do you know how many times we critique AI, like auto-tune artists too? Like auto-tune artists, it's weird. They try to sound more robotic with the effect. And then on the other side, we have the AI that is actually a robot, quote unquote, that's trying to sound more human. And so we're in this weird sort of place where we really just want real people in general. We want artists who can sing and they just use too much auto-tune. We want y'all to use it less. We want y'all to understand that the talent that you have on you right now is going to be the most important thing on the planet, because the person who can go out and play an instrument and then still sing their song, the person who can have somebody beatbox right next to them and still rap their song, the person who can put any beat on and you can still go in and perform whatever. We want to know what skills that you actually have. What are you going to be able to put on your resume? It can't be anything with AI, right? If we're really being real about it, if it can't be anything having to do with AI, where do the real skills lie? If they turn the program off tomorrow, are you still continuing to do music? That's what really matters, right? What are you going to do? How are you going to bring that to life? You know, what other things can we say? I don't know if you've been in the building when we've said another thing that we need from you guys, right? Talk about your songs, like truly. Actually do a video where your face is in it and you tell us about why you made the record and what inspired you to make it. Show us if you can record while you're even making the song from scratch for the first time. You know how valuable it is to have those moments, to fly on the wall in the studio while you're actually creating, to show people the creativity and not making them think there was a lack of work, because they can see it. That is the proof right there. That's all the proof you need to show them how much work you put into it. And I feel like for those of you who don't do it yet, if you don't do enough when it comes to the creation of your record, you definitely will be inspired to do more if you now think about having to record the process. So anyone who's like, let me just prompt everything, that person's gonna be like, well, it might feel stupid just like putting a camera on me while I'm just typing some stuff out and it's silent. Like, no, think like a cooking show, right? Think about the cooking shows, and when I think everybody had that point when they pretended to have their own cooking show, and you're just like, all right, and now what you want to do is you put the paprika, you know what I mean? Like you do just the explaining of the process, what you're going through, and how you're throwing those elements together. And then yes, you can edit and cut it any way you want. So take that into consideration. The before and after is always something that can help market your records in this current fashion. The last thing, which connects to something that you were explaining about, I guess, coming in that third verse. Like, I think that we do need to have true hybrid records if AI is going to be used at all, right? Only one person has come to the show and has listened to me on this factor, and they have some of the best records that I've heard. They've basically done half and half, where they actually do a real record, and then halfway through that record it transforms into the AI one, and they've basically made it the same song now. You know, as opposed to like the main one being all AI and then you just having this other thing before. Like, no, putting them together is the smartest thing that you can do, because now we actually have your voice. We have you on it. We have you doing some work in there. And then we get to see how that record can get elevated with certain aspects of AI, and see what you can do from there. But let me go read off, man. I love these conversations. I love that you let us have them. I hope we aren't too hard on you, but there are a lot of people who just because they don't know how something is made, especially when we know that AI can basically do everything, right? Literally, you could do a saxophone solo and go, you can just do the melodies, and it will bring that into a saxophone sort of thing. It doesn't make us think that the record is suddenly cooler when that happens. It makes us remember that the saxophone is not real and there's nobody playing it. And in our mind, we still want you to go get a real saxophone player, and for that to be the conversation that we have. You know what I'm saying? You being able to say, oh, I brought a real saxophone player to the studio. They played, they went in and did this. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be 100 million times interesting, you know, of a conversation, to be able to talk about the experience of actually making the song and those elements versus, and again, trust me, I know it. This is the last thing I'm going to say. I do understand the feeling that you get when you type anything. You putting your song through, watching it come out with something else that's still dope and maybe in a different genre, putting some words through or an idea and watching it come to life. I get it. You have to know that. Like, I completely understand how that feels, and immediately it's easy to go into, oh man, people need to hear this. I need to sell this, put this out. I made it. You know what I mean? But we have to snap back to reality in some cases, and then realize that while the thing is dope, people will like it less the more that they start to think about maybe certain things not being done by a person. So if they go, the beat was probably not something that existed yet. And it was just created by Suno, right? And in seconds, as opposed to us being able to watch that producer kind of put together the drums and the sequence and play the piano parts or something like that. Like, that's always going to be something we love, man. So just know that. He said, I'm very open. Lyrics and beat. I used Suno for the first 2 verses, you know what I'm saying? And then I responded, and yes, you know what I'm saying? I come at the end, and then yep, yeah. And then I'm old school, yes. And then record it first always, okay? And then throw it in Suno. You said I also make the hook and first verse of every beat I make. You also said that's how I keep ownership of my beats also. You see, you're at least smart there. And then you said the only thing I can't copyright is the voice you see, and that's what I'm saying. See, so that's why you need to find someone to replace it, right? You only have 2 choices. You can either find another artist to basically replace the voice and be the actual vessel there, or you use your own voice. And then I don't know where things are at in terms of like if it's still your voice, but the AI is still involved in perfecting certain sections or whatever. Like I do not know how far things go in terms of that, but the more the better, right? As someone who doesn't use AI, I've always been able to cherish when somebody does like the things that I make, when I've produced it, when I've written everything. I am the performer. When people like me completely for me, and like every aspect that I've brought to the table, and they can hear things that they like, you know, the way that you feel is a lot better. I would feel weird if I created like an AI record that had like a female artist voice, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, was still something dope. But again, she's not me. It's some other female voice. And, you know, certain people might think she's real, but she's not. You know, it's a little bit, it's a crazy sort of area to be in. And like in my mind, because I've heard certain people who would come up with dope, you know, records. It was like a male creator who did a dope record for like a female artist. And in my mind, I was like, what do the females feel about that? Like, how do they feel about a male speaking for them? And do they feel like it equates in that right way? Does it actually work? And when you know that what you're hearing is from that male kind of perspective as well, but it's a female voice, you also kind of don't know how to feel. Once again, they're not real, and it's like teasing people or whatnot. You know, ask yourself how you feel if you are, you know, in the dating market at the moment, and you know, that person that you about to go home with, you eventually find out the things weren't real. Things weren't real. Or maybe they weren't the sex that they said they were, right? When they suddenly reveal that other side, you know, you feel some type of way because you feel like you were tricked. And in their mind, it's kind of the same things that you guys will feel like, well, that's not fair. You should, if you like me, you know what I mean? If you like the record, why should you all of a sudden not like it because it's like that? It's because, again, you want the thing to be real. You don't want false advertisement. You don't want to feel like, okay, here's this, you know, like fan made or AI made like Marvel, DC, Star Wars themed things, right? They aren't canon. So even when you're watching them, you see something that is cool for the moment, but then you don't get to see it as a part of some official DVD. It doesn't get to exist in the world that you love or whatnot. And again, it's cool for a moment. There's a certain level of entertainment that you can get for it. But I feel like people are always going to want the real thing. Otherwise, everything is just feeling like we're being teased. There was somebody who created a Deadpool versus Ryan Reynolds Deadpool versus Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern. Dope ass fight. But again, it's like now we want it for real from those companies. And like the only way we would see it now is via that happening. Kind of a good tease, but also, you know, Marvel and DC felt some type of way because if they're gonna create, like, they want to be the ones to do it, and IP is very important. So you creating a character and then somebody else using that character and basically getting clicks off of it, getting any kind of money, it starts to feel like that at all levels depending on what you're doing. For certain people, that might make a song that sounds like Ariana Grande. You know, if it sounds way too close, you might be thinking, yo, did the actual thing kind of steal her likeness and is making her style of song? Did they type that into the prompt? And these days they're actually finding out that some of those artists, if you think that it sounds like somebody specific, it probably is exactly that artist that it's channeling in that moment, because a lot of those records did get absorbed into like the algorithms. But anyways, man, this is we can have these conversations like for hours. It's wild. Did I have tons of tracks with other AI artists and stuff like that? Man, listen, you'd be the first, man. I'd love to be able to hear how those come out. And once again, see, that's something that, man, if we could get footage of stuff like that, there'd be some level of fun and creativity, you know, that we can kind of see in there. And you said, I think it should be identified. I agree with that. I agree with your agreement. Hold on, we're gonna get back in the line in a second. BC Twitch said this goes. That's it. This goes. Hey yo, man. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do, nor where the hell I'm gonna even like tell you that I'm gonna go, man. All right, we have Mayuzo or Mizzo. No, Wizzo. Man, what the freak? Testing the waters with what? With a new song or a new name, man?
Thanks to Purdue Global, I got my literal dream job, but I couldn't just drop everything to go back to school.
Thanks to Purdue Global? I don't even know, boo. What? All right, let's see what's up.
Yeah.
I guess Wizzo's you doing AI too, huh? Let's see what's up. I'ma try not to take an hour with this.
Yeah. Walked in the room, everybody froze. But you the only one I noticed though. That smile got away, you're pulling me close. Like a melody, my heart already knows. Silk on your skin, moonlight in your eyes. You got a beauty that money can't buy. No need for diamonds, no need for lies. You shine different, you were once in a lifetime. Baby, let the music take control. Put your worries down, let me hold your soul. Ain't gotta rush, we got all night. I wanna learn every part of your vibe. Girl, you got me moving in slow motion. Your love feel like an ocean. I'm drowning in your waves tonight. No other woman got this type of light. So come closer, don't be afraid. Let me show you how a real love feels, babe. The world can wait outside that door. Cause I just wanna give you more. You don't need makeup, you're beautiful, natural. Your energy alone is magical. The way you laugh, the way you move,
move got me thinking about forever with you. Ain't just your body, it's your mind too. The way you carry yourself, that's why I choose you. Queen in the room, everybody sees. But tonight you only looking at me. Yeah. No cameras, no crowd, no attention. Just your heartbeat and my affection. If love was a song, you'd be the hook. The kind of woman that changes the whole book. Boy, you got me moving in slow motion. Your love feel like an ocean. I'm falling deeper every night. You're the reason everything feels right. So come closer, stay right here. Let me whisper what you wanna hear. Beautiful woman, you are the vibe. The type of love a man thanks God he found in life. Yeah.
There's a lot of time when you sing shit. There's a lot of people outside and you figure what if you can get something out there and it brings them freaking into the whole thing that I don't even know what the hell about you can say. But the kingpin wanted to go and get Daredevil. And there's a lot of time when I'm a Daredevil. Alright, what do you guys think about that? What a teenage feedback is welcome. Okay, so how do we not have the same exact conversation that we just had, you know? Because I felt like we gave a 30-minute review for the last. Yo, okay. So, once again, with every record that we do here that's within the AI spectrum, right? You know, the thing that is very consistent is like, I think we like the records, right? So we always want to start off with that, so you guys know. Like, look, we're not hating on just the record itself or you or anything like that, right? It is simply the not knowing what you actually did and wanting to know that true information so we can congratulate that, right? All of the melodies that we hear in here, it's a dope slow jam. It feels like something that would be out there with a Chris Brown and Justin Bieber and Trey Songz and Tank and all that. Like, this is a song that any of those artists would love to get in and even make themselves, right? For like it's beautiful in terms of the melodies and the sound that it has, right? The problem is right here, where like if you actually like there's a part of all of us that we are able to do something right now. Like if you're tasked with writing an R&B song, right? And they say, yeah, I need you to write and produce our next R&B record or whatnot. And so you get in the booth, you get in the studio, you try to figure out what that record is. I feel like unless you have the actual talent to do it, and you can think of all those same melodies that we heard sung, it's almost cheating because you don't actually know how to do it yet, right? If I tell you to make an R&B song right now, if you can't make one that's just as good, then once again you show what the program is able to do versus you. And we need the true abilities of everyone to really be able to stand out. Like, you know, even more like what happened to the ownership of sound, right? I've heard your records. This is another example right here. I've heard your records. I know how you sound. I know what you are capable of, your personality. Do I hear any of that in the writing? Probably not.
Like, I can't tell that you specifically had anything to do with this record. And while I don't think I've heard like your production, if you produce at all, you know, obviously, like, again, you'd have to have a specific sound in order to take on that kind of level. But just like I would definitely, if I were to work with AI music and get into it, you would know. That this is all I'm gonna say is that you literally would know, because the type of things that I think about, even for my own records, and have fun with, it's gonna still reflect that element, right? And you know, as I said, man, the best things that we could ever get from you guys are the half and half, where we see you make half of the record and then kind of put the other half through AI, and then have some more influence, you know, there, so we can have the best of both worlds and whatnot. Because I struggle to know whether or not, you know, if you put this on the Netflix and chill playlist, is she gonna feel a certain way? You know what I mean? Is it gonna kill the mood if it comes on next to some Babyface and Tank and some of those artists? Or can it exist right next to those songs, right? And even more, if someone made a playlist full of just R&B AI records, again, is that going to mess up the mood for certain people? Just again, because when we hear a certain voice, when we hear a Tank, when we hear an Aaliyah, when we hear any artist that sing, we imagine them. We think of their face, them singing the song. That's not me saying we want an avatar for your fake, you know, R&B artist. It's saying we want the thing we're hearing to be real, so we can actually feel like, man, they had a lot of emotion in that record they just sung. You know, whether somebody else wrote it or they wrote it, their job is to make what they're saying believable. And if a robot is doing it, it's too easy. If a human is doing it, you know that they do have to believe it. They have to feel it, and take that kind of ownership in it. So right, let's see, how long was that that review, man? You know what I'm saying? Because we was in there. We have Dark Shades with You Like Mine. What up, Euphoria? Euphoria, Gregory. There's lots of times when you pouring out freaking all the freaking shit, man. You like mine. You like mine. You like mine. Vonnie, you like my earth, wind, and fire. My fantasy, one that I desire. Throw it back, knew she was a fighter. You bad with no guidance. Put it all together, love your style. Can I be the one to always make you smile? Knew you was a goddess. We superheroes, Batman and Robin. Heartbroken emotions in a bottle. I like them dark skin, light skin, white chocolate. Y'all ain't deep in love, she just deep in your pockets. We both crazy. We half baked, half faded. Got trust issues, you want the safe combination. Preferred you on top, but I ain't in the dominatrix. Pussy oasis, make her come on a daily basis. Thirsty as fuck, they shoot they shot, but they don't know you. Fuck niggas, you know all about those, don't you? I took first place, why you settling for seconds? You like a hot-headed nigga, come off kinda reckless. Would you love me if I wasn't rich? Would you love me if I wasn't shit? Girl, I'm just asking 21 questions like 50 Cent. Playing with my heart like playing a game of Russian roulette. Girl, you got me in my feelings like Drake, now I'm upset. Badder than Mona Lisa. Girl, I'm Martin, you Dina. Ass on Venus Serena, I swear you my only weakness. My addiction, I need her. Playing games, you a teaser. Royalty queen of Sheba, no basic bitch, bye Felicia, Yeah. Don't that love you.
You like my.
Don't that love you.
Yeah.
You know that you love me.
You like my.
OnlyFans, I mean your only fan. I subscribe to your channel every chance. Let me take you to France, Paris for a week, that's a plan.
How can you subscribe to her channel? You only do it once. you don't do it a billion times.
Teach you a little something about romance. Knew you was the one. No makeup, hair tied in a bun. Thought y'all was having fun. She only with you for your funds. I seen it coming, I ain't say nothing. He the one that's in love, so honestly he should be buying you something. Your ex been lame, he ain't got no powers. Oh, you bought her some flowers. Put your heart up there and your shit got devoured. You savage as fuck, I think I like it. You might as well be psychic. You all up in my psyche, can't deny it. Samson, please don't do me like Delilah. I think she from the islands. Body count low, hardly no mileage. You the type that like to move in silence. Ain't worried about no gossip or internet. We keep things private. Got a body, she get it from her mama. Think her mama mulatto. Just know that ass be moving when she walking. Can't be played, your mind is the sharpest. You hear them dogs barking, but they ain't saying nothing, they just talking. Baby, I ain't no pimp, but I ain't never been no simp. You want me to commit, then show me that you the shit. If I'm shooting my shot, Stephen Curry, I don't miss. Baby, tell me your name so I can show you what it is. You like my... Yeah, you like my... You like my...
You like my...
There is a lot of people who read these zombies, and I know.
All right, so 1 to 10 eating off feedback is welcome.
You know all about those dumb.
That was chill. You reminded me of like, closest I can get to is like Devin the Dude, you know, a little bit, right? Where you get in there, you rap to a little bit of a vibe, you know, something just chill, nothing hype and aggressive, everybody jumping up and down, something like that. There's a certain level of energy to the beat or whatnot, but you know, it's just you going in, doing your thing, more of a lovesick kind of vibe. There's probably a little bit more that could be done when it comes to the mix and getting it polished in that way. This version could be a mixtape version, but I know that there is a lot more that you could do. So do your thing, man. What up, yo? Welcome to the stream. Send your stuff to our Narrow if you're trying to get up in our lineup. We have BC Twitch with On Guard right now.
Yeah. I want that dope shit, baby. She been on guard.
What up, Mr. Spoony Spoons?
Way too long. Way too long. She been on guard for way too long, way too long. Now I really gotta teach you how to love. Tell me everything, baby, we ain't in the club. I ain't no prince, but shit, I ain't a thug. I just want a hug, baby, show me a little love. I got your back and you
the last artist of Friends.
You're fine. Body banging like a baseline. Body banging like a baseline.
Body banging like a bass line. I know, I was trying.
Way too long. Way too long.
Way too long.
She been gone.
Way too long.
Way too long. Throw me in another house, love is insane. I got a real problem, get you out of my brain.
Yeah.
Addicted to the love like it's all in my veins. I could hit a rehab, but rather maintain.
Yeah.
She been on gone way too long. Way too long. She been on gone way too long. Way too long.
Why you gonna turn it off right now, man? You know what I'm saying? You should have kept it going. What? Take a bite. Ooh. What, you don't like it?
I wish you would.
What?
I wish it was Nutella.
Man, I'm alright. So it's crazy because like I feel like you were in that same like little lane and vibe or whatnot, right? You had a chill vibe, something that felt like, man, you could bring some live instruments and have a little bit of a jazz and hip hop kind of performance. Record is 1 minute and 50 seconds, man. Don't sell yourselves short. Do not sell yourselves short. I feel like again, if you consider yourself boring or repetitive, or you don't really care about the words that you say to a record, if you're one of those artists, those are the ones that we prefer to make shorter songs, because like, why would we want 3 minutes of them not saying anything the whole time, right? I get that. When you have something decent, spend more time with the people, unless you ain't got nothing to say. So I understand for any of the artists that have only liked enough of the beat to really go in and have a little bit of an idea or whatnot, right? And sometimes like you don't know which ones you want to make the intro, the outro, or an interlude, but you just go through and try to make as much as you can, and eventually you're pulling things together and trying to see what's up. And then review shows pop up, so you come and then you want to send them to see like how people feel about that. But even with some intros, man, I felt like they shouldn't be intros, and I was like, you're selling yourself way too short. You're assuming people aren't gonna want more than what you have. But I think you should always know when it's the right time to take things into full song mode, right? Where you're making an actual, complete record, 2 to 3 verses, essentially, right? And I think people will always have that appreciation for the right stuff.
To tell you to find purpose in life, it's a funny one. I do believe we're destined for great things.
He said, I don't know him, no AI at all, right?
I can see you sipping lean, bright time is sunshine. I cannot sleep paranoid, think of you, that's how it is. If I shoot and I miss, now I won't see you again. I'm so sick and lunatic, I'm so sick and lunatic. If you a Glock, nigga, shoot it. Snap mine in the razor, bitch. Crack a hole, I see a little bitch. Crack a hole, little bitch. Model hush up in the lip, model hush up in the lip. They just wanna eat the dick. I'll feed them hoes some drugs upset. Sipping lean, I'm sipping wine. I can't speak, yeah, I can't talk. Popping pills, my body numb. Devil take my fucking song. I do rituals to say it. You niggas done your son, you take it. Selling drugs, my price be famous. You ain't holy, I change your fate, yeah.
You know what I'm sick and tired of, Harry? I'm sick and tired of having to eke my way through life.
It's been too much since a lot of big time when I just threw up. Don't know what the hell I'm gonna do, but a lot of 50 people don't like it. What did you suck out? We just wanted to try it. I don't know what the hell I wanna do. You fall on the floor and you crying. And all of the times I wanna be all in the 54 weeks for like 9 days. And I know I wait till 5.
I can see you sipping lean, bright time is sunshine. I cannot sleep paranoid, think of you, that's how it is. If I shoot and I miss, now I won't see you again. I'm so sick and lunatic, I'm so sick and lunatic. I can see you sipping lean, bright time is sunshine. I cannot sleep paranoid, think of you, that's how it is. If I shoot and I miss, now I won't see you again. I'm so sick and lunatic, I'm so sick and lunatic.
No, I'm not going to pretend that I know what's going on in the mind of a teenager. All I'm saying is Kyle made a mistake. If you're that depressed, reach out to someone. Remember, suicide is a...
Okay, so I don't feel like the sound bites kind of belonged in this type of record, right? Felt weird, felt out of place, and everything was a distraction for everything. You know what I'm saying? Like as soon as the beat has got a lot going on and it's kind of busy, and I do like the bass and certain elements of it, but with what's going on with the beat, then you bring the sound bites, in for almost what just feels like no reason. I could see if there were certain elements in there, not the drums, and then you have it going on while with that section. But I don't know. And then performance wise, it's all right. It's all right, right? I do like the fact that there's a little bit more energy in there, but it's not the best record that we've ever heard from you specifically. And I do think that you can definitely do better, right? There's also the fact that, like, man, you're everything is kind of all over the place, right? So like your IG is lame was here. The thing that you gave as your artist name is I Spilled the Pint. We just kind of have the song title or whatnot. Like, how are people supposed to truly know how to find you when and if they like something that you do and put out, right? You have to be very specific with the brand that you have, and just figure that out. So hopefully you're able to get in there and do that right. But yeah, big freaking salute.
Dangerous like I'm a mad gorilla.
You gotta send to you can go to the link in bio, or if you look up, you have the narrow.fan/ThatDorkyReviewShow, and you can get in there. We are in the free line right about now. We have Gregory Lintrell with Did This Before.
Yeah, hey, I'm starting this bitch, man, you feel me? Goddamn. Wireless, Western Child, East Side Boy, 229. Goddamn, Zone 6 adopted ass nigga. And I feel like I did all this shit before. Running around in a 4x4, feel like I did it before. Hey, feel like I did it before. If I don't call you, baby, I ain't gon' go. I be caught up in this jam, so I'm downtime. Nigga in the game plan, but I got the right mind. Nigga talking that shit, but I don't got fight, but I gon' fight mine. If I catch chase, fuck it, nigga, I'ma fight mine. Yeah, hey, I know my rights too. Niggas talking all that shit bye like you. And they hard when the ones you love, they switch up on you. Cause I'm type of nigga, I keep it solid, I don't get time to lose. I ain't got time to lose, but bitch, I got like time to kill. She looking at me, don't like my mind, like I'm no Johnny Gill. Young nigga don't got no time for me, but I got so much skill. Got so much talent, so technique, now I'm keeping it real. Niggas talking that shit when I don't got no fire, but I gotta meet the bitches. I think about it, be like them, building burning bridges. But I want build too. I want to say this all the shit, but I want legacies and I want something to live through. Hey, can you live through me? Living through my music. Bad bitch, she looking at me, love me, she think she enthusiastic. I'm like, okay, can you get gymnastic? Break her back, black flip on that dick, and now she gotta have it. Feel like I feel like I did it before, yeah. Feel like I did it before. Shit, hey, have I met you in my past? Like, bad bitch, she looking mad at me, but she don't act right. Feel like I did it before, feel like I did it before, feel like hey, don't blame my image, little bitch. Hey, but I don't give a fuck, I guess I had to get some stains. People thought I was just, too good at two shoes. Country boy ain't never do shit. But like, I ain't a bad guy, but I ain't a good guy. I'm more like an anti-hero. Niggas talking that shit, but I don't give a fuck, baby. I just love to hear it. I heard you saying my name. Good hating all the same. Good lating all the same. Publicity is all the fame. But I don't give a fuck about fame. I want no diamond ring. And I don't even want diamond ring. I said I want the blue diamond ring, though. I want the private jet. So I can go overseas, take my family. But niggas looking at it, but I don't give a fuck. I sweat. But like I did it before. Same nigga round, but I don't never go ghost. I just handle my business, nigga, and I stay focused on yo. But like I did it before. Feel like I did it before.
Feel like I did it before. Feel like I did it before. Feel like I did it before. Feel like I did it before. All right, man. Good energy. I agree with that, man. You got in there, pretty much did your thing. I felt like we had some conviction. There was an element of you having fun doing what you were doing. And I was sort of like torn a little bit when it came to certain things, right? Because you went in there and there's a level of, oh, it's dope because you kind of go in there and then at some point start rapping a little bit faster, right? But then I was like, does it feel like he's rushing himself a little bit in there? Or does it work? You know, there was an element that made me really like it, but I also wondered if other people might feel like there was an essence of him brushing it, and you know, more or less we can hear you. You know, we can see that you can rap. It almost felt like maybe half and half freestyle, half written. You know, at least you hear things that are kind of, you know, well thought out in certain sections, so it does feel like there was an element of work, but you know, it does end I think fairly quickly. We're almost at 3 minutes. 2 minutes and 40. Wouldn't have minded one more verse or a feature with an artist with a different voice signature energy, you know what I'm saying, from you. That's what the contrast is for. You know what I'm saying? Olivier, what up? And said overall fire though. Some parts felt rushed. Okay, so y'all were down day, man. Down day. He said less is more in this one. And an anti-hero, nice, and good energy within that. And then yeah, that's crazy that it allows you to put the freaking link in the chat. And thank you, by the way. Appreciate that. Let me see. Yes, hopefully you submit, got yourself in the line. We in that right now, man. Trying to pull forward or whatnot. Next up, we have Lakes Beats or LAX Beats. With Future. Just really a beat, or is it a? Yeah, produce a beat and I got on the tone. Yo. Sometimes you just gotta sit down. I don't even know what the hell I'm gonna do, but you know what? I rip clowns and freaking have when I go to the circus. And all of the time when I get on your song, I don't know what to do, but I spit in my verse, cause I think that I wanna be honest, but I know this shit isn't perfect. And all of the time when you come to the show and you listen to like what I do when it's worth it, let me stop it though, cause I don't wanna end up in a hot spit though. And I know that drop of flow, I'm your whole beat, homie. I don't know if I'm gon' tell you so weak, only because I go 3 things and whatever. I gotta stop this. I don't even know why the hell people are toxic. If you don't like what I'm gonna say, you know you talk shit in the freaking chat. And I know that you ain't toxic, but it actually needs a singer, I think. You know what I'm saying? One of those. Like figuring out the right melodies. You said Drake. Get Drake on it. There's a lot of time where you wanna freaking go and get Ricky Lake on it. On the track, but they won't spit no bars. All of you freaking be running around because you have no cars. And sometimes I don't even want to be able to freaking listen to your song where there is no pause.
Well, we can take shit in and listen. What if there was no pencils and no one made the pen? You would still have to learn whatever that you could in a way. And people know that there's a lot of guns that you ain't finna spray. People know that every day. Yeah, you can get up on the track, but all of y'all are probably whacking. Y'all know that y'all always wanna go and make sure that your records get put up in a garbage bag. And there's a lot of y'all that when I call you, you ain't calling back. But it's cool, cause I don't even know if I got these issues. And I won't even flow if like the beat ain't that dope. I know that people that are freaking dirty, they won't go take that. So I know how I'm like even having a structure. A lot of time when you have a weird chick, man, you still having a curve. I don't know if I want to tell you that I have been a trucker, cause I haven't been a trucker, so I would've had lied and shit. A lot of times if I had a video game I never freaking played, and I would've had died and shit. And sometimes you even know you could cry if kids get hurt. People know that there's a lot of people that are, I don't know, man. Anyways, this is a beat, so we're gonna give that producer respect. Calm yourself down, man. Calm yourself down. Who do you hear on the beat? Give them some input, man. I like the production. Thank you for providing us with 3 minutes and 30 seconds, right? I always consider that full song structure, at least close to it. You want enough room to do at least 2 to 3 verses. What some people forget as well is sometimes it's not just us on a record. We may get 2 other features, right? So that's about 3 verses in between choruses that are about 8 bars. So learn how to count bars. Make sure that you really just think about what you're doing throughout that production. Sometimes it's dope to create parts that are a bridge where you know, they have a different idea that they can go in and do, and then even changing the drums and certain aspects over time a lot more. There's also the full executive producer aspect of this, where you get somebody to come in and play another like real instrument on top of your production, and you can do that after the song is made, you know, still just within the beat itself. Those collaborations are always dope and make you look that much better. I feel like you would hear, somebody said Drake a little bit earlier, and I think Ludacris could hit that, Chris Brown, Tank, yeah, those are who came to mind. Y'all have any ideas? Let us know in the chat, and we'll read those off, and then we'll get back in the lineup. We do have a skip coming up next up. So we'll see you in there. There was a tornado over there on YouTube side. What are you doing? And shout out to ES, you know what I'm saying? What's good? Hold on, let's come to this side, see what you done. See it? So yes, the vibe. And you said Dave. Honestly, Dave would work with that. That'd be interesting. And then Jid. Ooh, okay. Freaking Jid. I can see that as well. What about Jid featuring T-Pain? Would y'all want that? You know what I'm saying? What the hell was? Why are you throwing? Why are you trying to throw that like a boomerang or something? No, it's not a boomerang, bro. And it's not gonna come back. It's not gonna come back to you. You throw that at me, or maybe it will come back to you. All right, let's throw this skip on in and see what it is real quick. Whoop.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold. I love gold.
J3.
I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be, just because.
So
this is J3 with Life Lately. And like, look, one thing I will recommend to you guys. Hold on.
06 Lil Wayne.
Wait,
I'ma just rap.
How is it both showing an ad?
Yeah, lately I've been stressed out. FOMO, I feel left out. Feel like everything in my life is headed southbound. It's cool, I'm from the south. Watch me figure it out now. I guess it's good I started from the bottom, nigga. My darkest thoughts start with a bottle. I was praying it would take away my sorrow tonight. Even if it don't, I'ma sacrifice my tomorrow. Who really gives a fuck about progress? I'm maxi, max me right now. It's hard to trust in the process. Yeah, when I'm not eating, I'm not sleeping right. Thinking nor breathing right. Liquor got a grip on me. It's kinda like my kryptonite. I'm chilling with my little homies. All these blue faces on me. Shit, they thought I was a kryptonite. I've been trying hard, I just can't get it right. Could really use a prayer. You happen to know somebody with a rosary. Why God keeps saying no to me and taking things this close to me? I know this ain't the way that it's supposed to be. Hopefully we can meet in the middle ground and try to find some peace. If we can't, then I'ma let it be. I just wanna be free. I just wanna be me. I'm tryna ball in my city. Wanna feel like Big Meech. I go all in my bag like I'm looking for my keys. I got a whole lot of swag, baby, and that come with ease. I just popped the 100 pack. You better not go to sleep. I eat you so good cause you so sweet. She know I'ma crash out. She let me clap cheeks. You my type. You had your ass out in 30 degrees. Lately I've been like a cash cow. How much you need? And I been getting to the bag, but I never get sleep. And I've been getting to the bag when I really want Z's. And I've been getting to the bag, but I still don't feel peace. And I'm so deep in my bag, I had to roll up my sleeve. I asked my baby, please tell me everything that you need. She think I'm wildin' out. To her, I act like Nick Cannon or Charlie Sheen. Love don't cost a thing, it's not supposed to. Be careful with the people that you close to. Cause the people that you do the most for are run they fucking mouth. The people that you do the most for are try to box you out. It's like you don't wanna see me win, I don't get it, and I'm a good nigga, I swear to God. I mean, I got my flaws and all, but don't we all? You wanna run through yours? If we did, I bet you bring home the BT, MTV, the Vibe, the Source Awards. The way you good with witchcraft, you a source of war. How the fuck you say that word? You get it, just admit it. I played my part when you didn't play the cards I was given in my throne all alone. It's hard not to be revengeous. To my lady, I'm sorry about to stop fucking bitches. To my lady, I'm sorry about the distance. To my lady, I'm so sorry for everything I put you through. Girl, I am so glad you still stayed. Maybe with your help, you could help me clean up this mess I made. To my lady, I'm so sorry, I can't wait for Christmas. To my lady, I just wanna blow you hugs and kisses. XO, XO, yeah. Look, and to my mama, I'm not sorry, I just need time. To my mama, I'm not sorry, cause you crossed the line. To my mama, I'm not sorry, I guess blood don't mean you family. How you pick a side, I always knew you had this little wicked side. Won't text, won't call, or apologize due to your pride. But that's not something I could teach you, cause I'm son. Once it's up, it's stuck with me. I'ma wash my hands and then I'm done. Let me hit you back, my baby mama calling lately. She been acting like a dum-dum. I do not really give a fuck what you talking about. I just wanna see my son. Please don't play me like I'm one of them, especially after all the shit I done. I know the truth lies in the graves. I got some things that I'ma probably take to my grave. Lately I've been stressed out. FOMO, I feel left out. Nigga.
Good job. Hold on. Let me do that again. All right. So, first off, you got in there with plenty of conviction, right? You know, I love when we can tell when an artist is taking what they're doing serious, right? Also, when we have an artist who can get in there, kind of tell a little bit of a story, go in, you know, on you know, aspects of their life, and really add the right kind of flavor to the right pieces of production, right? There are a good amount of artists who, when they come across that kind of beat, like, they know exactly the right flavor to give. Like, they're very, I don't think I've ever hit a Dorky don't play that on a song, you know, where you guys, you know, pick something like that, because they pull the best out of you. You got to get in there, you know, talk your shit, kind of really rap, but have something to say. And it's the best thing, because those are the artists that people, I think, really listen to, get to relate to. They hear what you're saying, and I think he didn't waste any second throughout this record. Every moment, there are dope things happening throughout the song. You know what I'm saying? You're a true artist. You know what I'm saying? A lyricist. You gave us a good amount of time. I wanted to, like, point out the amount of time in his record is about 4 minutes, and proof in the pudding for some of the artists who think that a 1 or 2 minute record is better because people have short attention spans. Like, no, understand that the job is rap, sing, do whatever it is that you do, and be good at it. And we're here with you. We're here for you. We're not hoping the freaking song ends unless you're boring, repetitive, and not saying anything. That's it. We can hear his personality cut through this record, and he's just, you know, smooth on a lot of the elements that we do here. Again, we like the production. I do agree that you can get potentially like a J. Cole, a Jid, certain era of Kendrick, maybe Chance, more or less. You know what I'm saying? There are certain artists that you know could feel a little bit of that flavor. What else was I thinking? Oh, my only criticism, honestly, was there was a section in there where you just decided out of the blue to add doubles to for like a good amount of time, and I was like, where did that even come from, right? My theory, or my thoughts for the best structures of songs are, like, the choruses are the things that are always better with the doubles potentially that you're gonna have, any like extra layers and stuff like that, right? When it comes to the verses, ins and outs are often better. So the most important parts of your verse, basically thinking about your ins and outs as you would the parts that you want your hype man on stage with you to say, right? And so if you had, this is why I don't often like doubles being on the majority of certain things, because if you're thinking about the hype man having to do the other double, then they'd be rapping every word with you the whole way. And like, unless you're a pair of twin rappers, you know, you'd feel like you're always competing with that other element. You know, and at the very least, you could cut any double down that would be in a certain section. But you went in, you did your thing, you had a great performance, you know, on here. I think we would love to see like one of those mic hanging from heaven, or from the clouds, or from God, or a tree, and then you just kind of going outside and like performing that, you know what I'm saying, getting out there and doing your thing. What do you guys think? We're gonna read off what you guys were saying in the chat in just a moment. All right, hold on real quick. What do we have? Yeah, with ins and outs. Hold on. Let me go up. Let me go up. Let me go up. And go down. All right, so Jid maybe. He said, okay, hold on. No, that was the other thing, right? Michael wins on Wednesdays, be box back, keep flowing. Right in the pocket, dope transition, feels good too, right? Yeah, I'm telling you, man, all the records that have that hip hop and jazz kind of combination, things that have a vibe that make you want to light an incense and you know, just kind of get that aroma and vibe going or whatnot, man. For me, again, I don't know if that's an everybody thing, but my mom used to always, she would put on like Erykah Badu or Jill Scott, just anything that had that kind of almost neo soul, you know, R&B, little bit of jazz, little bit of hip hop. She loved those vibes, and she would put those on and just kind of light incense while cleaning the house. So as a kid, I always grew up with like the association with certain sounds and smells, right? So that's one of those things, man. I don't have any incense with me, but I would have probably had put one in there. And Jalen was like, "That's me. That's me." Hold on, let's go ahead. Make sure we following everybody. Make sure we following. Make sure we following. Let's go. All right, down here, believable. That's why I'm there. And he said the ad-libs and harmonies are fire. All right, colors, performance, and then with ins and outs. Ins and outs, right? Once again, you know, just to recap, what ins and outs, what they even are. It's basically you accentuating the important parts, right? If you're thinking of a visual and you're drawing a comic and you're trying to make the muscles bulge out a little bit more, it's like you draw, you know, kind of shading in those parts that you want to stand out a little bit more. On a record, it's like making sure that, you know, any of those moments where you would put the mic out and have the crowd say that part, that's what you kind of want to do as the, you know, your own hype man on the record. And then something that I will see certain artists do, you know, wrong, you'll keep it the same volume. No. Like cut any extra vocal other than your main vocal down a little bit more, man. You have to remember, you are the main draw of any record that you do. You don't want to have to compete with that, whether you're on your own song or you're performing live. So cut those extra vocals down a little bit more. Sometimes, you know, if you have enough layers, spread them out, you know what I'm saying, pan them left to right. Think about your extra vocals like a choir when they come in, right? You want to have an equal amount if you're doing different harmonizations and melodies and stuff like that. You know, you want to think about a placement for those and stuff like that. 100% to the left and right, 50%, 75. Just space it out in a proper way, and then it'll feel nice once you get into like the final mix and, you know, bring out those elements, man. Yeah, see, you know what's up. Ad-libs. So yeah, ad-libs, same thing. Because sometimes you're just like doing certain sound effects or saying certain words or whatnot. Again, anything that you do in life, balance. Too much or too little of something, and either it was never there at all, or it's like, oh my god, what is happening, right? Something's too loud, you don't like it. If something's too low, you can't hear it. If you eat too much sugar or salt, you know what happens. You know, tastes nasty, and you know, it's just not good for your body. Drink too much, even with water, you know, you're gonna eventually throw it up, you know what I'm saying? So point is, add the right balance of things, of effects, volume wise when it comes to things. Just imagine where things are at in the record, and if push comes to shove, compare your songs to other artists' records in the industry, right? Because they have the industry standard. Their songs can be played back to back, whether it's SZA, Aaliyah, Redman, Ludacris, Snoop Dogg, Nirvana, Red Hot Chili Peppers, 9 Inch Nails. You can play all their songs on a shuffle and not have to adjust the volume up and down. So since we are trying to be a part of that industry, we kind of got to make sure that our records are of that same standard. If we're asking people to put us on their playlist, you know, you don't want people to have to do any extra work suddenly because your song comes in. Think about it. If we're at a perfect volume and yours comes on like way louder than it needs to be, it's distorted. And all of a sudden everybody's panicking to get to the volume. Like, what the hell? And they may just skip the song outright because it was way too loud, right? If it's way too low, suddenly now you're like, man, is something wrong with the thing? You go to the volume knob. And in some cases, it's already on the platform. It's like on Spotify. And I go to the volume knob trying to turn it up, but I can't because it's already at 100%. So that balance of making sure that people don't have to adjust something as they go through, I think is always gonna be something you should look at, man. All right, I think I'll leave it at that and then go back into the submissions. Thank y'all for your patience around these here parts. You said, I just found out my ex-wife was on heroin for 11 years, and then you laughed and stuff. I don't know if we should laugh at that with you. You know, the only thing that will make us want to is the keyword on an ex-wife, right? You know what I'm saying? When we're assuming when you're ex, you know, you did something to deserve the title, and I assume, you know, whatever relationship got to that point, we're just like, y'all couldn't stand each other, and so, you know, we get the not having feelings, but you know, hopefully she gets clean or whatnot, right? I think even if there are people that we dislike out there, there's still this part of us that does want everyone to be good, to be better, to live a, you know, a dope life or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Let's say do some crazy shit. I can't vouch for everybody. He said 11 years, and then you ain't and no, and then 11 years, and then redemption arc, man. Yeah, that's a long time. That's a long time. Rapping various clans. Let's see. And what do you say? WJ said play it back. All right, listen. Bet. Hold on. We're going to play that last track back one more time before we move back into the lineup. Okay, let's go ahead and hit the run it back button. I need to make a specific run it back song for that. Because I have the... Where is it at? Where are you at? Mr. Ronnie Back. Like after we had a full conversation about the whole... Hold on. We gonna do it one more again. Come on now. I'm just gonna have to play it, man. I was trying to find where the freak, what, and why is it so far? Wherever it's at, did I delete it? Oh no! Oh, yeah.
There can never be too many books, but living without the internet would suck and shit would get weird like too many cooks. If you're always getting robbed, there's too many crooks.
We got some requests.
The internet would suck and shit would get weird like too many.
We got some requests, so we'll throw that in one more again. I mean,
Take 3. 06 Lil Wayne. I'ma just rap cause niggas don't do it.
The track isn't even released too, so.
Yeah, lately I've been stressed out. FOMO, I feel left out. Feel like everything in my life is headed southbound. It's cool, I'm from the south. Watch me figure it out now. I guess it's good I started from the bottom, nigga. My darkest thoughts start with a bottle. I was praying it would take away my sorrow tonight. Even if it don't, I'ma sacrifice my tomorrow. Who really gives a fuck about progress? I'm max me right now. It's hard to trust in the process. Yeah, when I'm not eating, I'm not sleeping right, thinking nor breathing right. Liquor got a grip on me. It's kinda like my kryptonite. I'm chilling with my little homies. All these blue faces on me. Shit, they thought I was a kryptonite. I've been trying hard, I just can't get it right. Could really use a prayer. You happen to know somebody with a rosary. Why God keep saying no to me and taking things this close to me? I know this ain't the way that it's supposed to be. Hopefully we can meet.
I caught that element the second time around right now, right? You see how he came in? So his ad is his double, you know, essentially I came in rapping at the same time or whatnot, but it had a different energy, and then that new energy got to keep going, right? It's almost like, dude, if you were to do that in the video, it would be dope as hell or whatnot, where like you're walking around like down the block or something like that, and then you give yourself like a dap or high five or whatnot, and then that version goes a different direction, and then we start following them. And they're continuing that like, man, there's something you could do there.
In the middle ground and try to find some peace. If we can't, then I'ma let it be. I just wanna be free. I just wanna be me. I'm tryna ball in my city. Wanna feel like Big Meech. I go all in my bag like I'm looking for my keys. I got a whole lot of swag, baby, and that come with ease. I just popped 100 pack. You better not go to sleep. I eat you so good, cause you so sweet. She know I'ma crash out. She let me clap cheeks. You my type, you had your ass out in 30 degrees. Lately I've been like a cash cow. How much you need? And I've been getting to the bag, but I never get sleep. And I've been getting to the bag when I really want Z's. And I've been getting to the bag, but I still don't feel peace. And I'm so deep in my bag, I had to roll up my sleeve. I asked my baby, please tell me everything that you need. She think I'm wildin' out. To her, act like Nick Cannon or Charlie Sheen. Love don't cost a thing, it's not supposed to. Be careful with the people that you close to. Cause the people that you do the most for are run they fucking mouth. The people that you do the most for are try to box you out. It's like you don't wanna see me win, I don't get it, and I'm a good nigga, I swear to God. I mean, I got my flaws and all, but don't we all? You wanna run through yours? If we did, I bet you bring home the BT, MTV, the Vibe, the Source Awards. The way you good with witchcraft, you a source of war. How the fuck you say that word? You get it, just admit it. I played my part when you didn't play the cards I was given in my throne all alone. It's hard not to be revengeous. To my lady, I'm sorry about to stop fucking bitches. To my lady, I'm sorry about the distance. To my lady, I'm so sorry for everything I put you through.
So girl, wait. Should he do the same thing that he did last time right there? But the opposite way? Because again, energy changes. He takes on that new sort of like persona, you know, quote unquote. And then when it gets to that part where the other double comes in, should he transition into another energy right there? You know what I'm saying? Would that be?
I'm so glad you still stayed. Maybe with your help, you could help me clean up this mess I made. To my lady, I'm so sorry. I can't wait for Christmas. To my lady, I just wanna blow you hugs and kisses. XO, yeah. Look, and to my mama, I'm not sorry, I just need time. To my mama, I'm not sorry, cause you crossed the line. To my mama, I'm not sorry, I guess blood don't mean you family. How you pick a side, I always knew you had this little wicked side. Won't text, won't call, or apologize due to your pride. But that's not something I could teach you, cause I'm son. Once it's up, it's stuck with me. I'ma wash my hands and then I'm done. Let me hit you back, my baby mama calling lately. She been acting like a dum-dum. I do not really give a fuck what you talking about. I just wanna see my son. Please don't play me like I'm one of them, especially after all the shit I done. I know the truth lies in the graves. I got some things that I'ma probably take to my grave. Lately I've been stressed out. FOMO, I feel left out.
All right, man.
Nigga.
So, asked him his influences. He said, like, you know, Andre 3 Stacks, K Dot, and a Big Crit, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could see that. I could hear that. And I could hear those artists get on the record with you, and I think that it wouldn't be too far, off or whatnot, right? And you'll understand what I'm about to say right now, but there are artists who, if they were to get on songs with some of those artists, it would really, people are just going to talk about that artist's verse, and that's going to be the main pull of the track. And then there are those who are on equal footing, where you don't question why they got on the song with him. It's like hearing J. Cole with Jid. It makes sense, and you can see the cosign, you know what I'm saying, in that or whatnot. And I feel like you're very much of that. You can tell you take it serious. Just keep up that consistency and let people continue to see what you can do. As I said, this needs one of those live performance kind of situations, music video, but you're all into it. I would just figure out something in that one section with like the doubles or whatnot, right? Kind of doing that opposite way, changing the energy for the second half. Like that would be an interesting way to sort of have that transition and something creative, right? And it was something that I had kind of noticed a little bit more like the second time around. But good job. Let's see what we got next up. We are in the lineup. Matt Clint, Steering Wheel of Life. Yeah, no doubt. Keep it up. Keep it up. How long you been making music as well?
Gotta keep pushing, keep striving. Behind the steering wheel of life, gotta keep driving, keep moving, keep grinding. You on the wheels of your life, nigga, keep riding. You gotta keep pushing. Keep striving. Behind the steering wheel of life, you gotta keep driving, keep moving, keep grinding. You on the wheels of your life, nigga. Both hands on the steering wheel, cause you sit all time. I go when the lights green. Stop at the stop sign. Just when I think I'm riding, lonely mama pull beside me. Son, the speed limit 40 while you doing 90. She can't look through my windshield and see what I see. I got a short amount of time and somewhere to be. She know the streets are slick on 65 and 40 West. So every time she hear a crash, she think I had a wreck. My cousin tricking, buying ass at the auto auction. Like he don't know that HIV will have his motor knocking. So many miles on my daddy, he can barely roll. And all he say is keep your heat on, the world is cold. Niggas in front gon' slam on brakes and try to make you crash. I can't explain it, they just hate to see a nigga pass. And still in love in my children, they my model cars. Promise to be there for them till the day my car won't start. I'ma keep pushing, keep striving. Behind the steering wheel of life, gotta keep driving, keep moving, keep grinding. You on the wheels of your life, nigga, keep riding. You gotta keep pushing, keep striving. Behind the steering wheel of life, you gotta keep driving, keep moving, keep grinding. You on the wheels of your life, nigga. Better than better, man. With 80 on my dash, no blocking the intersection. Bitch, I blow out your airbag. The sharp turns to twist your stomach like a roller coaster. Put some blinkers on these niggas that be getting over. I know some niggas with loud motors that know they bad, but they don't know that a quiet motor will smoke his ass. A dime rocks a full tank to a pipe fiend. He likes this shit and then his eyes turn to high beams. How many miles on my motor till my mind stops? Could total out at any second from a blind spot. I seen a lot of pimp mechanics work a lot of wonders. A lot of hoes with pretty grills, they got rusty bumpers. All pain ain't candy, nigga, believe that. And pump the brake and shice cop setting speed traps. Without them 4 flat tires, nigga, I been down. And honk the horn for my niggas in the impound. Tell them, keep pushing, keep striving. Behind the steering wheel of life, gotta keep driving, keep moving, keep grinding. You on the wheels of your life, nigga, keep riding. You gotta keep pushing, keep striving. Behind the steering wheel of life, you gotta keep driving, keep moving, keep grinding. grinding. You on the wheels of your life, nigga. I live life in the fast lane, but traffic don't last long, and haters got road rage. But I got my strap on. And fuck a rear view, cause nigga, I ain't looking back to chasing cars for paper, the mason jars and cookie crack.
I feel like Texas.
Stomach growling, hunger pains from my appetite. Homeless on the side of the road, use them as hazard lights. Like a squid from the yak, life is hard to swallow. I'm easing out the brake and going full throttle, focused on the road. Staying in my lane, cause yesterday's rain could make a nigga hydroplane. Flying down 65 overdrive, speed control, probably would've been pulled over if I could see the road. But I kept moving, kept riding. I'm only halfway there, nigga, and still driving. Still ain't made it out the hood yet, still striving. Behind the steering wheel of life, flying. Gotta keep pushing, keep striving. Behind the steering wheel of life, gotta keep driving, keep moving. Keep grinding, you on the wheels of your life, nigga, keep riding. You gotta keep pushing, keep striving. Behind the steering wheel of life, you gotta keep driving, keep moving.
I like this, man.
Keep grinding, you on the wheels of your life, nigga, keep riding.
Somewhat of a concept record, like listeners of the times you have a concept record, the beat, and y'all don't even know if y'all gonna stop that. But I be telling y'all that everything I wanna say, I know is discreet. Every time that I be telling y'all that I'm a freaking like I don't know what the hell I'm telling y'all. So I feel it because it has a certain southern flair to it, right? You know, you do kind of pick, even if the beat was by itself, you would imagine whatever song was gonna be to it, that they were gonna be in the car driving. Like it feels like a cruising kind of vibe. And I like when that piano comes up, that sort of high octave, you know, like it was a good call to add that part, but then to also have it have echo and a little bit of delay, and just to have a sort of almost surround, you know, kind of sound to it. That specifically reminds me of some of the piano elements we'd hear in like the Kingdom Hearts soundtrack for my gamers out there. And so there's a little bit of nostalgia blended in, you know, just via one element, and then, you know, the southern flair in there. Plus you had an actual theme and concept. And I felt like, even though it was a slower sort of kind of delivery because of like how some of the beat is, right? It's not you going in rapping fast, doing some Twisted Tech 9 kind of stuff. You know, you still had an overall concept, and, you know, got some bars in your way, and I think we appreciated that. And last but not least, man, you gave us 4 minutes and 53 seconds of record. Everybody has a different theory to what is the right song length, what you should do. But the way that I look at things is like, you know, you only get one chance to really impress people. And why on earth would you want to have less to do that with, right? I've never come across a beat that I equally wanted to rap on and then also wanted to hurry up and get the hell off of as well. I always like go through the process of asking myself, how much do I like what I did so far, and do I want to write another a verse, you know what I'm saying? And to will always be yes. And then if I'm not so much feeling it after a second verse kind of thing, I will try to figure out what's not allowing me to go further than that. And I am a producer as well, so I can go in and make more beat, change it up, and make it more interesting so that I can get on the extra section. And if it's not me, it's going to be a feature. Like, there's always a way to extend something and let people spend more time with you. The only time we want you to hurry the hell up is again. I love just repeating it just so y'all get it through your head. If you're too repetitive, boring, or you are an artist that is not saying anything, you know, basically closest thing to mumble rap, right? If you're not saying anything that's worth someone going, yo, who's that? Then you're not doing enough. Because people should hear you and then immediately want to do a record with you. There's only two situations that can happen in with most songs, right? They're either gonna hear your record and wanna get the beat and then rap their own song to your beat because they like the beat, or they're gonna want to get on a song with you. You know, even the current song, you know, in terms of doing a remix and being a part of it. In fact, your songs should be so dope that if we do come across the beat, we have no choice but to title it the same thing, call it a remix, basically attach it to your song. You know what I'm saying? Just like literally if you did a remix to Not Like Us right now, y'all not gonna, you know, put all the things, you know, hashtag Kendrick, like people need to know the thing is connected to the thing in order for it to get the right amount of exposure, you know, especially when you think about like the algorithm and things like that. And so you guys want to basically be that hashtag. And imagine when you're at that point and you have, you know, people helping put you more in the algorithm because they're posting about you in some way. Like that's the goal as any creator. You want people to want to do reactions to your songs. You want people to want to interview you, want to if they have any kind of podcast or news that's going on, you want to be in that, but also in good ways, right? You see what happens when you're like a 6ix9ine. He didn't necessarily try to get in the news in the best ways. You know, he was always talking shit about somebody. You know, there was the snitching stuff, the sort of, you know, getting kidnapped, and but like he was always in some drama, like to the point where I knew about the drama that he was in, who he was talking shit about, more than the songs that I even heard from him. And I really just didn't like, you know, his music or whatnot. So like his personal life and the shit that he was doing turned me off of even wanting to listen. So for at least me, it backfired. For other people, they might be like wanting to listen to or watch the train wreck, and so you're getting these views off of, you know, what content he talking now, right? You want the conversation to be, did you drop the best album of the year? You know what I'm saying? Best verse of the year, best feature, best whatever. You want that conversation to be when people are thinking of that Mount Rushmore. Are you even able to get on there? And when it comes to top best rappers of all time, you know, kind of list to 150, whatever number it is, again, you want to be in that conversation, not the opposite. And I feel like you just need enough records that show that you can get there. What was I gonna say in terms of that, right? We every time we talk about this, I always got to bring up like Designer, right? Most people would put Designer in worst rapper category, mumble rapper, you know, kind of list, things like that, right? And if he had more records like that one he did not too long ago where he was actually barring it up and like trying to show he could really rap and get into some more lyricism, you know, heavy shit. If he did way more of that, at least an album worth, it would kind of start being a different conversation. Certain artists in his lane don't always try to do that, right? So there's this appreciation that some of us had, like that he finally decided to go in and, you know, say some shit where we could tell what he was saying, and have it, you know, like to an extent, he had two choices to either do that or actually go to Funk Flex or like Sway in the Morning and like, you know, should perform it there. And either one of those things, I think maybe shoot, I'm actually curious on you guys. Like, do you feel like the video that he did doing the record was enough, or should he have gone on one of those two platforms? Like, those are the two that people would often think of when it comes to you know, real spitters, and you know, Sway always talks about, you know, the hyena, you know, and all that. Give us your thought before we move on to the next thing right now. You said gets no respect, right? Yep, own that shit. Jack Harlow got a crazy remix lineup with What's Poppin'. That's what's up. You said, do you have a SoundCloud? Were you asking him or me? I'm sure you were asking him, but you could be asking me as well, just in case, like, you know, I could add your record if I like it to SoundCloud playlist, right? You know what I'm saying? You can do whatever you want. You can do. He said, I see those crazy Daytons on an 83 Seville, man. Oh, I agree with you. Who's the MC where you're from? Hold on, let me see. And yeah, I felt like it had that kind of Texas swag or whatnot, right? And I could have heard Bun B on that song with him. You know, Bun B, Pimp C, you could have just got UGK on it and called it a day. Next up, we have Cosmic Cream with Queen Bee.
Next
Scrubbing bubbles.
Yes,
that's
in fact.
the scrubby way.
What?
At Spectrum, we
mess up your internet randomly, and then if you're streaming, good luck.
Shut up, man. Snaps.
Queen Bee, I see you about to sting me. We be always about to fling me. I don't know how.
Walks to where she won't. This way.
Okay, this was like a real record. Okay, let's go.
Listen when she talks. Playing her game.
Playing her game.
The fire's inside. Mystifying eyes.
I got a task for everybody right now, right? Everybody in the chat. Think about what movie scene you would hear this song in. If you were tasked, you are the music supervisor. They said, we like your freaking taste in music. Pick some songs that you think will be good for this scene. What is the scene you feel like this would go to? Is this the end of the movie, beginning?
Alive or dead.
Something specifically happening? Fight scene, chase scene? I think it does have to be related to like a female in some way. Bar shot, right?
The serpent sings, soft and sweet.
Oh, leaving is good. Yo, that's an interesting one. To go to Vietnam.
On me.
And you're like, damn, he's on a journey.
Like a ghost. She haunts my dream.
Man, this is so like 90s, early 2000s.
But I can't take. She moves about
1 second right quick. One quick freaking second, because I gotta point this out. We've talked about the many who go in, and yes, here's another AI conversation. We've talked about the many who go in and like simply add the elements, right? Right now you're hearing a real person actually playing guitar, and think about what you're feeling in your mind when you're listening to that person doing the thing, as opposed to when certain people tell the AI to, you know, make appear the guitar solo where there's nobody playing it, but they might be doing the same thing. That is what we're trying to explain to you. When we hear real artists and we feel like there's a real band and real elements involved, it's more impressive because we won't hear these elements without that drummer, without that guitarist, and that is what is mainly important or whatnot. It's not just about the end result of the record. It's about what you did do to create it. When you have that conversation at the end of the day, you know, how long is that conversation going to be able to be? If someone asks you like, well, yo, what was it like, you know, recording that song? What was the inspiration? You know, for some people, all they know is that make certain vibe in this vein and then do this here, make it a male voice. Like, they just really describe a few different elements, but they don't know all the words, every melody, the elements that can happen with the instruments. Even with that, it's fun watching someone go in and play a solo like that, because for them it's sometimes a little bit of a freestyle. Like, they're riffing and trying to see like what they feel, and then you know, hopefully it'll work, and it does, because there's no words. All you gotta do is really bang it out. Dog food for 11 years. So, more often, man, I think we do need to celebrate and just give true thanks to those that are still willing to be artists out here, to be something that is real, and not just, you know, immediately go to AI and to think that that's what we want to hear. There are some people who will believe that, like, you know, that everyone is just, you know, a little bit more akin to it, and they would like it more over. No, like, we want to hear real artists. We want to hear the talent that you have, and immediately we can hear this and go, oh man, you know what I'm saying, where are you playing live? You know, because we would be honored to see it. Right now, when I'm thinking about the vibe that we're getting from this record, it's dope, because I've often told you guys, no matter what, every genre, like hip-hop is kind of the only one where if we sort of try to make something that sounds like older records, people will say that it's dated, right? And we have to often figure out that way in between nostalgic and modern somehow. But every other genre, you have the true freedom to still make something that sounds like it's from the 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, 1940s, 20, all the way to the 20s. And as long as you can make it sound authentic, people will still love it. You don't always have to modernize things, right? Because I've heard certain 80s records get made into like a punk rock record, you know, and that was by real artists doing the cover of the thing. And there's always that part of you that kind of loves the original more because of the sounds that were used in that era. And then so when it's taken to another one, you still appreciate that other band knows who they were and their take on it. But you also have that nostalgia for that original thing or whatnot. So there are going to be different people who feel certain ways about the sounds that, you know, you may come up with. But it's dope when you can make something original in those lanes. So if it feels like we just never got to come across that artist in the 80s or 70s or whatever, I feel like you guys had some really good takes for this when it came to what movie scene it would potentially be in. I was thinking bowling alley, the bar, you know, was a good call. I think any scene where, you know, it's talking about a girl when she's a lover, you know. And so it has to be something where there's some kind of, you know, hot girl that the main character, you know, like she's walking in or out of somewhere, or, you know, we're just kind of watching her live life and either go through things and like not be fazed by it and just be strong or something, or just watch how, you know, like men will fall over her or something like that, right? So I'm thinking about that in like a record shop and a bar and different things like that. And then there's just the, like, you know, Paul Rudd driving somewhere in the car, and then he has that song on the radio, turns it up, or, you know, the windows you know, down, just drives, and then at certain points, or maybe like when there should be a moment where he rolls the windows down, talks to somebody right quick, and then we hear the music coming from inside the car. Like, I forgot what they called that kind of transition, but pay attention to the movies that you guys watch. There's so many scenes where they use music in creative ways, right? Where literally you're hearing the song, and then at some point they show you that someone was listening to it on their headphones, and when they take it off, you hear it coming from the headphones only. Those are dope elements that can be used to make a proper transition from a scene. But I want to remember what that was called, because I learned about it at one point. Nonetheless, I thought you did a good job. The song was proper. I didn't feel anything needs to change. Just want more of it, man. Hopefully we get live performances from you in that if we ever can, and a music video and all that. He said Lil Nas X showing up on a horse could work. Please don't do that. He said I could hear it in Sons of Anarchy. And then we have, no, I agree 100% with that, man. Or even Breaking Bad, if they brought that back. Feels like The Doors a little bit. I agree. Again, Bros wildin'. Let me see, Jalen, you know what I'm saying? Very dope indeed. Dope record. Yeah, y'all was saying that the moment the main character finds out his wife has been on dog food for 11 years, man. It's like, you're like, dude, what? And then is he depressed? Is he like, huh? Like what is his reaction to that? And then when homie's leaving his girl to go to Vietnam, man, I was like, yeah, like that's the drive. That's the drive right there. Or maybe flight, the whole trip that you see him, you know, from that moment he has to kind of leave her, and you know, whether he leaves that situation good, because I almost feel like as soon as he leaves, we're gonna see her sneak some dude, you know what I'm saying, in, but he doesn't see it, but we do as the viewer, and then we're like, ah, damn, man. And then, you know, it's gonna add to the story, because when he's over there, we're gonna see him thinking about her, just trying to get back, and then we're gonna be like, damn, but like, you know, she ain't faithful right now, man. She need to get in there. Anyways, let's go back in. We have Trino with Confidential. What do we have? He said, am I in line? Did you send yours to our narrow? You should see yourself in the line on the narrow side if you sent to the right place.
Say, Chad, that beat all the way retarded.
It's $1 million line, nigga.
My life really confidential. My plug really confidential. My hitter really confidential. My bitch really confidential. My life really confidential. My plug really confidential. My hitter really confidential. My bitch really confidential. This rolling face really presidential. I be in this bitch high as fuck, counting up bad, listening to instrumental. Really started from the bottom. I can teach a broke nigga the fundamentals. That's really.
I put the narrow in the chat.
Heart cold like the munchies in the. She got a pretty face, but she is in a twin pose. You know I'm coming with her. Gang in this bitch, memo round no play, tryna set shit up. It's an automatic, I'ma blow shit up. Drop it through to my cup, that's just a ride, nigga, I'm tryna post shit up. Bitch ain't with the gang, she on my dick, so she gon' throw it up. Zop packing, pretty bitch, gon' break it down and roll it up. Money call, I'm posted up. 100K on this AP, bust down, count the doors, I opened up. I forever screaming these niggas, bitches, man, they don't want no war with us. Like Capital, I'm popping up. My life really confidential. My plug really confidential. My hitter really confidential. My bitch really confidential. My life really confidential. My plug really confidential. My hitter really confidential. My bitch really confidential. This rolling face really presidential. I be in this bitch high as fuck, counting up bad, listening to instrumental. Really started from the bottom. I can teach a broke nigga the fundamentals. That's really.
It's crazy. It's probably the most different song I've heard from Trino.
She got a pretty face, but she is in a twin pose. You know I'm coming with her. 4 switches in the Maybach, young rich nigga up 6 figures. We'll run you down, don't have a trip, nigga. Track hard in traffic, we launching niggas. Body 100 game, walk down, won't miss it. ABK, watch who you.
Kind of repetitive, of course.
This strictly business, while I'm making play, my finger finger itching, my phone ringing, my bitch tripping, my J consistent, my trap hating, trying to play me, send my whole cat fishing, send my shot up, set tripping, creep game, no sneak missing. He couldn't peek game, now it's no missing. He couldn't peek game, now his nose missing, nigga. My life really confidential. My plug really confidential.
My life in a double dibble. I buy double bubble.
My life really confidential. My plug really confidential. My hitter really confidential.
There's some there.
My bitch really confidential. This rolling face really presidential. I be in this bitch high as fuck, counting every bag, listening to instrumental. Really started from the bottom. I can teach a broke nigga the fundamentals. That's really gang, only fuck with members. Heart cold like the munchies in the. She got a pretty face, but she is in a twin pose. You know I'm coming with her.
Little time when you think you have a whole big structure. I don't even know what the hell about the Vicky say, but every single day I be like, man, take a look, cause I don't even know what the heck I'm gonna do with this Puerto Rican double. Alright, whatever you listen, first and foremost, man. This is very different for Trino. Some of you guys may have not heard Trino, but something that has always been consistent, not in the best way, has been, I've always felt Trino needs way more energy, right? This is the first melodic song that I've ever heard from him. He usually like gets in and raps and will always have a structure. It'll feel like he more or less sometimes, I mean, like the first batch of records he sent to the show were often something that felt like a little bit more freestyle. Then it started feeling like he was writing it and actually performing it as much as he could. I wouldn't hear like a lot of punch-ins and stuff like that from him, right? So I was like, yeah, I hear that. But the one thing that he would often lack is like the confidence and a feeling like he actually was present for the recording that he was doing. And it would feel like he was practicing the song all the time, like and no, there was a lack of confidence, a feeling of sneaking into the studio, as we always say, sneaking into the studio, like when the engineer's in the bathroom and trying to quickly record the song, or without also calling attention to yourself, or recording the song in the same room while your mom, your grandma, and your baby sister is asleep. You always want to come at things with a full confidence, like, look, first or last song that people are going to hear from you, have a consistency with that, right? There's something on here that did allow us to hear a little bit more from you, right? Like, again, I've never heard you hit up something in a melodic way. I didn't mind it, but does start to get old after a while because you kind of stay in the same area when it comes to the melodies, right? You always want the variation, and that's important because if you analyze or listen to a lot of different music, you'll know there's so many ways that your song can be extended beyond the life of even your own genre, era, and stuff like that. Because when people like a melodic song, they do a cover of it. They'll like literally let me show my fan base that I like this artist song because it's so great, and I'm gonna sing their vocals, their words, their melodies. Maybe I'll switch a few things in like my production to make it more, closer to something that I would make. But your goal is to still show and pay homage to the original artist. That's why you keep their words and melodies intact. However, if you don't have enough of the melodies, most singers aren't like, they love to show that they can sing. Like they want you to know and to get goosebumps off the different melodies and notes that they can do or whatnot. So their job is to do that. If they hear something where there's only one little thing and there's nothing that changes, they wouldn't do that. The remix is the next area above that. That means, okay, I like your song enough to want to keep some of it intact, but just add my verse to it. So you're still there, and then I'm sort of adding a little bit of a different flair. Maybe, adding some drums to the production, adding some little things in here to make it a proper, remix, and then having my own verse. And I'm not singing your melodies, I'm singing my melodies. I can call back to your melodies in a certain way. But you want to have something different to make it a little bit more yours, and to act like, like you were a part of a song that brought a little bit something different to the table. And that's all, folks. What do we say? Yeah, I like that we got to see some kind of change from you. You just kind of need to come out of that shell a little bit more, I guess. And you gave us about almost 3 minutes of record, 2 minutes and 55 seconds. What do you guys think about that? Give your honest opinions, especially for some of you guys who might be hearing him for the first time. You say energy, and then let me see. Can you rewind the last 20 real quick? Let me see. Where did that record go? Okay, right here. Maybe somewhere around this area.
This rolling face really presidential. I be in this bitch high as fuck, counting every bag, listen to instrumental. Really started from the bottom, I can teach a broke nigga the fundamentals. That's really gang, only fuck remembers. Heart cold like the munchies. And she got a pretty face, but she is in a twin. We'll run you down, don't have a trip. Nigga track hard and traffic. We launching niggas body, honey game. Walk
yeah, his vocals were a little bit low.
Watch who you dissing. You ain't gang this tricky business. Want me to play my finger. Itching my phone ringing. My bitch tripping. My J consistent. My trap hitting. Trying to play me. Send my whole cat fishing. Send my shot of set tripping. Creep game. No sneak dissing. He couldn't peek game. Now it's no.
Hey, you know what else I was thinking about?
My life really
like when the chorus was coming up, right? I was kind of imagining, man, like what if he got, a group of kids to sort of like sing it with him? What if he got like a choir? What if he had, like elements like that at some point in the record or whatnot, right? Not that it's a kid's record. Like it probably wouldn't make sense. But I was thinking of the sound. I was thinking of the extra elements that aren't there, right? For some people, they are going to feel like you're more monotone, potentially boring on the lower side of the spectrum. And so think about an artist, my life in a, you know what I mean? If you're able to go up there, man, so much is able to be added to the record. That's also why potentially adding a feature that can go there is another option that you can do. If you can't hit that high of a note, definitely get a feature, see what they gonna do up in the cusp or whatnot. We got Olivier Moore featuring Miss Emily with Yes I Do coming up next. Let's go ahead and throw you on in. I was trying to see if he had switched the hook on the last one. And energy. He said, don't make sense to me, no shade. And if it's confidential, why you telling? I didn't know why you telling. And then hook can work. Hold on.
Do you need me?
All right.
Do you love me? Do you choose
So he does a little bit of a mixture of like a live performance with these.
Do you want me?
Post them to like IG and stuff.
Do you need me?
This is
Do you love me?
this is the chorus. He about to come in a second.
Do you choose me?
When I think of you, it make me wanna be beside you. One glance from you, my thoughts on fire. My happy place inside you. You the air to my tires. You the life to my wires. The rough top to complete my attire. Skin soft, Bentley interior. You teach me who I am, more revealing than my bathroom mirror.
Hold on, I had to.
Kids always right, you mother superior. It ain't your fault, got these women feeling inferior. Your effortless glide, make me beam with pride. My eyes roll to the side, I am your dirt bike. Love it when you rough ride. You stimulate my mind with wealth fleshed inside. Kegels got you tighter than a fleshlight. How you don't graze me with them teeth, gotta be some kind of gift, right? Wanna clone me so I can love you from both sides at the same time. I got a sick mind, we have a sick time. Bottle, our lubrication. Sell it as a magic potion. / cure for corrosion. / healing, soothing skin lotion. You're the only human to whom I reveal my emotions. Not only my lover, more importantly, my best friend. If I had to, over and over, I choose you again.
Do you want me?
Yes, I do.
Do you need me?
Yes, I do.
Do you love me?
Yes, I do.
Do you choose me?
Yes, I do.
Do you need me?
That was like a real artist.
Yeah.
Not like a
Do you want me? Do you want
chorus came with the beat kind of thing.
Do you love me?
Yes, I do. Hey, lady, don't leave.
What do you guys think about that? 1 to 10? Any? Oh, yeah. Straight hip hop, of course, of the culture. I like that vibe. You know, didn't know what to expect, especially like from the beginning, right? It had a whole different sort of like vibe, and I think in our heads it was probably gonna go somewhere else. And then as soon as them drums, you know, come in and it goes, I'm like, okay, like, you know, what, where are we at with it, right? You just got in there, you know, kept it smooth. Did it leave a little bit, you know, too soon? And potentially, there's always a little bit more that one can do. There's part of me that does feel like some of the singing can still use a little bit more. Like I felt like she needed to really truly feel the record, right? Like have more confidence in herself, right? And I felt like she was just kind of, you know, trying a little bit of something out first. But for the final record, I probably would go in and do some extra things to make sure you fill it out, so it doesn't feel like, you know, she's naked, you know, or just like there's something missing in there, whether it's harmonization, a few more layers, a you know, an element of like delay and reverb and certain echoes and certain things with her vocals. Like I know that it can sound, you know, a little bit better, but I see the vision, I see where you are trying to go with it. And then you have, you know, a lot of these things that you actually kind of film when you're, you know, that I do want to know that. So when you go into these visually, are you recording the first moment of you recording it, or have you in most cases already recorded it and now you're like re-performing it, you know what I'm saying, to get the visual aspect? You know, because almost it seems like we're actually seeing the recording more or less. What do you say? I like it. It was almost like a spoken word type of feel to it, man. Agree with that. Hold on, let me go over here. So that was her first time on the mic. Okay, well, you know, we could hear that, I guess. Hopefully it's something that she would be open to coming back to. I always want you guys to like never look at any of the records you've done and to think it can't use any improvement and it's just complete, you know what I'm saying? Let me move on to the next song. Ain't no use in sort of like lingering. And listen, you can do like 15 different versions of any song that you freaking want or whatnot, right? You got to remember that certain artists have the demo version, the garage band version, the first aspect of just getting the idea out and seeing what's up. And then when you get signed and you got that label that puts you back in the studio with better instruments and can get an even better mix and master on it, you know, you have that full official version, the one that you want to get on vinyl. And so there's always extra things that you can do to bring things out. Just always think about the many things that you hear, right? I always tell you guys, think with the executive producer mind state. You know what Kanye used to do, right? Where he, you know, sample a certain record or whatnot and then bring in other singers or violinists and stuff to play on top of the things, and it made the records feel that much more epic. You were inspired by the musicality of it. I often saw Tyler the Creator in the studio doing some of the same stuff, and Ryan Leslie as a producer. Like I remember seeing one video where he was just showing how he made beats and would do a lot of things from scratch. So he went in, played the freaking drums, went in, played the trumpet. Like he pretty much knew how to play each instrument and made a full beat from scratch. And it's always something I think that everybody kind of needs to experience and needs to just see others do out there. It's why we still talk about the importance of not just being okay with you know, AI music and not having that element of the real artist being able to be there and perform it and give you an experience, right? The experience doesn't stop at the song itself. It goes, you know, above and beyond from that. You said, I miss the old Kanye, man. Don't we freaking all, man. Like, shout out to Kanye. I think he doesn't know. Maybe he does. Maybe he does, you know. I think we all really, if you saw the Genius documentary at all, it was on Netflix, should still be there, I don't know. But the documentary showed just like how he was throughout, like before he was famous and everything. That's how long ago he had been recording the footage. So before he had gotten signed, and like his mom just talking about him and how he is and stuff, and then other artists who knew him behind the scenes like Talib Kweli, and they would talk about, you know, just different aspects, you know, of him, and you got to see them at different points. But I think it was inspiring in a way because you saw even Ye like taking some of the best songs that we've heard from him from like those first, you know, 2 or 3 albums. He was taking some of that stuff to the Def Jam and Rockefeller like offices and just like playing it for freaking people, and they was ignoring him. Nobody had like a reaction of like, yo, like what's that? And you know how we reacted when we heard those songs. Like, you know, Kanye stepped on the scene, you know, everybody heard Through the Wire, and then they started realizing, oh wait, he's the producer who did the majority of those beats that we heard from, you know, Dipset and Rock, and like, you know, you start piecing things together. Then when the album comes out, man, I think he took the world by storm, right? Because he really knew how to rap. He got in there, he did his thing, he you know, had a little bit of a story to tell, and he was the producer of everything that we were hearing. So we really got to see everything that he worked towards come full circle. To know that even at that time, at the time when he's like on stage with Jay-Z, and then Jay-Z introduces him, and then he does a little freestyle and stuff, he said he still didn't feel like he made it. Like, you know, he's introduced to the world. Everybody gets to see him on. He still doesn't feel like he made it at that point, right? So he's always determined. But I'm having this conversation just to bring it home to the fact that he was very humble. He seemed like he was all there until the moment that his mom passed. Once she wasn't, it's like something broke in him, and he didn't have that guidance to let him know when he needed to go a certain direction with something. And so I think all of the things that we've been seeing, it's just like when you have someone who doesn't have really anyone else that could tell them like, no, this isn't a good idea or whatnot, right? And just to help him think about something. You know, his mom, I think, even wouldn't have let him go on freaking stage, man. You said Kanye was never home. Nah, listen, you gotta watch the thing. You see the change in him. You see the change, and just like how crazy he got. You know what I mean? But he was always someone that was larger than life. I can tell you that, like, Absol was also down to earth and larger than life. I went to Carson High with him. Got to chill with him in the days before the afro and stuff. But I can tell you that he always wore the glasses. He actually does have a condition, so it's not, you know, just a part of his style, you know, more or less. But technically he is, I guess. But I also saw him with his girl all the time back then. the one who, if you follow Ab, you would know she had passed and kind of committed suicide or whatnot. It's sad because I literally I know how he feels because I know how long they were together, inseparable, the couple in school that everybody kind of knew type shit. So that was kind of hard to see. I do got to see if I can get him on the show and interview him one time or whatnot. We'll see what we can do futuristically or whatnot, but I owe him a few album reviews at least or whatnot, so you get that appreciation. Let me see. Nobody was like RIP, man. Yep, no doubt. RIP Donda. Let me see. Right, hold on, let me go over here. Okay, where are we at? Where are we freaking at? All up in the line. I don't know what the hell to do, but I can find ya. Did we do? I'm trying to figure out if we did P from the 941 already. I think we might have, but I don't want to scroll all the way back. What would happen? Hold on. Let me play a little bit of it first. No, I think we're good. Well, I think the beat might be sampling that.
It's top of the morning, I'm lighting my blunt and I get in the booth. I'm handling money, I'm playing it stingy, I feel like a Jew. And the shit that you did wasn't new. Despicable hoes, I feel like I'm Groot. Exotic be healing the wound. Addicted to money, should be on my tomb. And you thinking that petty shit cute, only mad cause it happened to you. When it happened to me, it didn't matter to you. I'm sick of these niggas, I got me the flu. If you're not getting money, I'm sick of you too. You thinking she loyal, you missing the clue. You think she a keeper, you must be a goofy. We dogging these bitches again, she bringing her friends, I'm chilling with Stewie. How you think of yourself as a man, you niggas dependent on bitches and coochie. I been cutting relations again with niggas who broke cause it's spreading like cooties. There was never a time when the nigga had fit in. Hell, now I can't kick it, cause your pockets are dead end. I been touching on chicken, that shit out of the question. Now stacking you spending, I guess it ain't set in. I can tell your intention, I just been racing the riches, I'm dogging the engine. We don't got a connection, money I drop on my bitch, the amount that he flexing. And I got an obsession, shitting on niggas who thinking we got the same ending. Being broken infection, keeping my distance with niggas that really be spreading. Get back, nigga, get back, nigga.
How y'all feel about that? 1 to 10, any and all feedback is welcome, man. I see what you're going for in terms of the style. I think we know when it comes to certain subgenres and stuff. Like, we're now in an era where, while some people will look at certain artists as clones of others and things like that, I've started to readjust how we think about things, right? How these styles that you guys go in and use are like fighting styles, kung fu styles and stuff like that, right? But with music, right? Channeling the spirit of a certain flow, melody that you might hear via the inspiration of the beat, you know what I'm saying? With that said, I do often want you guys to elevate some of the things that you're doing, right? What I want you guys to start thinking about is trying to be the best artist in your genre. What is there that can set you apart from any other person that we hear that would go in with the same flow, you know what I'm saying, same type of beat, and what would set you apart? Not everybody is trying to do that or like compete on that level, so I do get it, you know. Some people just want to be a little bit of a vibe, something for the moment. And just a little some, man. 1 minute and 51 seconds. Nothing too crazy. I do think that there was part of me that felt like you could have used a little bit more energy in there. But one of the mental rules that I always have is like, look, as long as the beat that you're rapping to isn't hyper than what you're doing, then you can sort of get by with a sort of very chill, kind of deadpan, just staring at the camera kind of energy. If it's more, hype and turn up, you don't want to be falling behind and lacking in that type of record, right? I imagine everybody's jumping up and down, throwing bottles everywhere, and you're just like sitting down or laying down, right? The energy that you have right now is very much like rapping to yourself as opposed to performing the song for your fans or the crowd or, someone who's at least right in front of you. Like, I feel like you're in detention or a library, and a little bit low in that. But as I said, the vibe of the beat kind of allows that to exist a little bit, right? I do wonder though if the drums, because the drums have more energy in them, so that might be a little bit of conflict of interest for some. There's a version of this record where it could just be the sample and those elements, no drums, and then you still kind of making a that version. I feel like that would be interesting nonetheless as well. It would be something that's atmospheric. I don't think we've heard artists in your genre go that route, so it would pull something else together. What do you guys think about that? Want to tell you now, feedback is welcome. What can you give him before we send him on his way? What can you give him? Hold on, let me drop this over here. What do you say? The artists are on Shades Vision, Union Made, and See Money Baby. Well, we've played See Money Baby on the show before. And See Money Baby has sent to the show. I have a remix kinda with him. Long story. Shout out to freaking See Money Baby though, man. See, he is definitely a talented artist, himself. What I've always liked about him is that somehow he can make street records, but with an R&B style kind of like voice and melodies and whatnot. No, like he sounds like a street artist and rapper, but like when he sings, he is almost inspired by R&B artists, so he'll really get into it in that way when certain people may back up a little bit. What do you say? I mean, he wanted to skip all the previous tracks, so I got nothing to say and stuff like that. And he said a little bit more energy and reverb and voices like that. Hey man, I mean, first, at least we finally got to it, right? We finally got to it, and thank you for your patience. Just make sure you do your thing, man. Come hard. Always operate with any record that you make as if your favorite artist is going to get on the track. I don't know who that is, so it could be anybody, right? But I am talking about the person that, as I said earlier, could make you want to go in and rewrite anything that you've done to the song. If like you do something like that and then Lil Wayne, or again, name an artist. I don't care who it is. Name somebody who oh hell no, I gotta go back in. You know, because I know they're going to rip me on my own song. And if you want the conversation to be a little bit different, you gotta come with it. Like, everyone criticizes Jay on Renegade, but honestly, there's two sides to that kind of story, right? Technically, Eminem already made Renegade, right? He already made the song with Royce da 5'9". Jay-Z then asked Eminem for a feature for the project that he was working on, right? He wanted to get him on the album and whatnot. M did not have enough time to come up with a new song to send him, so he just kind of took Renegade, said, you know what, let me take off Roy's verse, send that to him, see if Jay feels it. Jay felt it, did his verse, and then got back. But in most cases, if you know you might have something that's a little bit different, and you know, if it's not up to a certain level as what another artist is doing, you have all the time in the world to go back and rewrite and reperform what you have. And what I think my mind keeps going to this place because Jay, I'm assuming heard Eminem's verse, you know, and then still came out with what he did. It's not that his was bad either, because I feel like if it was just the beat and then Jay-Z, you still would have liked that record. You know, you would have been, oh yeah, Renegade is a classic and shit like that, right? It's just the different styles in which they come at the song. You felt like M kind of wrote it better and had a better structure to what he was doing. Again, it's still a cheat code because he came up with the thing first. Technically, we still need another record, another proper M and Jay-Z, because, you know, you want M to really be thinking about, all right, let me do a song with Jay. Jay usually raps to this type of stuff, you know, how can we meet in the middle, you know, and then go from that. Especially like today's M is different than the M that we had back then, so I'd be interested to see what we have. Anyways, we have a skip right now. Let's go ahead and put this in. Did I already hit? I don't even know if I hit the thing.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold. I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be, just because.
So it's Hold It Down, Shades Vision, C Money Baby, Union Made, Zans, Ash, Matthews, man. Rate this in the chat. 1 to 10, you know, feedback is welcome.
You made his ass.
Yeah. See what everybody does.
They know that I'm heading to the top, they try to hold me down. They know that I'm never gonna stop, they trying to slow me now. Go back to the block, they come around, they swear they know me now. We just put the city on lock, who else gon' hold it down?
You never heard Royce's verse?
Been out here on my own, trying to keep everything together. If I love you right or wrong, it's whatever till forever. They gon' try to do you bold and expect you to accept it. And when you don't, they all gon' turn on you. They'll never be like you, you will never be like them. They gon' be phony and pretend, take them out and gave an inch. Want no money in my feelings, I got out of them. Mine was on $1 million, now it's all on my kids. Chance after chance, blood on my hands. He took out for the team, hold it down in the can. Be my feet right after they leave the methadone clinic. I ride around the pop music when I handle my business. Pops hold it down, my mom's hold it down, Tierra hold it down, Shades hold it down, Peanut hold it down, Cody hold it down, Spray hold it down. You know what it is when we around. They know that I'm heading to the top, they try to hold me down. They know that I'm never gonna stop, they trying to slow me now. Go back to the block, they come around, they swear they know me now. We just put the city on lock, who else gon' hold it down? Shit down like an anchor. Nike shoebox full
full of paper, so much I should be a banker. I make sure my son ball too, like Bronny for the Lakers. I'm like Big LeBron and Dayton, Mister, don't forget the baby. It's see money, baby. My mind militant, I'm really moving calculated. Big pointer sitting in my ear, make me drown out the haters. Bitch, I ain't hearing that. That nigga bleed just like I bleed, so I ain't fearing that. I'm close to the most high, baby, this God's gift. We don't call the law, we draw sticks for the flaw. Shit, ice wrist, colder than the polar bear, bare fist. Night shift, we don't go to sleep, we up on bullshit. Remember when they doubted me, I know. Now I'm undoubtedly the hottest thing that's walking around this motherfucker. I leave blood in the mouth of a bloodsucker. They know that I'm heading to the top, they try to hold me down. They know that
So yeah, he'll be getting into those
trying to slow me now. Go back to
R&B
the
vibes
come
all of a
around,
sudden.
they swear they know me now. We just put the city on lock, who else gon' hold me down?
Holding it down. You can find me in the freaking ride, rolling around, and sometimes we could, you can come to the show, but you probably gonna leave if you find out that there was no sound, and then you couldn't hear nothing. What do you guys think about that? When attending our feedback is, of course, welcome as we. All right, so I felt like I liked the conviction on this, especially with C Money, man. Again, he always comes with it. Never heard a bad verse from him so far. I always feel like he takes the record seriously, and I could say that about most of the artists that I hear him get on records with, right? This felt very much, of the brand and the sound that I know from him, and I think each artist got in and 100% did their thing. I almost felt like it was gonna be, a little bit more in terms of like, one more section or something like that. But 3 minutes and 16 seconds, I'm still fine with that. We appreciate being able to spend any amount of time with you guys. And I'm curious if he or if they had any plans to do a potential video to that. Does feel like one that we would have that for. Let me see what else. I mean,
they hold it down, you know what it is when we around. They know that I'm heading to the top, they try to hold me down. They know that I'm never gonna stop, they trying to slow me now. Go back to the.
So I was trying to figure out how many elements were in there, and in the aspect of if they were to do a Tiny Desk version of that song, like what would they need to encompass? I feel like we have a few elements of a piano, some synth elements, potentially violins that could be utilized, and obviously you could throw some drums in there, but I think it was still, why is it so why is it all of a sudden dark as hell? What the hell was that? Got me over here in the shadows and shit, man. What was that for real, man? Was there a ghost in this house, man? Listen, don't be taken by light, bro. Don't be taken by light. You know what I'm saying? I'm right here. And I gotta get a new bulb for my lamp right there, because it go. And you said bro carrying on the chorus for real. That what's up? Yeah, like you want to sing over there with that. Said it's nice why everybody started doing Griselda ad libs. Boo, 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 boo. Let me see. Parts of it remind me of Rod Wave. And the singing aspect, I can see that. Would you say they are from BD International, scenarios? So, or you're talking about the ones that you are singing. So just know, right? For everybody who sends to the show, try to send if it's not you and it's an artist that you want to support type shit. Like, we're okay with that, but it cannot be an artist who is like signed to a major label type thing, right? Like if they are already on the radio and touring with sold out freaking arenas and stuff, don't send us Madonna, don't send us Michael Jackson. Don't send us Tupac. Don't send us Drake, Kendrick, Jay, DMX. You got, you know the artists, those artists we kind of got to stay away from, because the label, there's a process that we basically would have to go through to play certain things. We have to license the ability to play very specific songs. And again, I'm trying to put it in the best way so you guys understand why that process is in place, right? Because to them, their artist is their product. And if we are playing their artist, for some people, they really like Drake. They really like Kendrick. They really like so-and-so, right? And so they look at it like, if we're playing something that a lot of people like, it's more, it could drive people to my stream, right? And for them, they're not getting paid anything, if I'm hitting play on their artist song, I'm the only person who is basically giving them a play or a stream, right? Everybody else in the building, you're basically listening to that artist's song for free. It would be the same thing if I were to play a movie. I can't just watch Avengers and go live and then y'all watch it with me. How nice it would be to hang out with the chat and to legit watch something and y'all could hear and see everything, and we're just like geeking out over scenes and stuff like that. But like, no, they look at it like none of you guys bought tickets or have a Netflix or Disney Plus account, and so they have no way to monetize that. And to a certain extent, I think there just needs to be a better process that helps everyone properly get paid, or even for things to kick in the live streams, right? So in my eyes, like, yeah, if I'm playing an industry artist, or if I'm playing a show or a movie that is licensed, I feel like it should prompt the chat, if they have an account with any of those things, it should prompt you to have to log in or pay a small fee to stay in the building if you want to watch it with the stream or whatnot. I feel like nobody would have a problem with that. They would understand. And aside from that, making sure that everybody gets the right kind of trickle down, process or whatnot. Like, I'm sure you guys want to be able to make records to a Drake beat and then put it out, but you can't, because you can't monetize the record, and it'll almost force you to take it down, or they won't let you post certain things sometimes, and they're very weird about which ones. Anyways, yeah, I gotta watch out. Drake be suing for real, whatnot. Especially if you view their records in a negative way. I feel like they look at it as bad press, and so they'd rather stop that from happening. But yeah, that makes sense, right? So don't send anything that is industry related, as to not mess up the stream. And yes, it can still happen if you rap to a Drake beat. Replace Drake with anybody, Wu-Tang, Nas. Don't rap to their beats and then send that to the show. We'll end up cutting it and be like, please send something else so we can get you in there. What up, Dennis? He said, what about we already said no Michael Jackson. No Michael Jack. Now, I tell you the middle ground that you can go in. If you're an artist outside of hip hop, you can do a cover to those songs. So you can do like an acoustic, reimagining more or less. But if you sing to the same instrumental, it picks up in the algorithm like we're playing the same song, and then suddenly you just don't see the stream. It just gets cut. First time I realized that was a thing when I tried to sample the Black Panther soundtrack. So it was in the middle. It was like not watching a movie, but you're sampling a soundtrack from a movie that was big, and then they just they heard and then all of a sudden it just cut. And I'm like, seriously? Like, what happened? And then I was like, oh, because of the freaking thing. He said our covers are allowed as long as you do not do it to the same instrumental. Don't be trying to do the Shmule app, because they basically use the instrumental. All right, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? WJ with Who the Fuck Am I? Sometimes he will send covers himself.
I've been living in my own world of silence, where I'm alone in my thoughts. Words don't come easily, and they never seem to be found. It's like taking a deep breath, yeah, just blow you drown. There ain't no pain, ain't no peace, it's a bleak. Yeah, the sky don't respond, now I still listen intently. I've been talking to the darkness demons, as if I know the footing of where it's gonna be. The version of myself is left a trace in the open. Now I'm walking and I'm hoping ghosts will still be Dorky. Yeah, they locusts throwing shit. I forgotten who I was. Then I let it all unravel. There's a strange kind of freedom and a buzz, and losing your mind. Man, I don't chase no clarity. I sit in vacant space and let it come, let it go, and then I mean what it was. Every second evolves before I can hold it. I foresaw my light, but the pace he's unfolding. Shit. And love don't feel like questions anymore.
Feels like it.
Shadow that moves when I open the door. Yeah. Sometimes you stay, sometimes you gaze, sometimes it slips, sometimes my lips ain't good to yours. Hands softly touch to your waist, and you smile and you kiss. Yeah, like a name on your tongue, like spitting inside of you, been inside of you.
What are you doing?
Yeah, we two became one. Don't you remember
Need a better structure.
It's all so heavy, like I dropped it all. Yeah, I've got the weight on my shoulders. I'm holding it out all the year. That's what I'm supposed to do. Where the noise they come to, I'm hearing shit. I think I'm going crazy. I'm going nuts. I think I need a shrink. Then becomes a song. Yeah, rise before the fall. Fuck it, man. I'm doing it. Oh, hey. Just let me breathe.
It's like I see potential, but
ain't no hope of guidance, ain't no hope of use. I got these friends, but shit ain't just don't get it, man. I'm fucked up and I'm backed up and I'm gone. My mind's so mentally spent, yeah, it's fucking gone.
So I have heard better records from you. All right, you gotta know that. You already. I mean, I'm sure you know, right? We've given you a lot of guidance. You know what I'm saying? Over a very small amount of freaking time, and as you know, the time goes on, you know, we get to know more of your strengths and weaknesses, right? And I always get to see when you actually listen in certain aspects. Like one thing that I hear on here that I've always told you to do a little bit more is sort of sometimes the half and half, where we get to hear you, because he I think his main lane is actually more of the alternative and like rock and country kind of genres, right? You can hear him actually having the voice for that. The one that he more or less feels like he's a little bit out of place in at times is the rap, because if you hear him, it will feel like he's freestyling. And I think we all have that internal thing that we do when an artist is rapping. We start trying to figure out what the structure is and where they are going to rhyme the next line. And if you're one of those artists that just kind of sound like they're going anywhere, and you don't always rhyme the right things at the right places, and you don't think about that kind of cadence, you know, it is going to affect the record and how people perceive you and as an artist. And I always feel like, man, if anything is freestyled, not everybody is able to do it to sound confident or you know, natural, and I feel like there's always a little bit more that can be done when you take your time, and sometimes you do need to get a writer or somebody who helps you piece together things in the right way, right? Because certain things just need to, okay, I want to say this on the record. How could I say that in like the dopest way while still like, you know, flowing to the beat and you know, that prospect. And I hate to say it, I do 100% hate to say it, but like one thing that AI is good at is at least helping you find out what that structure should be, right? I think that at the very least, one thing that you could do, not like with a few different things or whatnot, I really would want you to use it more for just finding those ways to adjust yourself, but not actually putting out that record with AI or even completely copying what the AI does. What you want to see the example of where the cadence should go, and then use that as an example, you know, because you have certain good ideas sometimes, but they really do need to be fleshed out and to get that appreciation, man. Like a structure is everything, right? You all are asking us to put you on the same like kind of pedestals as the artists we've listened to for years, right? And to be compared to those, you have to rap. Like, all you guys ever need to do is remove the beat completely and then see what people really would think about your acapella. And I feel like if I met you just randomly at a bus stop and we was just talking, and then, you know, what I would always talk to people about, yo, so what do? Do you do music or anything like that? You know, and then, yeah, eventually get around to like me rapping. And if we were to have that conversation, and you said you were an artist, and I said, oh, let me hear something, or if you were to just kind of freestyle, right? And if you did some of the things that you do in this way, it's not gonna come out as the best, right? We're thinking about just the lyrics at that point, and where there's not necessarily a pressure of timing per se, unless, you know, there's a beat right along with it, or, you know, I'm beatboxing and you're trying to do something. But you do want artists who are going to follow the beat and are going to think about that structure. It's not hard, right? I've said at times that I am when and if I do have time, like, because that's what I would do when I was recording a certain artist, man. I would like, you know what, this sounds better if you do it like this, go in there. I don't like writing for an artist, but to try to help them have the just the right area for the song to go, I think that is definitely important, because how you say it could be, you know, everything in terms of like a lack of confidence or something like gains. He said, nobody, you know what I'm saying, I hear you, but if my lady was on that, I would know immediately. And then 11 days, so you went back to that. And then your poor guy, hold on. And then oof. And then I believe, you know what I'm saying, found out that, yeah, I remember that. Anybody even know, you know what I'm saying, probably just a few months. Hold on. YouTube, yeah. And it's the hero. Yeah. Yep, that was that artist. And okay, so what were you saying? They need to make a Netflix and chill where you have to sign into your Netflix to join. Yeah, like don't you feel like people would feel dope for some reason about like tapping into the stream? Because like I said, like there's something dope about being able to watch something kind of together and then to have a community commentary, you know, where of course I'm the host or whatnot, but we're sort of like talking about it and voting on certain aspects. You know, big freaking salute. We have a skip coming up right now. Let's go ahead and put that in, and then yeah, I got it. Did you send a skip as well, Simba? We have one. That's another C Money Baby first, and then we'll.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold. I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be.
My light went out, but I have this lightsaber. You mother effer, man. Hold on. Okay. Now we're a little bit brighter around here. Let me just put that right there right quick. Only thing that's gonna be annoying is it's burning the shit out of me right now. Alright, let me go over here. Press that. And then C Money Baby with Barbie Girl. Did he sample Barbie Girl or shit?
I'm a Barbie girl. California needs a permanent fix to this wildfire crisis.
You. Big freaking salute. Hold on. As we proceed to get you what you need. Figured out the first time, you know what I'm saying? Came home to yo, that was way too bright over here.
I found a Barbie girl, bring it to my world. Keep it ratchet, this pistol plastic. Pull up everywhere with my back, we ain't scared. She a bad bitch, fucking with a savage. Come on, baby, let's go, baby. Yeah. Come on, daddy, let's go, daddy.
Yo.
Come on, baby, let's go, baby.
It's wild.
I need a bad bitch, little rider chick that's gon' compliment my savage. I push out the inverter, hit the engine, make it skirt. I got my hand up a skirt, play with it, make it squirt. I need a rider, Bonnie and Clyde. When I slide, she might drive her. And when we get home, I'm putting dick inside her. Tell that bitch to bring a friend for my partner. Baby, a free sucker like the doctor. I got a hit and high notes like the opera. I might take this one home to meet my mama. That's what I'm supposed to do. Got a cell phone full of bad hoes, might leave them alone for you. Cause you hold it down like an anchor. And I got my ship in your ocean. I slide around with my bango. For you, I'ma bust your head open. I found you during dark times when I could barely see. Nowadays it's you and me, you and I T, why unity? You know why I be fly with the wings. You turn my dark skies into pink. I'm blessed to say I found a Barbie girl, bring her to my world. Keep it ratchet, this pistol plastic. Pull up everywhere with my baby, we ain't scared. She a bad bitch, fucking with a savage. Come on, baby, let's go, baby. Yeah. Come on, daddy, let's go, daddy. Come on, baby.
This is why you made a better song than what the original was. I'm gonna be honest.
Barbie love me cause I'm hard body like Ken. Really got my ties locked in. She like the frog eyes on my pen. She like the chopstick in my whip cause it ain't got kick on it. She ain't afraid to up this bitch, then bust this bitch, let it spit on her. She my lady, yeah. She found a place in my heart, I hope she stay there. If you play with shorty, you gotta play with me, we don't play fair. I'ma fuck up the party with my doggies, catch a party. We gon' risk it all for the Barbie. Pull up to a Barbie house in a Barbie car. Cold drink in a Barbie mouth, rockin' out, we party hard. So we like to tee up, her baby daddy pull up and get beat up. I got my Reggie tuck, this a heater. Broke out the twin like Tamara and Tia. We let these bitches sing like a Leo. You better not die about no girl. We got ratchets, up this bitch and blast it. Aim it at his hair, put his brains like everywhere. Shit was tragic, we let him have it. About a Barbie girl, bring it to my world. Keep it ratchet, this pistol plastic. Pull up everywhere with my baby, we ain't scared. She a bad bitch, fucking with a savage. Come on, baby, let's go, baby.
like the times where I don't even know what the hell I'm about to tell y'all. There's a lot of people that don't freaking say I feel y'all. Real quick before we review that or whatnot, cause y'all, like I think the thing was to not go all over the place and bring it back up or whatnot. But the thing about so and so's wife and the situation, we're not talking about the song yet. I think the concept and the aspect and the reason why he even said it or felt like it was okay to say was because, you know, the ex-wife thing. So I feel like in his mind he was like laughing at the situation, like, damn, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what she get. Like that's what I got in my head. And I was trying to home him in on, you know what? Like, I'm trying to figure out if we should laugh at that. You know, we know the problems. We don't want anybody to really be, you know, on that stuff, but we get the ex-wife aspects of it. So that's all that I was thinking and whatnot. But I also agree with Decoded. It's not for us to be talking about outside of the moment. If he's not talking about it, you know, especially anymore, we shouldn't, and especially when he's not here. Now back to the song, man. There's a lot in here because you guys gotta understand something, man. As a kid, I hated that song with a passion. I don't know what it was about it, but I just was so annoyed with it whenever it came on. I thought the video was dumb. It was funny, but it just wasn't something that made me want to immediately listen to it over and over. Go searching for the song. Let me get the single. Let me, you know, even as a producer, no part in my brain ever said, let me go sample that song, right? But the task of changing something into such a better version of what it is, man, like, this is how you truly remix a song and completely making it yours while still paying homage to that original. Again, there was no sample from that record in there, that, you know what I mean, like if you know it because of the chorus and the structure that's right there. And I really love how this one was kind of remade and then still having your own elements in there. It's like meeting the best of both worlds in all the best ways. And I'd listen to this, you know, 100 times over for sure. So there's definitely a level of talent when you can challenge yourselves to remake things in the proper way. I always tell you this, right? You want the original artist to be proud of what you've done, because that kind of version of the song is 100% one where if they're asked what they think about it, they're most likely going to have a really good response, because artistically you still pay homage to that original record. There are some people who will sample a certain song that we know. It could be from Tupac, from Aaliyah. It could be from our favorite show like The Walking Dead or Rick and Morty or something. And they won't have one word or line that calls back to the brand or whatever it is, the artist, their song. There's a missed opportunity there. And so I like that you kind of did this, but in the opposite way. There's no sample, it's the song and the concept of it. And then, yes, bringing some of the words from the chorus in there and changing it around. Like there's something for a lot of people to work with. And I guess the ultimate question is, if they make another Barbie movie, should this be a part of it? Is that doing too much? Does it feel like it would be out of place because, you know, see Buddy Baby's more of a street artist, or does it allow him to get into that kind of mainstream kind of push, right? Obviously, anything, you know, if there's any profanity and stuff like that, you need a clean version for certain versions of the record. But I like that. He said it's Boy from the Hood. Let me see, introduced hip hop in my country or whatnot. That's what's up. And would you say it's going all right? It's a process, man. Oh yeah, we were talking about the what was it again? I know you had, it was, I didn't know if it was gonna be a movie, a video game. I said it could be both. I'm like, man, these are like game characters, and you know, he was doing something. He's like, God forbid we get another Barbie movie or that. What's your thought? What's your take on it? Did you like it? Came out at the same time as Oppenheimer, and people sort of made it a little bit of a double feature thing. My thing was, right, and I honestly thought it was gonna be one movie, and was pleasantly surprised that it was another. I didn't think it was gonna be as funny as it was. It was way more of a comedy than it was a, you know, like a social commentary kind of thing. But there were still elements of that, you know, in there at certain time. But I thought the comedy and the stupidity in that level of comedy that they gave was kind of genius, just because you didn't expect them to go there with it or whatnot. But and what were you saying? He said I didn't watch it. Honestly, check it out, man. It's funny and woke as well. Yeah, and I again, we hold those sentiments, but it's one that is actually it's legit funny. Like I kid you not. Everybody has a different level of comedy as well, right? Some people probably either would or wouldn't laugh at Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle, or certain Adam Sandler movies, or, you know, maybe you need something that's smarter in terms of that or whatnot. I feel like it meets somewhere in the middle with a lot of things. You got to think about all the people that are involved with it, the brand itself. So they find a smart way to kind of play around with the themes and kind of do something a little bit different. You know, part of me doesn't even want to like just completely tell you the plot so you can watch it on your own time. I will say it doesn't seem like something that you needed to watch with your wife, girlfriend, or daughter. Like most women would probably feel the opposite of just like, you know, it's this our movie, in the same way where a lot of, you know, black people felt like Black Panther was ours, you know what I'm saying? It's something that, yes, everybody else can experience, but we feel appreciated, right? So Barbie, appreciation, you know what I'm saying, for women, but there's still a smart movie in there, you know, in the same way where Toy Story can be for kids, but adults can still watch it and appreciate it and not feel like, man, why am I watching this kids movie? Like, no, you still feel like, you know, it's a well done film with heart, and you know, you can get a little something out of it. At the very least, what I always say is you do want to be able to have full conversations of, you know, your thoughts on a film, a movie, a video game, whatever it is. I hate to debate with people on the things that they just hate without seeing it, because you're coming at it from no context at that point. If you at least see it and then be like, man, this movie sucked because this, and then we can have a debate of like, yeah, you know what? I do agree that wasn't as good. This could have definitely been better. You know, and then you take those sides and those stances. But like, there's only like one movie I ever walked out on, and it was First Sunday. It was First Sunday with Ice Cube, and I think Tracy Morgan was in that. I don't know. There was just something. I think that was kind of the moment that I started to be out at certain like black comedies. You know what I'm saying? When it started to get to like The Cookout and certain things, it just they weren't as smart as they could be, and it felt more like slapstick and just stupid for the sake of being stupid. But I feel like Tyler Perry then came in and brought more respect to black cinema and some of the comedy. Still had some of that same what the hell's going on, but he would have, as I said, more heart in the films that still brought a levity to it. And if anything, Madea was the only thing that brought, you know, Madea and those characters that he would play were the things that brought the laughter and things within it. And he's always been very much within that brand. Like before they were movies, they were actually plays and musicals and stuff. And so he brought that to the actual screen, made full movies, and then brought the concepts and everything and the characters, you know, to the silver screen. But we see, I can't stand Madea and all that. Diary of a black woman, man. Listen. Okay, Friday is a classic. Okay, Friday is a classic. Next Friday, absolutely loved. I still want them to make something as good as those two. We'll see what happens with the next one coming up. I feel like Juice was a classic. Boys in the Hood, Don't Be a Menace. I love that. I do hope they make another Don't Be a Menace. Menace to Society. Baby Boy, I liked. I'm just trying to go down in my mind the ones that stand out. I got the Hookup 1. Classic. You know, it was around that time, you know what I'm saying? But I do feel like, again, at a certain point, you do start to get tired of certain elements and you want there to be a little bit more, right? And that goes for everybody, right? Eventually, Denzel had to be a freaking bad guy for us to keep that interest at that time. We knew he was an amazing actor. We still were showing up for movies at butts and seats every time. Training Day, right? First time he's ever decided to play something opposite of what he usually was. And my gosh, did he elevate. You see how well of an actor that someone is in him doing that, man. It was, man, like I don't even know what else I could say about it. Anyways, sorry about that. We do have a skip from Futile Simba. Let me go ahead and load your thing up. Sorry about the full on, combo. We getting in there. We try to talk about the thing. Where did you send your thing to, though? I don't know if you sent the actual file, my brother. See, my dog is even saying, he's like, hey, he did not send the freaking thing. What else? Okay, I'm gonna tell him. He said, you did not send it. I know that. I'm telling him right now. He's about to send it. So should we just go with, let me play the next song then in the line. And then while we're doing that, we'll gather his thing.
Hello.
Futile Simba.
Sure.
Let me look in the spam folder too, just in case over here.
This journey with childhood cancer.
Okay, I honestly didn't want to skip that, but commercial music or ad music could still get us cut as well. You know what I'm saying? We are MC Mugs.
র্যাপার রিসেল মাইরাই সোলজারের হুইসেল আর এই পাম্পের তেল শেষ দেখ আরেক দিকে ডিজেল আমগো গুরুর নাম বিগেল দেশে তামাক দরকার লিগেল জলদি লাগা শাওয়ার তোর মায়ের আমি ফ্লাওয়ার সিদ্ধির এত পাওয়ার দেহি মাথার ভিতরে টাওয়ার আর ওস্তাদের মায়ের পরে এইটাই ফার্স্ট টাওয়ার বেটা লাওয়ারি সব জট বটকায় জায়গা নাইকা যাওয়ার এ বাওয়া ঘাস খায়া নাকে চারস হাওয়া ধাওয়া পাল্টা ধাওয়া বাংলা র্যাপে নাইকা খাওয়া সব তামারু তামারু চামারু চামারু লগে বাবারু খেলে দাবারু দাবারু লেসেন 7 বছর সাধন কইরা গান বানাইবি ব্যাঙ্গার গামছা লিবি ল্যাংটার সোলেমান শাপমকার কথা বাড়তি কিছু বেবি
Said it means tomorrow means stoner. Song is about cannabis, tobacco, and slum culture.
প্রিমিয়াম না স্পেশাল খাবি এম বলতে স্পেশাল তগো র‍্যাপার বেচে পেপার কোনো ব্যাপার হ্যাঁ ব্যাপার এ টু জেড ডাবল জিরো লাকি নাম্বার 7 লগে রনির জটা কোলি খাইলে চোখে দেখতি হেভেন বুম ব্যাপ জাঙ্কি ইউ নো আই কিপ ইট ফাঙ্কি বডি সোয়াগ জাম্পি স্মোকিং ইন্ডিকা স্কাঙ্কি স্লো কিক সাটিভা স্ল্যাশ বম্ব বলা শিবা লগে কুষ্টি আর সেবা লয়ে জয় গুরু দেবা দেখবি ছবি পাগল হবি আগের ভাও নতুন ধারা বোমা ফাটাই দিচ্ছি ভাইয়া কোন মতন বারুদ ছাড়া কুইন্স গেট দ্য মানে জামে দিয়া বামে আদা বেলা জামে বইয়াই মাথা চুলকা ঘামে আমরা গ্যারান্টি সহকারী হিট বানাই ভাইরাল করা চোদে মাঙ্গে বন্দুকানে গুলি ছাড়া রাইফেল আর বাংলা র্যাপের টাইটেল জাগো বাংলা র্যাপের বাইবেল যখন থেকে চালা সাইকেল তখন ক্যাসেট বাজাই মাইকেল 7 বছর সাধন কইরা গান বানাইবি ব্যাঙ্গার গামছা লিবি ল্যাংটার সোলেমান শাপমকার কথা বাড়তি কিছু বেবি সেক্সি মিশু জয়েন্ট লয়া 14 টাইনটা সাইডা বাজায় মধু ফাকে 7 বছর সাধন কইরা গান বানাইবি ব্যাঙ্গার গামছা লিবি ল্যাংটার সোলেমান শাপমকার কথা বাড়তি কিছু বেবি সেক্সি মিশু জয়েন্ট লয়া 14 টাইনটা সাইডা বাজায় মধু ফাকে another one of those joints MC Mugs 2026.
Another one of the choices at the time when you know what you just want to point.
Problem in this game, you heard? Blaze it up, yeah.
Yo. It's straight hip hop. You want to be able to freaking make something where you don't have to freaking look cool like with a wish squad. Sometimes people that freaking talk about the fact that they don't like freaking some artists and then they get pissed off. How do I submit? You sit to the narrow. There's a lot of freaking time when you know you can share. Listen. I'm not ready yet. Hold on. Let's I gotta put the link to the thing in the thing right quick. Okay, hold on, y'all. Hold on. We gotta put that there. All right. Yeah, we come back in here, man. Let me redeem myself.
It's about to be a problem in this game, you heard? Blaze it up. Yeah.
Listen, I freaking got to redeem myself. I want y'all to know that I'm a machine. I help. A lot of freaking people who go, there's lots of times when you can smoke on freaking some weed and you can flow. You know what? There's a lot of like weed that we can grow. People know that I don't know what we can freaking roll up. And y'all know stuff, man. Matter what pack, you know what? People don't know how the hell I can hold up. Y'all feel like a whole. Anyways, I like this beat. I like the hip hop influence. And yes, I don't know all of what he is saying throughout the record, but you know what's universal? Music. You know, hip hop, the cadence of what you are doing. We can hear you feeling the beat, try to get in there, you know what I'm saying, with certain, you know, aspects. We can hear rhyme patterns, we can hear confidence, and I feel like just knowing that you had fun with it brings a certain element. Like, I still got hype. You know what I'm saying? You go in there and I was like, man, if this was played at a venue and he just came out of nowhere like performing it, you know, there'd be a just, you know, a kind of feel of fun there. I like the overall, you know, production. The beat is hard hitting. Full thing is obviously somewhere around like 3 minutes and 26, but like you stop way before that. I at least appreciate that the visuals still go all the way to the end. But I would have stayed in there, you know, as long as possible, you know, and continue to eat that beat up a little bit more. Or it's a nice spot and space for a potential feature where you can do a little bit more to show people what you can do or whatnot. But shout out to that, man. And again, the visuals I think were on point, very professional. I always look for certain shots, you know, maybe certain moments of like slow-mo or something like that, but you did what you did in there. Hold on, let me see what we were gonna say. He said, last time I jammed to a song in a different language turned out to be a soap ad. Yo, man. And you thought it was an actual thing. And then link. You want the link to that? Give me a second. That's the goal right there, man. We want people to want to hear what we do more than the one time. Let's see if I can put a space right here. All right. I don't even know if I had to put the space. Wait, why did I put ex-wife? Hold on, there we go. Try that. I think I was gonna type ex-wife at some point, and then I forgot about it. And then when I tried to put the link, it like sent that with it. All right, not bad. Good little next call. Where the freak is Futile Simba? You gotta make sure you go back. Hold on, let me go over here. Where is give me a second. I'm trying to figure out. We'll figure it out. Let me go with the next track. We got 404 with Zido. You said, I'm sorry for that AI song. I got rage baited. What? What are we talking about?
Silent shadows crawl across the empty walls. Whispers from the past refuse to fade at all. I wear the scars you left behind.
It's nobody.
Like faded lines across my mind. Every promise turned to thorn still cuts through every quiet dawn. I've carried ghosts through every year, holding anger, holding fear, but neither one could set me free. They only buried parts of me. I
got you,
ashes cold and
Simba.
gray, searching for another way. No hatred in these tired eyes, only truths I can't disguise. And this is my revenge, to heal despite the pain, to carry all these wounds and not become the same. You lit a fire in my heart and thought it would consume me. Now I'm the storm that learned to pass instead of raging endlessly. Beneath the surface, deep below, heart still lingers, still can grow. Every heartbeat speaks your name, then lets it drift into the rain. The past still echoes through my sleep, through promises I couldn't keep. But every step away from you feels like learning something. No more running, no retreat, no more carrying what wasn't mine to keep. I wore this pain like armor for so long, until I learned it made me weak, not strong. This is my revenge, to live beyond the hurt, to build a life from all the pieces you once left in the dirt. You lit a fire in my heart, but fire can become light. And now I walk beyond your shadow into my own night. The whispers fade, the scars remain.
This is the soundtrack to when you're on
They no longer wear my name.
a good date with a baddie. Just looking into her eyes as she's having a conversation with you, but you can't hear one word that she's saying because she looks so beautiful. You're thinking about the song playing at the same time. What do you guys think about that right there? And she's just like, I'm beautiful. You know, that's just what you hear in your head. But I feel like you're always consistent within these lanes, right? When it comes to the acoustic records, the you know, melodic ones with, you know, piano or you know, guitar. I always appreciate it, right? You can see where you can push your vocals in certain areas and things like that. And often, right, we're always having this debate over, like, you know, which records that you either do or don't use like AI on, and it makes us go back into the conversations and stuff like that, where we just always want to let you know that we we appreciate what you can do as a full-on, you know, artist, creator, whatever it is. If you are able to sing, being able to hear as much of that as possible. And at the end of the day, what matters is if we could ever get the live performances of these records. What most people kind of dislike when they find out something is or potentially has AI is just, you know, it's the letdown that if there's something that just doesn't exist, right? AI is a new genre, technically. It's something that is kind of been newly presented. There needs to still be rules set to like how much something can be you know, AI and you know, there's just still a lot of areas that people aren't comfortable with. I think we all feel the same in terms of liking the songs that we will hear, but as I've said throughout, we've had a lot of artists who were very much, you know, fully real, played the instruments, were a band, you know, made the beats, are the artists. Every word, every morsel of what we hear is their full blood and sweat and tears to what we were able to see them get in there with. And I'm telling y'all, if you're ever able to bring people into the day in the life of just you as an artist throughout your creativity, the things that you're passionate about, and just showing people that as your content, especially for you, like you could do a documentary on the records that you do. Now, if we're going to the people who might utilize AI, you know, I think it's the same concept, man. We have to see what work that you do or don't do. And I even argued that even the person who doesn't do a lot and they only think about one thing and then try to make that into a song via just the idea and then one prompt or something like that. Like there's a way to make content with that, where like the whole thing is you think of the first thing that comes to your mind, you point at 3 things around the house, and then challenge yourself with trying to make the best song, you know, to that concept, and then that becomes your content, right? But when it comes to real songs that are gonna be on the radio and out there and on soundtracks and stuff like that, I think people always want what we're hearing to be real. So just always consider those elements, man. And like he's really good at these songs though, man. Like I'm always somehow just contemplating about my life or thinking about the love that I've had for this girl or that and your family, and you know, you think about the emotions that the song kind of brings to a scene in your movie, right? And there's definitely something there. You said Chris Brown's new album sounds like Suno. I'm gonna go check it out. I'm gonna see if I can agree. Now, does it sound like it was made with elements in Suno, or sound like something that was made in Suno and then he just made after that? You know what I'm saying? Which one are you talking about? He said probably is. There's literally sites where you can upload the track and then it tells you the AI percentage of it or whatnot, right? I feel like some of those sites aren't all completely accurate, right? I mean, challenge it, right? Pull out a record that came out in an era where you know for a fact there was no AI, right? Go to Gangsta Party from freaking, you know, the Pac and, you know, Snoop and shit, you know what I'm saying? Pull out something from Elvis. Pull out some of those records and then put it in. See what happens, right? Because what's gonna be funny is it's gonna say a certain type of percentage that is AI, but you know it's not. You know, it's analyzing certain things, and that's gonna show you where like a little bit of the flaw is, right? But I think, as I always say, the proof is in the pudding, man. You guys have to show your work. Like, even if you are AI, I feel like showing your work is really gonna not shut people up, but it'll lessen the negative criticism towards it, because we can see what you're doing or not. And if you're not doing enough, we'll just encourage you to do more. If you are doing enough, we'll be like, yo, that's dope. I liked how you did this and then turned it into that. Like, you know, I think it goes without say that, like, that's why we've had an appreciation, you know, even for movies that use CGI, because we get to see the level of work that they go into with it. You see the person with the green screen, and you're like, how the hell do they? So they put dots on you, film you from the front with a camera, and then somehow, you know, with the CGI that they then add on top, we get a life-size Hulk, you know what I mean? Or Iron Man in the suit type shit, you know? And it's fun to see how much they actually have the actor do, and then how then it's presented, you know, on film. And so again, I'm telling you guys, like, that's gonna be the way that you really get people into your stuff, and especially for people who might be mistaken for AI. Like, that's gonna help you 100%. All you gotta do is like, hey, can I send this in real quick so I can show people? And you just showed them that video of your process working on, you know, the record, showing them, you know, you practicing the song or whatnot. You know, those moments in the booth where you're, you know, getting it off. Before, during, after. That's all it is, man. He said, let me try. Yeah, let me know. Let me know what you get. Put some Michael Jackson in there, man. You know what I mean? And, you know, and then said, bro, we got it. You're over-explaining it. No. I am never over-explaining it. You see, you're going crazy. Let me see. Next song. Shush. Because we got two songs from the next artist. But it was really good. And let me see. Alright, man, listen. Let's see. What do you say? Timmo, not Tomboy? What?
I just need you to. Can you please just go? We all eat pizza, so I make weird music. I got pizza if you need them. PayPal me. You see me on the playground, just yeah, I'm a dork, but I stay grounded. They call me in cause I stay clowned. You wanna stay down then.
When you hear that, that means somebody has sent a 2-song back-to-back skip in. We got that from Somebody Innovator, and I have no idea what 2 songs you have sent us today. Always fun to see what you have this time around, because you have different stuff. Sometimes he will also, you know, dabble a little bit in AI, but he has real songs and stuff. So I'm hoping these are, you know, one of the real ones to see, like, you know, how you're continuing to improve and stuff. Let's see what you got.
You seem kinda upset. That's bird brain, you need something beat just a pet. I'm defeating you, but nobody's seeing it yet. I got gas in the tank, I'm out of heat to the jets. Oh, babe, the moment
God,
that
snow
you kill
days.
me in my old ways. Whole phase that you going through ain't like my whole face. You can't locate someone who could cold as me like Colgate. Colgate really ain't as cold as me, I'm snow days. I take my time as I move into my own space. You'd question the cheetah if he started at a slow pace. Goku hand in hands, that was me when I hit flow state. I'm about to snap, crackle, pop him like a bone break. I'm about to drop and hit advanced flows. I was running through the 6 with my chopper in my woes. I'm trying to keep it 100, not keep up with the drones. I'm gonna fly the freaking flyers on a plane right back home. I get it more poppin' than Viagra if you heard it, fix your chose. I'm a threat, but you can't see me like a poltergeist ghost. I'm the greatest where I'm standing at, no matter where I pose. I'm a genius with the pen than any human known. I'm the Eddie Hall of bars, no one in the world with my strength. See these niggas ducking, I'm the reason why they migrate. They're sick when they see me like controllers when they vibrate. Be mad to go against me, and right now you see me irate. You seem kinda upset. That's bird brain, you need something beat just a pet. I'm defeating you, but nobody's seeing it yet. I got gas in the tank, I'm out of heat to the jets. Radar on a ship located you with ping. Got a homie missile on the way and everything. It's locked and getting closer and it's getting louder beeps. About to sink a battleship sunk to smithereens. About to make your mom so sad she doesn't eat. If they have a car wash, I'll get my whip clean. I'll put your goofy ass inside a soup, Mr. Bean. They'll say he looks like he's asleep having a dream. Someone just to mess with this, not in my past descriptions. They call me Wreck-It Ralph, even Felix couldn't fix it. I've been prophesied about like in the book is written. You in my position, that's short-lived like a snippet. I'm a galaxy of gas and you just hit a whip it. There's blood where I step like Louis Vuitton Christian. I'm the Eddie Hall of bars, no one in the world with my strength. See these niggas ducking, I'm the reason why they migrate. They sick when they see me like controllers when they vibrate. You be mad to go against me and right now you see me irate. You seem kinda upset. That's bird brain, you need something beat there's a pet. I'm defeating you, but nobody's seeing it yet. I got gas in the tank, I'm out of heat to the jets.
I didn't expect it to just end like that, but okay. What do y'all think about that? 1 to 10. Any and all feedback is welcome. Now, some of you guys may be completely new to this artist, right? So if you are, right, I can always give you guys a little bit of the lowdown, you know what I'm saying, what I know of them and, you know, their consistencies and such. So he was often an artist that eventually you looked at as a little bit of a meme artist, right? So some things, if it seems a little bit iffy, you're not supposed to take it as serious. He is not trying to be the best rapper, like competing with a Nas and certain artists like that. No disrespect whenever I say that. I feel like you embrace the kind of weirdness, the awkwardness, the fun aspect, right? I've always looked at you as an artist that you know, someone that for people would probably be fun to kind of drink and listen to and sort of, you know, just again have a level of fun there. In terms of if and when you are wanting to be taken serious in all the right ways, you know, you have to have a certain kind of performance. The words that you say have to be something that resonates and comparable to those that people absolutely love. And the delivery has to be on point, right? I always, and this is not even just for you, but for artists who punch in kind of way too much, I feel like it makes what you do feel a little bit disjointed. And we shouldn't really hear you guys punching in, if anything, right? Like, what I would love to challenge you guys to do is, like, any song that you guys have ever punched in more than, and we're talking about on the same verse, if you punch in more than like 3 times throughout a verse, and it's not because you ran out of freaking breath, I will only give you that excuse, or between the verse and the chorus, that is fine. But I feel like we should never feel like you're putting together the song as you go. That makes it feel like, you know, like, it makes it feel like you didn't give yourself enough time to think about the best line or even really perform the song. And how's that gonna be as well, right? A lot of artists that I've seen that will go in and will either freestyle their songs or do the punch in method because they didn't write it down and actually try to perform and practice it in that way. When they go and perform it live, guess what we end up having at the live performance? Their whole record with all the vocals, because they didn't memorize it like that, right? And I don't want that to happen to you guys. I want you to be able to show people the most professional version of yourself. I want someone like a Ludacris and a Redman, in your case, to want to hop on something like this and have, you know, fun with you. You have potential, but I think you need perfection as well within that, right? What he has is a sort of in between, you know, and it'll make sense to some people, in between like a Bismarcky, ODB, Crunchy Black, and hopefully that makes sense to most of you guys or whatnot. But you know, I still see potential with that, right? There was something that you had said that I was laughing at, but I forgot. What did we think about that, my friends? Give your thoughts. We had a 5 from Mission Goon. And what did you say, Dakota? You said, I would like to hear him on some boom bap shit, slower, and then more bar centric, man. Like, he's very versatile, right? So he will try a lot of different things. I have seen him with records where he'll try to take it even more serious. And I just respect the work ethic and really trying, right? I am not someone who will ever tell you guys to quit. I want you to get better. I want you to show people and anybody who may be a naysayer and puts you on a lower pedestal or something that you are truly capable of competing at a higher level when the time comes, right? And like, look, if Designer can do it, and he needs way more than that one freaking song, but if Designer can do it, like, quite literally, there's no excuses. And even for those that might, if you've only heard the more mainstream sounding records from like XXXTentacion, right? He has some decent ones even when he goes in there and does more of the what you would call SoundCloud record, you know, SoundCloud rap, you know, and he goes in there with a more melodic thing. But you know, the things I didn't know he had were records with Joey Badass and more hip hop centric, you know, boom bap shit. And he can get in that lane as well. And often we do want to see how far you guys can take things. So there is that. Let me see over here on the TikTok side right quick, and then we'll move on. He said it's got a comedic edge to it. And then okay. He says I was suggesting taking it seriously. And he said you were not serious about it but jokey. Slick Rick, right? Yeah. Hey, that's a good call right there. I'm gonna take what? Sorry, I missed that. It's on purpose to overlap. Yeah. The way he punches in. So you said the way that he punches in what's cool to you. You know what I'm saying? Olivier. You know, again, nothing wrong with that. But what I think about, right? Reason why I'm so critical of punch-ins is because I always think about that live performance, right? If you're punching in every bar and you don't give yourself enough breathing room, or you keep overlapping with certain lines, how can you perform it? Like if it's just you and the beat, or you and the band, you know, and kind of going in, like you end up having certain words that you just can't say because you don't have enough breath, or again, certain things you can't just say at the same time. You're only one person. Let's get your second record in and shut up so we can get in there. Here we go. Which one do you think is better? Which one would you do a music video to?
How much money, I'm not all that connected. I once tried trapping weed and ended up arrested. I'm bad at doing crimes, I only list up when I'm benching. I would steal your girl, but I can't in this dimension. Cops are pretty scary, hope we never cross paths. If I shock my house by finding them, I'd be shocked back. If they let me live, I'd say yes sir and not talk back. You think you're so tough, man, who said I thought that? I run in this city, duck shit and hide. I could catch them at the gas pump, none of them would die. Why would I be shooting? I'm scared when weapons fire. If my house was to get shot up, there's a good chance I would cry. I would not retaliate, I would be too nervous. I'd Google nearby churches, find one, go to service. I'd call the authorities, send the people, this is urgent. I ain't have no part if there's holes in your Suburban. I don't wanna be heard, I'll tell you I'm a nerd. If you kill me, then you're really a jerk. I never took no bricks and turned the bricks to work. I never poured a lean, I never popped a perk. I never been off anything, I never got no bodies. If you try to play with me, I would tell my mommy. You have a piece, I keep the peace like Gandhi. I like collecting cards and several other hobbies. I don't have much money, I'm not all that connected. I once tried trapping weed and ended up arrested. I'm bad at doing crimes, I only list up when I'm benching. I would steal your girl, but I can't in this dimension. Cops are pretty scary, hope we never cross paths. If I shock my house by finding them, I'd be shocked back. If they let me live, I'd say yes sir and not talk back. You think you're so tough, man, who said I thought that?
Alright, that one was probably a little bit freaking shorter or whatnot, but honestly, there was something I felt like he kind of took that one a bit more seriously for some reason. Even though, right, some of the lyrics, you know, kind of funny here and there or whatnot. Again, I felt like he taps into a few different sides at the same time, but this one worked a little bit better, and there's a very specific style that we often hear when we hear those kind of beats and certain things. I feel like you kind of embodied that, you know. I predict those within the lane will have an appreciation for some aspect of what you did. Usually we would hear certain artists with melodies on things like that as well. So, you know, imagine a little bit of a contrast with you and one of those artists or whatnot, right? Maybe even, you know, on a chorus, and then, you know, you come back, pull in another verse, or vice versa. Because I hear choruses in my head for this. I hear elements that could come in, you know, melodically, and then actually you know, kind of brand it up nice or whatnot. But what do you guys think about it? Give your thoughts and tribulations in the chat as we move on. Would you say?
Dangerous like I'm a mad gorilla.
You said
I am sicker than a salmonella filled sandwich dinner, homie. I will kill a beat a man. I'm iller than a caterpillar, chilling, having cigarettes while I live in a wonderland. I'm realer than a kid with.
I said self-depreciating and dope. And we said, I mean, and it's not about good or bad. It's more, you know what I'm saying, demand and provide. And let me see hard. I know what you say hard. Disagree. And then live on stage doing the Manila Lily as a rapper. No, let me see. Too short. I agree. He said this is how you do monotone. I don't know if that felt monotone though. Like, I feel like I think more monotone, like if the energy is super low, right? If it feels like you're just laying down staring at the freaking camera that's somehow in the sky or something like that. If it just feels like you're, 50 indicas and gallons of NyQuil, in, or melodically, if you're on the lower scale of octaves, that's when I start thinking about monotone. And really, monotone can be another word for boring, and how you're attacking the record. I felt like there was a certain level of energy from him in that. No, he's not yelling and being aggressive, but I still feel like he was standing up, kind of performing the song, if that makes sense. We just did. We just. Are you like? How far are you behind, Mission Goon? Let's see. That was the other track, sir. We're gonna go ahead and get back in the line. That's what we finna do. Shout out to Simba the Innovator on that. We have now A Luna with So What. This one is unreleased. And you said, I know it probably sucks, but I want an opinion from someone that's actually fair. Just got this song hated on in a live stream of 200. Sorry about that.
Wasn't born to be a loser. I was burning out of space, and I swear they trippin' so much. Yeah, I'm a little different, so what? That really ain't ever hurt me. How lucky am I to be free? I've been living the life that I want for a minute, can't complain. All these toxic people around can go away. I've been dreaming of a better life for some days. Had to change it up, I cannot remain the same. I know just what you thinking. In a few weeks I'll be up in Lincoln. I'll find peace up when I'm staying. Chasing my dreams until my days end. I know this is what I'm meant for, baby, this not a dream. This is what I live for, this is reality. Every beat I'm floating on zero gravity. You don't believe in me, that's really a tragedy. I can see my future when I'm hopping on that stage. Wasn't born to be a loser. I was burning out of space, and I swear they trippin' so much. Yeah, I'm a little different, so what? That really ain't ever hurt me. How lucky am I to be free? Yeah, I'm doing what I want, cause I earned this shit. Had to learn a lesson, but I learned it quick. Now I'm in the studio recording it. Life's moving so fast like you flooring it. Tunnel vision, can't see different. Never split like division. With the music, stay winning. I choose to put in my all, I'ma never lose. Even when I fall, push through. I'll stand up so tall, I'ma reach the moon.
Honestly, that wasn't a bad record. You said it got trashed in a live stream of about 200, earlier. Do y'all agree with that chat? Look, I feel like there's a genre for like every kind of sound, out there or whatnot, right? And we know that the more emo kind of melodic or even trap centric, with auto tune kind of records, are something that's out there. It's prominent. Certain people do get tired of hearing an extensive amount of them every now and then. And we'll often want a little bit more or whatnot, right? What I like about this record though is, I tell a lot of melodic artists that if you're gonna sing at all, treat it like treat yourself and the record like you're an R&B artist, even if you don't consider yourself that. Because I know like a lot of artists who will have their records, they're singing, they have auto-tune on it, but they don't title the record under R&B and things like that. But what I mean by treating it like an R&B artist is to have a good amount of melodies in there, to have the feeling of you actually going somewhere, not being repetitive in where those melodies go. Real singers always want to show you that they can sing, and so the melodies are varied, and they try to really make sure that they're feeling it themselves, so that what you're saying people kind of believe. But like I said, to each his own. There are gonna be some people who just may want a little bit more. Maybe hearing a kind of a female artist on this with you would be the addition that they might have been missing, right? So if you have your parts in there, and then it leads into a female kind of response verse, and she goes and she has a beautiful voice kind of thing. It's like, imagine your style, right? And we always got to pull out Santa, but imagine her.
Tell me, was it worth it? I really hope that she is perfect. Cause you acting like you're so in love, like you don't think about what we was. And I can't lie, it hurt it. You need an Oscar, boy, you earned it. Cause you acting like it would be us. So why are you with her?
Right. Or Rachel Ray.
Baby, I've been missing on you a lot lately, but you got that ooh la la that I like. Plus you say that I'm with the type. I put it on you whenever you come around. Cause when you see me do whatever makes me smile. Ooh, can't nobody do me like you do. Ooh.
Man, that's straight R&B right there, for real. And they both kind of make it seem easy, man. You know what I'm saying? Definitely ain't. But I like the vibe. I think it could be a little bit longer, right? And again, that extension with the feature, I think, is the perfect thing that we need. Everybody else, give your thoughts though. We'll see what we do in the cusp. And then what you say, you got good melodies, but lyrics and delivery is what we got to work on a little bit. There we go. And a ham sandwich. You said giving them flashbacks and nobody's sleepy time. You sound like this guy chilling with the other dudes. Man, listen. And let me see. And then when you say don't be bored while recording and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, like, some artists sound like they just woke up when they decided to record, or they were half asleep and then their homie just recorded them while they was just singing in their sleep or whatnot, right? And you want to give us an energy that you guys would if there's a concert, people bought tickets to see you specifically, you're the headliner, everybody knows the words, it's 50K and above people in the crowd, so you're feeling their energy. What's that gonna be like, right? It'll be a bit of effect that. Kodak, didn't we already play you?
Smoking all these blunts, I hope my page just disappear. I got that car by my little cousin, they didn't know how to afford the field. So I been rolling all these wood, but they want to know to start my tail. Photo my middle, no action, got what a reach for to live. When if you hit me, call them. All these demons in my head, but they be in here often. These drugs got my feeling dead, I put them in a coffin. I'm so geek, I wanna speak, don't ask me why I ain't talking. Yeah, I light a blunt and watch it burn. I can't get none of my pain, so I accept it and let it burn. I lost my heart, if you still got your better protect your shit and hold it firm. Don't be surprised on how again. I swear I'm stuck, can't get out my word. Went back to the shit that hurt me deep. I guess young nigga really don't know. What about me? What about me? I hide my pain so good they can't even see. They can't even see. They don't show love when they RIP. When nigga DIE. Ain't gon' forget about you, nigga. Long little creek. Long little creek. Smoking all these blunts, I hope my pain just disappear. I got that car by my little cousin, they didn't know how to afford the field. So I been rolling all these wood, but they wanna know to start my tail. Photo my middle, no action, got what a reach for to live. When if you hit me, call them. All these demons in my head, but they be in here often. These drugs got my feeling dead, I put them in a coffin. I'm so geek, I wanna speak, don't ask me why I ain't talking.
Talking this shit. People don't remember freaking Christopher Walken and shit. I don't know. All right, 1 to 10. Any and all feedback is, of course, welcome. A little bit of a vibe. This one, honestly, was on a similar kind of vibe as that last one. You know what I'm saying? A little bit, you know. The two, I think I still like certain elements with the last one. This one has a different kind of energy, though. Hold on. I guess young nigga really don't know. What about me? What about me? I hide my pain so good they can't even see. They can't even see. They don't show love when they RIP. When nigga DIE. Ain't gon' forget about you, nigga. Long little creek. Long little creek. Smoking all these blunts, I hope my pain just disappear. I got that car by my little cousin, they didn't know how to afford the field. Okay. There's another effect that I usually look for when it comes to certain auto-tune centric records, right? And I feel like it's, at least in my mind, a standard for some of the best records. You want to make your your vocals have an almost atmospheric and kind of spacey feel with the right delay and reverb and certain like filter, man. Like there are certain records that I have heard that always stand out and are dope because of that. I hear certain elements within the record that maybe are within like the background vocals or something that do have like a kind of more like it has something, not exactly what I'm talking about, but I can hear something in there and it's more in the background. And it's put on the ad-libs, but the main vocals have to have something on it. You still want the vocals to be up front, but most people know what I'm talking about when it comes to that perfect. You can hear and tell that there's a certain reverb or delay, but it's like a perfect amount, and then it kind of allows the auto tune to not be as in your face in a way where people want you to take it off. You know what I'm saying? Like you want if you're adding auto tune at all to really feel like it's a benefit to the record. And sometimes you guys can sing, you don't need it. But if you're gonna have it, you still want it to be pleasing to the human ear. Can I come around here or whatnot? And then what do you say? And then let me see. And then 99 cents. And then one. Oh, so you actually did it. And then so Mike, got. And then let me see how the unlikely human and the unlikely. Okay, 1% and then 99. Okay, so we got Mike. We got MJ. What else? Right? And then what? Billie Jean is what you did. And then submit thank you. Let's see. Message me up when you called. When you tell you got a nice voice, and then they auto tune the life out of the track, man. I mean, again, there's a half and half with people like that. There's a half and half with certain people that don't have confidence in their own voice, and so they feel like they want to have a little bit of a crutch there to make them feel a little bit more comfortable, like they know how to sing. And then there's the opposite, who do it for the just trying to be a part of the trend. You know what I'm saying? Oh, nobody gonna listen to it if it don't have auto-tune. I don't know who told you guys that, but your brand is very important, right? You need to utilize as much as you can with your actual voice, and Melodyne is often going to be 100 times better than auto-tune when it comes to correcting where vocals should be, because Melodyne doesn't add the robotic effect. Auto-tune does. So if you are going for the robotic effect, then keep doing what you're doing in that area. On the opposite side,
Decoded, the first Signal Book I, Chapter 1. The static rain had a way of making the city look honest. During the day, everything pretended. The tall buildings pretended. They weren't falling apart behind their polished glass. The people walking the sidewalks pretended they weren't exhausted. The advertisements hanging above the streets pretended happiness could be purchased with a swipe of a card. But at night, when the rain washed the streets clean, the truth showed itself. Cracks in the concrete, flickering lights, empty streets, people who had nowhere else to go. Decoded always preferred the city at night. Maybe because it matched how he felt. Like something unfinished. Like something everyone else had already given up on. The clock on the wall blinked 3:17 a.m. He stared at the number for a few seconds before looking back at his computer screen. A project file sat open. Untitled Track 47, he hated that name. 47 unfinished songs.
Who is the person?
47 ideas that started with excitement.
I probably should have started with the thing, right? So you said I used AI text to speech and AI to generate the photo, but the story and the music was done by me. This is a choice. I don't know how much we should play of it or whatnot. It's about 9 minutes, and is it just of this AI? See, here's what we feel like, right? There's this part in our minds right now that's like, if you can't bother to be the voice that tells your own freaking story or to get somebody to do it, why should we waste our time listening to it? Because now it's just something. I could have read your freaking thing, you know what I mean? And I don't even there's no personality in this voice.
100 different melodies trapped inside a folder that nobody would ever hear. He leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyes.
He said, "I'm in it too."
The room around him was a perfect reflection of his mind. Cables twisted across the floor like black vines. Empty energy drink cans sat beside notebooks filled with half-written lyrics. Speakers covered his desk, surrounded by old hard drives labeled with dates, names, and ideas. To someone else, it looked like a mess.
You gotta do the thing.
To him, it was evidence.
He said, "Bro, man,
evidence
Netflix
that he was still trying." The music industry had a funny way of making people feel invisible. Everyone wanted the finished product. Nobody cared about the thousands of hours spent creating it. Nobody saw the nights spent staring at a blank screen. Nobody saw the moments where he almost deleted everything. They only saw the final song, if they ever heard it. Decoded looked at the track on his screen. A dark piano melody played quietly through his headphones. Then the drums came in, slow, heavy, almost like a heartbeat.
Sir.
Something about the song felt different. He couldn't explain it. Every once in a while, A song came along that didn't feel like something he created. It felt like something he found. Like it had been waiting somewhere, hidden beneath all the noise until he discovered it. He removed his headphones. The room became silent.
Oh my gosh.
Too silent. He looked around, nothing. Just rain hitting the window.
Oh my gosh, bro, you make me want to put this one last. You know what I mean? As we going out with the credits, you know, because if I'm going to put, we got to be completely honest, right? If I'm going to put the chat through this, there almost has got to be more, right? It's the equivalent of legit somebody trying to put together audio book with freaking, you know, AI or text to speech instead of like actually getting some. Imagine like a real person with a good voice telling the story like this, right? You want that kind of thing, because honestly, I'm gonna be completely honest, it's boring right now. I get the words that are being read by it, quote unquote, but I know that it can be said with more gravitas, and like the beat that you've added behind it makes it feel like one of those documentaries where someone's about to be murdered and you're just watching the elements, you know, kind of play out, or a haunted, you know, ghost thing. And so there's a part of me, like, you might have to skip the line for it if you really want us to go through it, or we're gonna have to put that one last or whatnot, because, you know, I do want to respect those who have actual music. and yeah, so we'll come back to it. We'll come back. I'll keep it where it was in terms of where we were playing it, but like that's a bit much right there. It's only not no, because there's no music. You're asking us to listen to some talking with slight melodic elements behind that you might have, you know, produced there, right? I can do it. I can't do it because there's no variation in at least what we're hearing right now. We'll be back. I won't forget about it. It'll be the last thing people hear before they get the phone call that says 7 days. All right, I promise. You're like, what the fuck? Easy. People send in episode. Yeah, but guess what? That episode of a cartoon has many different lines and scenes in it, and was relevant to whatever the thing was that we were going on, you know, with it at the time or whatnot. Anyways, let me go into the next one. We'll come back.
ESB 520, look.
ESB Dag, let's go ahead and get you in there. East side, baby.
101.
Blind.
Yeah. Look. I can't tell if I'm blind. Look. ESB, look. Yeah. I can't tell if I'm blind. Is this shit a test or am I living a lie? My back against the wall, but I'm still holding my own. I got the devil on my shoulder. Is he with me? I don't know. But I'm breaking these shackles. I keep my enemies close. If it's smoke, we let them have it. I ain't beefing about no hope. I forget you for that fake shit. I should've seen it coming. I can only blame myself for all this bullshit you've been running. I'm a boss, not a simp. I keep a blower on my hip. Lil' mama want my kids, I told her, open up her lip. This rapping shit is me. I really got it off the muscle. Oh, they think that I be talking. Let me show them how I'm coming. I really get down. Why the fuck you mad that you be broke? Because I'm him now. Yeah, I'm a showstopper, panty dropper. Smell it on my scent that I'm a walking lick. Talking shit, AZ where I'm from, but don't get shit confused. I've been known for getting violent when I turn into that dude. Yeah, count me out, that's okay. I reached my hand too many times I had to cut them off, pick and roll. I'm just trying to fucking ball. Diamonds on me dancing, they can't stand that I'm the one involved. If I tell the truth, you gon' be confused. When you on the top, they gonna try to see you fucking lose. I can't tell if I'm blind. Is this shit a test or am I living a lie? My back against the wall, but I'm still holding my own. I got the devil on my shoulder, is he with me? Oh no. But I'm breaking these shackles, I keep my enemies close. If it's smoke, we let them have it, I ain't beefing about no hope. I forgive you for that fake shit, I should've seen it coming. I can only blame myself for all this bullshit you've been running. I'm a boss, not a simp, I keep a blower on my hip. Lil' mama want my kids, I told her open up her lips. This rapping shit is me, I really got it off the muscle. Oh, they think that I be talking, let me show them how I'm coming.
Oh, so you got it there, okay, just a little bit of something, right? How do you guys feel about these short records where artists just go in, let me, you know what I'm saying, talk my shit, we get in, we get out, you know, you go on about your day, right? I'll tell you what these are good for, right? You know how like when you're maybe out and about, maybe you're like in a walkway where a lot of people, there's traffic, you know, walking traffic, and you want to stop people and tell them, hey, I make music, you know, buy my CD, da 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 da. And like for the people that are willing to stop for a second and at least see what you got going on, why are we still in this screen? For the people that are willing to stop for a second and at least see what you got going on, I think most people have a minute or two in them, especially since they were already on their way to another location. Usually people got somewhere to go. Oh, let me hurry up and stop by the store real quick before I go to the, you know, go to work or whatever. So if they are already in a thing, they can't really stop for too long. 1 to 2 minutes isn't necessarily bad. So it's good in those moments. But I like to think that when we have things that we like enough to wanna to keep, to take home, to show to people, like we do want more time with it. If it's the only song we ever hear from you and that's my jam, you know what I mean, if you're gonna perform it at a venue, like we're always gonna want a little bit more time with it. I don't know any song that I've ever liked that I just, you know what, no, let me make that shorter, man. Thriller was probably, I don't know if it was the longest song, but it has a lot of layers to it, especially when you add the video elements. That would be hilarious if within the song of Thriller, like every time they play it on the radio, they play all of the scene, the movie scene and everything, and then the zombie dancing elements and stuff, and you're like, what is happening? Like, what is this? They're just gonna play all of this. Like, we can't even see the zombies, right? Let me see. What do you guys think about that? Give your thoughts. I'll read off the chat real quick. Get on with the next one, right? You know what I'm saying? Video was very professional as well. You know, nothing too crazy. Like, I know the lane that you're getting in, and you kind of adapted the style. Nothing to say about that. Short song coming next as well. Oh, no. Shout out to Joe. And then said quick dump of what were you gonna show, oh girl, in your stream? I don't know if that was yesterday or today or something like that. What were you gonna show that girl before she ignored and completely forgot to let you play the song, damn it. When you say you sound nervous and confident, so you sound nervous and confident almost simultaneously. That's crazy. And then just sent one. Would you say? And sometimes you sound like you mean it. Sometimes you're unconvincing, man. And then, sorry. And now you were talking about that last one. MJ City here. What up, dog? What up, dog? All right, we got Joe coming up next, but hold on. And what were you saying, Dakota? Yeah, believe me, I know. Just couldn't get anyone to read it for me, but last minute or so, my voice would end up more. Let me really. Excuse me. I do think that we're talking about something else, right? Because Decoded had sent something that felt more like an audio book, kind of reading his story, but it was with a text-to-speech kind of thing. And it had no life to the voice, no personality. And so I was basically trying to tell him, like, look, if you're going to have something that's saying it with no life and personality, it's going to be boring, right? Just like if you were in a class, a teacher can say as many things in as many ways as they want. If they don't really figure out the right way to say it, you aren't going to get it. Not only that, you aren't going to remember it, and you aren't going to be interested in it. You know the okay, Bueller, like, you know what I mean? Anyone who talks kind of boring, you just start dozing off with what they're going in. And even again, you don't want to feel like that whatever is being done, there's absolutely no work within it. So, as I said, like, we feel a certain type of way about music if we figure out the artist isn't real, the production, all this stuff is like fake. If it's just someone talking, we feel even more, because, like, man, you could have literally just done that, you know, yourself. You could have gotten somebody else. You could have even done it yourself, changed the voice, so we can have real reflection, at least, from there. But I think you were probably going for something more serious, and you know, I get the areas or whatnot. Let me get the Joe. See where you are going.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me.
But look,
a big stick of gold where my thing used to be, just because.
See, it's not even about that. It's not even about that, because he even said, and he's right, that I have played songs that are that long before. I've played videos that are that long before. It's not about the length. You know, I love for things to be longer if possible, but the rule of thumb is it can't be boring, can't be repetitive. And if you're going to have something that's extended that long, there is a process. There's a way to properly get people through to something and make them want to listen to more. Think about it in terms of if I was just scrolling my timeline and it came across the timeline and I didn't know who you are, and then this thing just talking comes up telling your I'm like, you got to get that person kind of interested in it. And so the way things are said are extremely important. The way things are acted are extremely important. You don't do that right, you don't impress the listener, right? Yeah. This is called Murder Melodies.
Hey.
See, I don't take no shit for granted.
My feet are always planted. I always
intro must be captivating, yeah.
In the planet, had to lose a couple children just so I can understand it. These people do me dirty, so I had to raise my standards. Might just call the lawyer when the judges bang the hammers. I never see a cell, cause all you gotta have is manners. You talk behind my back and bitch, I'll up it like a tantrum. I always be a gentleman, but I hold your ass for ransom. All these women say I'm handsome, I'm focused on expansion. You crying in a Honda while I'm living in the mansion. You be talking about the plan, I don't ever see no action. Now I'm coming to collect, and best believe your ass I'm taxing. Pain in the profit, I guess you call that passion. You live the life I live, and your ass gon' need some aspirin. Hey, I say your ass gon' need some aspirin.
Yeah. I know.
See, everybody worry about the fucking color of my skin, but when I turn my music on, you best believe they tuning in. They was judging from the surface, I was working from within. I'm just a Roman Catholic kid, so it's a prayer for my sins. Mama told me count my blessings, now I'm tracking all my wins. I've been building out the futures like a shirt the money print. Now I'm pressing every issue like a button in this bitch. I've been quiet for a minute, now I'm coming off the bench. Watch me grab him by the neck and then I strangle him a bit. I've been sitting on resentment, now it's leaking through the pen. Had to smile around some faces, I'll just
just never trust again. And I'll demand my damn respect, cause I got money coming in, bitch.
Money coming in sometimes, 50. You be running out when I'll be running in when it. What do you guys think about that? Right there, 1 to 10, any and all feedback is. Okay, so what I like about you is that, man, you subvert expectations, right? Because you know, you said something that kind of hits right on the money, right? People almost judge a book by its cover. If they only hear you, they see you and even just like hear you talk, you're just like a down to earth, you know, a standard, you know, guy. They would never know you even did music. But the moment you jump into like rap mode, you take it serious. You have the confidence. You have the right cadence. You rap like you've been rapping for years or whatnot, right? And so that honestly can work in your advantage. You know what I'm saying? I said the same thing about Lil Pimp Square, man. When you like, look, Lil Pimp Square, right? I mean, some of you guys would have to go search him up to know what he looks like, right? But he literally has that look like the nerdy white kid who you would assume would get bullied often in you know, in school, right? But sounds like this.
I'm home. She tryna kill my body. Down low, soon I'll be rich like Roddy. Took still just to build my hobby. Different and still to my will ain't a hobby. I want my money, go write up a check. You as a goalie, that's kind of a stretch. I expect you to go pick up the phone whenever it is my time to collect, like. Is you getting the message? Push her back and forth like we playing tennis. I'm money talking, so just give it a second to run up in heaven. Aim at your mother, your brother, your sister, and all the tenants. They gotta be reppin'. Fucking the cover, she muttered to me that she loving the essence. I won't ever get it. Said you was billing the rags, you want it, but ain't really
you know what I'm saying?
Remember my grandpa
comes in it with confidence.
I'm in the mood, I ain't acting cool, always been straight. Mine on the power and money, that's all I intake. They all gon' put on personas so they can get paid. But fuck it, I ain't tripping, bitches always gon' do bitch things. It went from bad to worse to capping verses on the trends. Watching my magic work, this habit working off for these days.
Confidence is everything. Believing that you can do this, basically making sure that you have some level of believability of studying even like elements of the culture and artists that are out there, knowing in the back of your mind that when you make any record, you're competing with everyone at the same time. Because these days it's not just like, oh, I have to sound better than this art. No, it's just like you're competing for attention. We only have a certain limited amount of time that we can go in and try to, you know, listen to the things that we want. And if you're gonna be in between the playlists of a Jay-Z, a M, a Drake, a Kendrick, man, how can we always have to say their names together and stuff like that? I am tired of saying Drake and Kendrick, but I think you always think about that other one. Now that's what they get for being a huge part of the culture and making a moment and stuff. Cole, see, you just go in that order. Yay, whatever. Point is, knowing that everything, especially like the further you get in the industry, right, you're gonna have to top yourself. You should be doing that now with every song, every album, and always just trying to completely impress you. Think about every single person that you come across in life, from that one girl you might have a crush on to the friends you had, you know, before and are gonna make in the future, the celebrities that you like to listen to, everyone that exists on the planet that has ears and can listen to music, eventually you might end up on their timeline, right? And you just want to give and leave a good impression so that they want to not only see what you're doing, get in the comments, hit that like button, share it, let people know that you exist, and you know, again, just to have that acknowledgement, I think it means everything. I think for, you know, I've always said we just want to know we're not wasting our time. Like, can I rap? Can I sing? Am I wasting my time? Is it even worth making stuff, or are people gonna skip and go to another song if I popped up? I feel like you have a confidence and a level of workmanship, especially as you started learning things, getting more, equipment, and you had that willingness to want to learn and figure out the right way to do things. And every song that I've heard from you so far, has been on point. So keep that up. This record's probably short. Obviously, it's like 1 minute and 28 seconds. So you already know those conversations that we have. In like, look, you either give people more because why not? If you like the beat that much, go ham, do your freaking thing, show us what you are capable of. And if you want to keep this version and an extended version and both, and kind of have a reason to release both, by the way, the extended version can always be that one thing that you kind of release on the Bandcamp, right? It's a place where people can at least support you a little bit more. You get that income directly the next day, and very quickly among that. And I feel like that's kind of the thing that I was gonna start doing or whatnot. I released the full albums on Bandcamp. Everywhere else, it'll be a snippet, if anything. Cause it pays you freaking less, man. What are they doing over there? What do you guys think about that? What $10 feedback is welcome as we proceed to give you what you need. I already said that. You said, let me see, intro must be captivating. Agree with that. And hold on, let me go over here. Refresh that as we get back in. D-line up, a bandy line. All right, and then okay. You said I'm on a younger end. One of my first songs, more of a rapper than a singer. Young Tuna with glass hearts. Right.
There's nothing like the American Express Plaza.
Okay, hold on. What time is it? What? It's 4:30. Oh my goodness. Damn. I may have to.
Yo, it's going to man, them bitches again. The bitches now.
I'ma put the feed.
Don't worry about none of them. I'ma try
from this point.
We got glass hearts and you love dropping mine. You say it's not that deep, but you still cross the line. You know how to twist the
everybody who said you're good, but
I keep texting you bad like I lost my mind. You talk sweet, but your actions don't rhyme. You hug me, but you reaching for your phone every time. We got glass hearts and you love dropping mine. If it shatters on the floor, you just step and walk right by. You was sitting on my mattress painting halos in the air, saying you be by my side even when nobody cared. I believed every word like a tattoo in my brain. Now the ink start to fade, all I'm left with is a stain. You know every angle of my doubt, how my trust been. Turned to 3 a.m. confessional to content. Showed your friends on my weakest moments like a highlight. Now I see your true colors in the limelight, yeah. You was asking, texting me, but you double texting him. Calling me, controlling while you tighten up the brim. Off the cap, you been wearing since the first I miss you. You was pawn your escape long before our first issue. We got glass hearts and you love dropping mine. You say it's not that deep, but you still cross the line. You know how to twist the blade, make it all seem fine. I keep taking you bad like I lost my mind. You talk sweet, but your actions don't rhyme. You hug me, but you reaching for your phone every time. We got glass hearts and you love dropping mine. If it shatters on the floor, you just step and walk right by. I ain't innocent, I care when I panic. Turn a small misread message to a whole Titanic. But you treat my insecurities like it's entertainment. Then blame me when I start building up resentment. We was talking about the future
like we already there. You was scrolling through your options while you playing with my hair. You said you can always trust me, that's a loaded phrase. You just loved how it sounded when I looked in a daze.
Happen to the shadow, there's a lot of freaking people who like never even travel. There's a lot of y'all who freaking remember that. What do you guys think about that? Want to tell y'all feedback? Ew. Welcome. Alright, so I'll tell you this. I like the content. You know, you got in there, more or less you're rapping and saying, you know, things that are real. But the delivery does need work, right? There were a few parts where like the timing was off, and some of the things that I did like doing, you know what I'm saying, when recording as artists is like really guiding them in the right areas, right? Like I am someone that's not just going to record you, just press record, let you do that, and then still just go and then export it and then let you leave. Like, no, you gotta make sure that the artist knows any area where they make certain mistakes, so that they do have an opportunity to fix those things on the fly and think about those things in the future when they make other records. And oh no, I was off beat a few times on these other records. Let me try to make sure that I'm listening for where I'm at so that they can be perfect. And like it takes certain artists a bit of time to realize that you can't just say anything anywhere on a record, right? Like making sure that you have a consistency, and you know, when people talk about riding the beat, it's often that perfect marriage between why is there a sprinkler? Why does it feel like the sprinkler's in the house? It's speaking right here, and you know, I'm out there. Let me go close this door right quick, and then continue. I got a really good mic, man. That thing is. I don't even know if you guys can hear it, but I do. So. All right. So as I was saying, I feel like anytime that you just hit up a certain part, right? Because I've seen all the ways that things can happen, right? You write something one way and you actually do have it probably on the paper properly in terms of, you know, what you have written, how it's supposed to be wrapped out. But while you're going in and performing it, maybe you rush a little bit in a certain area and it throws you off for another line, and in your mind you think all I gotta do is get through to the end. And so as much, you know, if you mess up, you freaking mess up or whatnot, but you feel like that's a part of the performance, right? But we're trying to make things that people like, want to share, want to pay for, you know. If they come to see us live, if we're performing any of our songs, we have to make sure that we're doing those things as professionally as possible. And so be a perfectionist, right? Figure out a few different ways that you could say a certain line, and honestly, like when you're writing, get really familiar with the pattern that you have. Like if you don't write in a pattern, if you are one of those artists that basically as you're rapping, as you're writing, you kind of just keep going, you don't put like commas, or maybe you do put commas and then you still just, you know, go down. I don't feel like that is the right way to go in, because it's very easy to lose the cadence and remember what you're supposed to do in those areas, right? You want to, anytime you stop while you're saying something, right? You want to go into the next line after that. Anytime if you say da 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 da, You know, that's a line right there. Same cadence, you already know, right? Same thing there. Like, you have to be able to write it on the paper to where you can almost see what that pattern is. And if you were to just write it down, come back to it another day, you would exactly know what it is. And I even put notes to where, all right, you start where like the kick in the beat happens, or at this specific number, that's when you want to actually say this word or whatnot. So another way to remember your cadence though is having a little like recorder or whatnot. You know, there are many apps where you can just kind of record some real quick and just kind of remember a thing in case you think you're gonna have trouble. That's especially good for those of you who do like melodies and stuff. But you know, cadence is important. Otherwise, people don't feel the content in the way that they need to, right? We hear you, but we need to want to like share it. You know, almost there though. You said I start from the line in the middle of the song when I write, and what do you say? Okay, wait. Why did it repeat the thing like 18 times? Because you use the band lab to the AI mix thing and whatever preset. So, well, look, if you send me your vocals and stuff, I just need them dry, right? Don't put any presets on them and stuff, because you know we like to see where you start from, right? Because literally I could tell if, all right, there's potentially a little bit of lack of quality in your mic and the mic that you currently record with. Anything from your environment could have an effect on you know, your song and how we hear it. You know, for the most part, again, I think that the record you have done, you know, have you know what, a dope flair to it. But that any aspect of AI, if it's mastering, if it is a beat, or it elevating your voice to a kind of just ever so slightly different version of yourself, you know, it takes away from the work, the natural, you know, aspect. And then, I mean, again, the worst thing for anyone is for people to assume that you are an AI artist, right? Like, I think everyone wants to be able to give you the credit for whatever you might be. If you are half human, half AI, and you decide to make records in that way, you know, that's crazy. So to use Razer Siren V2, don't judge. Man, I'm not judging, and that wasn't a laugh. That wasn't a laugh at me judging you. That was me laughing at you telling me not to judge. Like, no, like, look, you know, use what you got, but always know that with anything better, it's gonna elevate what you do, right? As always, go to a studio just freaking once, man. Go to a true studio where you can get a really good one-time, you know, recording, mix and master, professional booth, mic, and someone who in that, you know, scenario like this knows what perfect like effects to use with your vocals, right? And bring the record out, right? And it's about getting that level of quality without making an artist feel like way too digital or whatnot, because too much of anything is a step in the wrong direction, right? It's why you'll have certain people who will say, too much auto-tune, too much this, too much that. There's a sweet spot. But yeah, man, let me see what we got next up. Spaceship MJ City, let's go. MJ City, MJ. Let me stop and then come back. MJ City. Wait, where did that lead into? Hybrid. So this is the hybrid. No, wait, you said hybrid, my vocals, instrumental, and pass-through AI. All right. Perfect for the conversation. Perfect for the conversation. Listen, dog, if you look through your window, you see condensation because of the wet coldness. What the freak? I'm waiting for this thing to load. Do I have to reload it? Possibly, but maybe not. Oh, is it coming? Is it coming? No, it is not. Okay, let's try one more time. Here, let's close some of these windows. Let's close this. Close this. Close this. Close this. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. I did not mean to close that.
Come on, my spaceship. Come on, my spaceship. Come on, my spaceship. Hey, baby. Come on, my spaceship. I got a plan. What you want me to know? No.
I remember this.
I'm a man. I can show you the road. See me, girl, floating high, no control. You want a world, I can take you where you don't go. Let's get blown away. Let's get blown away. Let's get blown away. Let's get blown away. You don't move like the rest of them. Something calm in your energy. When you look, it's direct again.
That feels like him.
Like you seeing what's meant for me. No pressure.
Maybe.
Just timing. You close, but you not crowding. Every second, aligning like the silence is guiding.
Yeah, that was definitely AI right there.
If I pull you into my orbit, you ain't gotta fight the motion. Let it drift, don't control it. We can move without commotion. I got a plan. What you want me to know? No. I can show you the road. See me, girl, floating high, no control. You want a world, I can take you where you don't go. Let's get on the way. Let's get on the way. You don't talk, but you say enough. In the way that you hold my hand, in the way that you slow it down, make me feel like you understand. We ain't rushing to feel it, we just let it expand. Every move got a meaning, I don't need you to explain.
Sometimes I wanna sit down cause I can bust rounds and I don't even know what to do, but I just my mind figuring I don't know what to do when it's just my mind.
Step in, don't hesitate. Close in, let it resonate. Everything we don't say, sitting in the space between. I got a plan. What you want me to know? No. You want a man. I can show you the road. See me, girl, floating high, no control. You want a world, I can take you where you don't go. Let's get go.
You don't even know. floor. What the hell if he can do? When I sit up on the floor, people also don't know if I'm in the kitchen, but I go freaking into the whole freaking thing. You know what I really go, which is why there's a lot of time where I freaking go. In my mind, I don't even really know what I'ma say. This a vibe. There's a lot of time where I freaking go down the slide. So, man, the many conversations we have regarding AI, right? How we start these things off, right? Like we like aspects of the record, right? It feels catchy. It feels like something, kind of interesting. With the structure, the vibe. You said it's a hybrid, right? And that can be considered a few different things, right? Sometimes it'll mean that you are actually in the song with AI elements, right? So your voice is actually in there, you singing, and then you also have maybe an AI chorus and or production, or you make the beat and then maybe the artist is there. Is that considered a little bit of hybrid? But then there's the how you put certain things together, right? Because certain people will just prompt. Maybe it's the idea, maybe it's the lyrics and the idea together. Then there are those that will actually think of the melodies and where the words should actually go. They don't want to just like have to, guess where the words are gonna land on the beat. They know, they have it in their head. If you are an actual artist, often when you're listening to beats and instrumentals, you'll know where certain things can go melodically. You'll know where certain words should hit. When it comes to rapping, and so you should have that proper structure and getting in there, and then they'll kind of turn that element into the AI artist or whatnot, right? And I know that a lot of you will, I don't know, like in my mind at the moment, it doesn't make complete sense to create an AI artist that's not me. You know what I'm saying? To like create a male or female sort of in another genre, and then to create an avatar for them, and then just kind of now they exist. Because do you understand the responsibility that you kind of have? Like you're basically creating another human being that if in your mind, for a lot of people, they try to trick people into thinking that AI is a real artist, right? In your mind, you have to remember that all humans feel certain ways. So that person still has to have an opinion about things, right? And there's too much to think about when it comes to things, right? And I think a lot of times you're looking at these as like flavors and stuff. Like, you pick your sort of like flavor of record and get in there and hear a certain type of song, right? I really only just don't like that for some people, there's not enough work. They don't go to the lengths of, let me actually sing the song, myself, and then bring it into another lane with the AI. And then I don't like the fully AI kind of record. So hybrids, it's a good middle ground depending on how you do it. Now the problem is, right? The best ones are if you actually do have your vocals in it and the AI elements, right? If I've seen one, which again, 1,000 Worlds, shout out to him, because he's honestly sent some of the best ones to the show. He'll literally do the whole first half of the record, no AI, just him, his voice, the beat that he wants to sort of get in, and we get to hear that. We hear what his first idea is, And then when you upload that, sort of change the elements, with the AI and him, and it'll be one record. So it transitions from the first half into that second half, and honestly, it gives you more appreciation because, again, you see the work now. Now we get to see, okay, they actually at least wanted to be the artists in this thing, and they went ham and on what they did. And then the switch up where we know what AI is capable of and what it brings to the table. You're able to have the best of both worlds without losing some integrity, right? It's like a few of the ones we might have seen where there's the human artist battling the AI, and AI is doing its parts, humans doing their parts, and you still have an appreciation because there's something real there. There's some kind of work that had to still be done. But when the work is not there, like, what do you guys expect? What do you truly expect, right? You're basically saying, for those of you that you really don't do nothing. You think of 3 things in the room, right? We even said that could be content, but I'm saying if you do very little thought, in fact, I'm talking about, and for the people who have so little of an idea of what to put into the prompt, they go to ChatGPT to ask it what to put in. You don't even have your own ideas, right? So for those people, I forgot what my point was, man. I went too long in my thing, man. But just know that I remember now. Thank goodness, man. I wasn't gonna have to go and rewatch my stream to find out. It's like asking us to think you're cool for winning a match in Battlefield, Call of Duty, Fortnite, but you cheated. You glitched into the map and then shot everybody from the bottom, or used some kind of thing that just killed everybody at once, and now you got the chicken dinner. Like, it doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. You are only cool if you are cool. The people that I can't fathom how they do it, but somehow, and I've never liked Fortnite because I'm just let me point at something and freaking shoot. I don't even play team deathmatch on most competitive games because I go straight to free for all so I can shoot anything that moves and just focus on that. I don't like having to feel like if I suck in that match, people telling me, hey man, you go camp or something like that. I'm like, hell no. Let me be responsible for my own shit. So with that said, for those in Fortnite that can build fast as hell and shoot and make those shots, for anyone in any game where you have a sniper rifle and you are really able to in seconds, some of you, I've seen people jump off of buildings and make a shot in mid-air, which is wild. Those are the talented people. No cheats required. Those who can hold their own in a fighting game, match in Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter, where literally it's going on for a good amount of time because they're both equally making some good shots and blocking the ones that could have put them under. It's dope to watch them go at it, right? Like any good fighters that you've watched, any good sports teams, when the games are good and you see they're equally matched, we love the skill. That's all I'm saying. We want to be impressed by what an animator can actually draw. You know what I'm saying? You know what I love is that you can go to Comic-Con and there's something called Artist Alley where quite literally if you go up to one of them and request that they draw you as a certain character or to draw just a character from their head, they can do this. That's what I'm saying. It's dope to watch a person that has a talent where they can think about something, bring it into freaking real life, and it's now something that is in front of you, versus to think about it, describe it, and then watch that come to life, because you're not fully creating it at that point. You're letting something else still take a bulk of the work that honestly you should have your name on instead. You should actually be the thing that is able to take, you know what I'm saying, every bit of love that someone's gonna have for it. And it almost will feel like a letdown when you have to say, oh no, yeah, Suno did that. You know what I mean? Like, forget Suno. Like, we want you to get inspired to do the thing, right? That's the last thing that I'll say about that, so we don't have to be in here forever. I know you guys. Which one? What has 84 to anything other than Surge and Destroys? And then damn, I'll be the AI police, and then some pure, most likely. And then 84, and then hybrid David, you know what I'm saying? And then not 15. You said, document my process on YouTube and TikTok. Can we clap for that? So obviously I haven't seen it just yet, but that is one of the things that I have said we need way more of, right? Showing people what you do is everything, right? For those that will assume, and they always go, all you do is press a button, right? That's what I'm saying. You don't want to have any doubts, you know, or you don't want people to have any doubts and to leave that room for error within there, right? And so we're still in these conversations, at least until officially AI music kind of becomes a genre that is official, where there's a place for it. I think people are still feeling kind of iffy with it being on the same platforms as human artists at the moment. And I don't think people would have a problem with it being its own radio station, its own app, and people knowing what they're getting into. It's the times where you don't know, or you know that there's something there that might be AI or whatnot, and the lack of transparency in those moments, like, is what kind of sucks. So until it's its own genre that again, people can get used to it being sort of in its own sort of lane with all the genres, anyone who wants to support and get in there and make those. And again, we don't expect the AI artists to perform the records. Again, if we're going into it with the perspective of, okay, with the AI as a genre, we can expect sometimes the same voices, certain elements that might be similar to things, but mostly it's a kind of studio with a certain sound. And I still feel like there's a kind of fishy wiggle room as well. If you make something that sounds like somebody, I'm telling you right now, if anybody releases a freaking AI record and it sounds just like Ariana Grande or Madonna or you know, again, insert certain artists, man. I've heard some that sound one-to-one like Daughtry or something like that. And again, that's it's a hard place to sort of be, because you want whoever's the likeness, you want them to be paid. I feel like what has to happen is there needs to be a direct line into where everything truly came from. And so if the algorithm was said to have taken in songs from some of those artists, if you have that specific thing being used in the record, like a certain percentage of the royalties, it goes without saying, needs to go to that artist, right? So that way there's some kind of compensation and a moral way to utilize it, where you know that, all right, if I'm gonna make something with it, then at least I'm also helping the artists get paid and you know, promoted or whatnot. If anything, you also help them be more on their A game and stuff. In some cases, like, I don't even know how they would feel about hearing a reference record for them that sounds like them. Like, I never thought to ask some of those artists who, like, people made, you know, of you know, M or Drake or something like that. Like, yo, how do you feel when you're hearing an AI record of your own stuff? Does it make you want to work with that person who made it? Or does it make you feel violated? Like, when did I make this? You know what I'm saying? Like, was I drunk, went into the studio? I could imagine it would feel very like that. But I can say that when it does come to anything that is AI, try to stay away from those. Try to stay away from actually trying to make the bigger artists, you know, AI versions of records, or even the different versions of their records. You know, someone did that to one of my songs. I was kind of pissed off, you know, because I then started thinking, man, if people hear this pop version of my song, and they're gonna think I copied it, and if I'm gonna have something like that out there, I would have wanted it to be the one that chose to make it. I didn't consent to my lyrics or song being uploaded to the program. So again, there has to be a process that allows and disallows certain things to be done, and for you to be able to opt in and out for certain things. Literally, if you sample someone's song, or again, make something that's inspired, there should be a thing that comes up and notifies them, so they have the option to, all right, if I okay it, I'll get a royalty from it if they, you know, release it or you know, put something out, right? And then on the other hand, if you say no, then, you know, it basically has to either stay on one very specific platform or just doesn't get the okay to go forward. But at least they have the choice. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, sorry about the freaking long conversations we have with this. Thing is that when there's no intention to release or get paid of the song, and still getting accused, man. AI prompters, not artists. Imagine the feeling of getting tagged with AI when you're not. Listen, I know, okay? I know. But that's another con to it existing. You know, you're gonna have the people who they just kind of use certain effects, or maybe it brings it out in the master. I gotta see like what the mastering does. What the mastering does different than sort of when you're just working with you know, the standard, you know, AI programs and trying to come up with the record itself. Because I almost feel like it has some of those elements that try to, I don't know, exaggerate certain things, and so because of that, it may oversaturate certain elements, right? So you'll perceive them as something that might not be as natural. Hold on. All right, back to the line. Back in line. Back to reality. Anyways, right. Wait, what was that? Cause yeah, we did MJ City. Anyways, I remember that record. He did send that last time. It was something decent, and as I said, the hybrid records are probably the way to go, right? And I do want to thank you guys for any of you who does make things with AI. You send to the show. Thank you for allowing us to be critical, and I hope that I do come, like I try to come at it from the most fairest perspective as I can. I try to explain as much as possible, as many times as possible, so that people understand it's not that people kind of just hate something because it's AI, but there are many variations of how something can be made, not knowing how that is made. That mystery kind of makes it suck a little bit, because now you're like, well, how much work did they do, or how much work did they do or not do, and is it something where like your little sister just went and put something together, you know, right quick, or you actually going in and sitting down for a few hours, really trying to beat down what you want the structure to be, the words, all the melodies. Like we like the work. And that's not to say that the people that don't have access to all the stuff shouldn't be on an even playing field. Like, it's kind of cool that can happen, and that honestly there's a newfound just degree of artists or creators that find ways to utilize it, right? I always come back to the kid that I came across on IG, that he was basically somehow homeless and, like, you know, living in a car or whatnot, and then he had a post where he just said, hey, I made this AI record to, you know, for those like me that might be homeless and need some just like words of encouragement to lean on or whatnot, and just played the record. And you know, I felt like that was a noble cause. And you know, I still come back to that same place of the people that don't get to see that post. You know, they're still gonna feel some way when they hear the AI voice, and not knowing who made it, where it came from, and like those elements are always gonna kind of bug people a little bit. Where at least when we're seeing an artist, when we're seeing Mariah Carey, or when we're seeing Babyface, when we're seeing Madonna, when we're seeing all these artists, they have to go on stage and perform these songs, meaning anything that they are singing on their records and performing, they have to at least believe in, right? Otherwise, people are gonna be like, what did you mean in this song, man? You straight up, you know what I mean? Can you imagine singing about things you really don't believe? And like, for some art, there might be actual artists out there like that, but we're critical of them too. We want there to be a level of reality that just, you know, continues on. King Snake, Mickey Hathead,
my Thai boy.
Yeah, nigga, real EBK, nigga, friendly fire, nigga. Just know I know. Yeah, my baby, nigga. Fuck you niggas on the turf, nigga. I put in work for this shit, nigga. I bled for that shit, nigga. I slid for that shit, nigga. On my baby, nigga. Can't no nigga strip nothing from me, nigga. Yeah. I ain't a killer, but don't push me. I ain't got no mask, cause I'm tired of my hoodie. I'm the real dope boy. All the niggas smoking cookies. In the back, not a rookie. Get up close, steam cooking. What the opposite niggas do.
We do have to press this button for this.
It's
the mix.
No matter what they do, we'll never get along.
The mix.
The COVID, no one never share a bone. I've been trying to fix the rap game for the longest. I ain't gonna lie, man, your rap's really garbage. Speak what's on my mind, cause I'm actually honest. You feel this in your eye, and your back, and your arm check.
So, no disrespect for this one, man, because I liked your energy. I felt like it was finna go somewhere, you know, crazy and like you were gonna kill the beat. I had no doubt in my mind that you were gonna take that beat seriously in terms of your performance, right? However, mixes are your best friend if you get it freaking right. If you get it right, you got a record that people are going to bang any and everywhere. Lowriders, you know what I'm saying, and just, you know, it has that West Coast kind of right on your eyes kind of feel, whatnot, right? But it's way too freaking distorted, right? If you know what the word distorted means, you know, I don't think you're dumb at all. So I'm assuming you do. But for others, distorted is like overly loud. It is like the difference between like me. This is normal where I'm at right now, right? Distorted is right here where I'm like right in you know what I'm saying? You don't want someone just talking right in your ear and feeling like there's nothing they're here in your face, so you can't even back up because you're already against the wall, right? So you need to get a good polish with that. I have no idea if you were too close to the mic, or the vocals were brought up too loud, or even the master itself. All of those elements could bring it to a level where it's just like way too crazy. Please try to you know, go back in. I do mix and master as well, by the way. So I'm willing to take a look at the dry vocals and see where they are actually at, because I can tell you whether or not it's something that you need to go back and re-record, or if it's something that still can be fixed when it comes to the mix. But man, I mean, you had a good energy in there. I do want to be able to hear something different from you. Feel free to get back in the line and send something different. We're gonna jump back in we got Tom and Jerry featuring Pink Panther type beat by Sick Team. I don't know what I would do. You don't know if I love you. I don't know why you so weird. I'm here. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do when I get all in the song and shit. All of the time when I'm over here smoking my weed, it is out of a bong and shit. And I don't know what the heck I'm gonna say, but you know what? You all get along with Chris, and people know that there's times when I'm so awesome, but I wouldn't like say that on Halloween I saw some stuff. A lot of times you either drink beer regular or with I guess a straw and stuff. Matter of fact, dog, you wrong as fuck. And sometimes, like, some chick that was really tall, I'd be like, you know what? You look good because you long as fuck. And sometimes, oh man, really? You just gonna leave? Honestly, I think your description of it is perfect. It does sound like a Tom and Jerry featuring Pink Panther type beat. Like that's funny. As I'm listening to that, I'm imagining Pink Panther, you know, trying to do some shenanigans, or, you know, Tom and Jerry just, you know, in their downtime, you know, trying to formulate a plan. All right, how do we get rid of this dog that just popped up next to her, man? You know what I'm saying? Ruining our stuff. What did you say? You said if a disabled guy did a song with AI by giving his idea to AI, it's perfectly fine. But bro, who got everything fine and uses all AI and have no shit of his major, you know what I'm saying, idea in a song, and absolutely, again, I think most people agree with that. I think most people agree. Okay, anytime we have these conversations, man, this is why it's important to just make sure that everyone understands that, right? Again, if you understand the simple concept of just ask yourselves this question. Two really dope paintings sitting side by side. Which one would you pay $200 for, right? Let's say you're planning on actually buying a really nice painting for your freaking house or whatnot, right? So you go to this art gallery or whatnot, and they sit two side by side. They both are identical. However, one of them is done by a real painter, did everything by hand, carved elements into it to make it look like 3D and stuff like that. The other one's AI. Which one would you honestly pay the $200 for, right? You know, name any, you know, I mean, shoot, there are people who will buy paintings for $300,000, for $1 million. And it's because of the person who actually painted it and then put their signature in it. You can't put a signature in some AI thing. You know what I mean? Like there's if there's not a real element of you in it, then you're basically customizing a song around your thoughts. Or again, it's I think most people can understand because I said earlier, if you were to basically make a synopsis. So you have the ideas for like a book that you want, and you tell ChatGPT to write a book based off that synopsis. Again, we feel like that's cheating. Like we still want you to write the book. If I'm gonna sit there and read words that are supposed to be yours, let them all be completely real. That's why when Decoded, shout out to Decoded, man. He's a dope producer, artist. But what he sent in a little bit earlier was like a 9-minute, a story that he might have like production around or something like that, but the vocal was like text to speech or in AI, and it made me feel like if you can't be bothered with taking the time to be the voice or get someone else to read the thing, then it makes me feel like I'm wasting my time. And you're just basically saying like, yo, this is how you know you're gonna take in the information. Now I do feel like there's a middle ground that works somewhere. Like if you use it for a teaching kind of tool, I think if you were to have something that would normally as a topic be boring for a class, but then you put that in the freaking AI to have it make a catchy song with that information, like I think you have a winner there, because now we have something that helps us remember the information that we actually kind of wanted to know. And then when we're thinking about like, man, what's the answer on a certain test, we're thinking about the song and everything. We remember, I think, certain things in that way. Now again, you can go in and remake those songs too. Okay, so anything that you try to put together, I think I've said, whatever AI spits out, you still want to remake. You want to like, all right, let me give you my idea. You remix my idea. Let me see what you got. All right, you see what they have. Now you task yourself with remixing their idea. make something better than what they made up based off of what you made. And even if you make the thing first, you put it through AI, it does the thing. Same shit, man. Go in and make something that much doper. To do everything possible not to let it have the credit for any amount of work that you did, or shoot, didn't do. Like we want you to do the work that would be some amount of work and something you could talk about. Like, so I did this, it did this, I went back, and not just a refining thing where you're let me describe this section and try to get this part right and stuff. When you're just describing and prompting, it's all right. Get used to getting in there, definitely adding your guys' vocals, sing some random chord. Like, what I'm saying? I know you could do that and then tell it, add some words here, but you want to be the words. You want to figure out what the words that should go there is. And if you want to elevate things, from there, it's all you. But I get it. It's fun. It's fun when used right. Anyways, so this Tom and Jerry featuring Pink Panther type beat. My mind was still trying to figure out what it should be. Like I thought CeeLo, CeeLo has a voice that you could hear him on that type of song. There's a version of Andre 3000 where he can get on stuff like that in that kind of slightly weird lane. And then if you really want to put it to a cartoon or a video game, I almost feel like that's the better choice, just because some of the elements in the production, I feel like it would have to hit a little bit harder with some of the some of the drums and things like that for it to be taken like that proper. I think we're winding down. We have three songs kind of left or whatnot, and we're gonna
I'm not 18 anymore. I'm working, raising 2 kids, and I have little free time. That's why I chose university.
Bruh, get out of here with your old shenanigans. No, that was an ad on SoundCloud. Tons of sound goodenizer. Tons of sound goodenizer. All right, where we at? There we go. Oh no, you don't.
Why you keep on playing? Why you keep on playing? For my pants, feel like damn. I just wanna get pants, so much pants, make her dance. She use her hands, and she still gon' fuck my pants up. She want put on ring, you broke as fuck like I ain't paying for it. I'm on stupid shit, going dumber than I damn boy. What else should I hit that bad boy? Think I see the vision in the future at a fast forward, man, it's no time repeat. When I say like things, I was running back like 3P. Man, that boy up here, I lead that boy like 6 feet. Bitch, I drop the hotel, I won't drop no EP. I smoke backwards, no I pack good, yeah I blow pack good, yeah my ass good, lost ass that good, she don't act good, it's no fun to try hood. What else should I hit that backwards? Fast cash, yeah, fast friends don't make her fast forward. Hard tax, yeah,
I feel like there's a lane for this. Gotta fast forward or you rewind it. A lot of times I freaking hide things that you can't find, but I freaking notice like the time when you see something behind you, you don't know if you really even need to go back to time and like
fast forward, man, it's no time repeat. When I say like this, I was running back like 3P. Man, that boy up here, I lead that boy like 6 feet. Bitch, I draw the whole time, I won't draw no repeat.
all right. Talk about the things that I appreciate about it right here, you know what I mean? There are certain elements that do have some repetition in it, right? So, you know, I always say you want to watch out for those, but you do have some variation in there. What is variation? What am I saying anytime I talk about that? I am saying when you get in a record and you have different sets of flows or melodies, you know, basically just making sure that you don't do the same thing through an entire record and nothing changes, right? Because if you do nothing, if nothing changes, what is there for people to get excited for? You know, you may say different words at different times, but it'll feel like you're saying the same thing over and over. So making sure that there are different ways for you to attack it. I mean, that's really what you're looking at. You know for a fact that there are so many artists on this planet, and if we were all challenged with like hop on this record or die, you know what I'm saying, and we all have to do something, you know, to it, everyone's gonna attack it a little bit different. Some people might hear some of the same elements, but you have to basically treat your own records as if you are doing your own features on your own records, and in between like every 4 to 8 bar, you know, kind of section or whatnot, how many different ways can you hit up a record with a certain way that you can flow melodically when it comes to octaves, going higher and lower? So he had and if he kept going with that and never went out of those two tones, it would have felt, you know, a little bit boring, might have been monotone, right? He comes back, comes a little bit higher, you know what I'm saying? When he brings it up a little bit more, again, it gives you something a little bit more to look forward to as you're going and progressing through things or whatnot. But and then if you get along, you to do even more, or to add a feature that attacks it in a different way, you know what I mean? Now because we about to head out, so we basically do just how you know how to dream during the majority of the stream. Like, let me give you a thought process right now. We've been live for 10 hours and 28 minutes throughout basically 90% of the stream. It's completely free for you to submit. The only thing you would ever pay for is if you wanted to skip the line to get played faster, or to get more than one of your records played in a back-to-back fashion, right? That last 10% is when we're starting to close down, because if I leave it open, people start popping up when they're waking up, and then we never get out. Again, it's 5:31 in the morning and stuff like that. I gotta go to bed soon. And so once it gets closer to us closing out, I start putting a fee on the submission process, just so it, you know, dilutes the amount of people that, you know, want to try to, you know, submit or whatnot. So yeah, if you want we can get played, you might have to just, you know, deal with the fee. Otherwise, we will be live tomorrow. Come back on in, and then we'll get you in there and stuff. And said, no, you can't do no afterwards and stuff like that. You already know I'm gonna play the thing. You put in the thing. You could do Super Chat, or Cash App, or PayPal, or Galaxies on the TikTok side or whatnot, man. Let me see what we got. Shout out to fast forward on that. We are now in the last 2 songs at the moment. XOR with Multiverse.
Hold across the line, me and the Antoine, we got the shorties and they hella fine. Or another tricks, yeah, I think I need me 5 more pints. The big boy, watch your lip, you'll get hit right in your spine. Yeah, I tell you gon' get hit, boy. Better duck or I'll pop your lip. Yeah, better duck. Stupid boy, we walk up with a pump. Shawty stealing cash like what the fuck?
Your wig, it costs like $100. I'm your master, no splinter. I'ma eat your bitch out for dinner. On God, these pussy boy bitter. First place, yeah, I'm the winner.
Yeah, slap, walk on the block, walk on the beat, I'm rude. How many hoes like 2? Bitch, get the fuck out of my coupe. Yeah, get the fuck out of my car. Me and Lil Antoine, we superstar. In our pockets, they hella large. Me and Lil Antoine we really do this shit. Yeah, Lil Antoine, that's my ride or die. Smoking that vape, hella high.
Slide, hold across the line. Me and Lil Antoine, we got the shorties and they hella fine. We're another tricks, yeah, I think I need me 5 more pints. The big boy, watch your lip, you'll get hit right in your spine. Yeah, I see you gon' get hit, boy. Better duck or pop your lip. Yeah, better duck. Stupid boy, we walk up with a pump. Shawty stealing cash like what the fuck?
Your wig, it costs like $100. I'm your master, no splinter. I'ma eat your bitch out for dinner. On God, these pussy boy bitter. First place, yeah, I'm the winner.
Yeah, what is that? Walk on the block, walk on the beat, I'm rude. How many hoes like 2? Bitch, get the fuck out of my coupe. Yeah, get the fuck out of my car. Me and Lil Antoine, we superstar. In our pockets, they hella large. Me and Lil Antoine, we really do this shit. Yeah, Lil Antoine, that's my ride or die. Smoking that vape, hella high.
I'm too tired for this right now, but I do think that it was interesting. Stop. Okay, so the thing that was crossing my mind is like, you know, I do like weird shit, right? You know what I mean? Like I'm in the genre, right, of you know, giving you the awkward eye, but you know, hopefully with the like, oh man, he can rap, you know, type shit. I always want that to be the 2 ways you look at my music, right? If I'm letting you listen to my stuff and you're like, oh hell nah, what the fuck is this, you know, and that's it, man, I'm not doing my job. You have to say, what the fuck is this, and oh shit, this is dope, or whatever, you know what I mean? And there are some records that are just kind of made to sound weird, and some people will like it in a certain aspect, right? And this aspect, changing the voice to like the different things, I've done that too, so I know it. Hearing it from the other point of view gives you a different perspective. Okay, so how do people perceive it just as when it's happening on the song and you're hearing the song for the first time as well? I think the psyche that we've always had is when we are familiar with a song, we then like it when we are hearing it slowed down or sped up. You know, we all went through that phase at one point or another where you realize, oh snaps, I could like speed I can speed the records up on a record player and make them sound like, you know, Alvin and the Chipmunks and stuff like that. Like we did that with Michael Jackson, with everybody, and it was always fun to see that, make that happen. Then of course, as the world progresses, you know, you can just kind of do it easily with like apps and different things, and you know, just kind of have fun manipulating different aspects of the record. Again, I can even do it with this right here. Let me go in to somebody else's record. Let me see if we got some. Let's go with some R&B record of some sort, right? So that way, let's see.
Back, don't overdose, just be smooth with it. Crank up the volume, need you to move with it. Girl, your body safe for me, so it's perfect. Get comfortable, work it, you know you deserve this. It's time to put it all on the line. Let's certify your freakiness, that's it.
Like it's not a hard thing to do. Now, of course, going into very specific elements, you know, not the whole record and like, you know, the vocals themselves or whatnot. Just like, you know, pitching those things down, again, messing around with the effects. I think it's okay in moderation, unless you're doing a chopped and screwed version, right? So chopped and screwed, we expect the slow thing from that. The sped up thing, I think definitely moderation or whatnot. Even Swiss Beats, you know, kind of knew that. He had, you ain't got no money in the bank. You be walking around acting all saying. He did it for at least the chorus, and then, you know, got in and you know, was more normal for the verses or whatnot. So you had a variation in there. It was fun, but you also think, how do you perform those? How do you perform the songs where, especially in the verses, all of a sudden your verse, you know, changes into this other effect? Are you rapping with yourself at the same time? Are you just rapping normally when it's live? Maybe you don't plan on performing the song at all. I get it. I'm just wondering. You said, bro, I submitted my song, but it's not there. You sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? I don't see anything, man. Well, I mean, duh. You don't see anything either. What did you do? How did you do it? Did you do it properly? Did you do it and then back out of the thing? You say, nah, I'm good. I don't need to donate. There's a lot of time, but like if you gonna freaking the gift, you go with.
Nigga pay, I make him disappear for a little less than an 8. I heard him diss, I made him disappear in a little less than a day. Look at my neck, sound like a chandelier. Every time a nigga say everything you need, let him run off and I'ma bust him like a grave. Every day I'm up, got a bad bitch on my sleeve. Heard you was
Renegade, did you send it to my did you send a submission to my email or Nero? Oh, I see it. Beat it up like air spin. She like I ain't got no job, but cut a mid on each wrist. I say I don't do too much, just take a thought from each bit. I'm assuming it's the email.
Put a thought in each tick. Nigga pay, I make him disappear for a little less than an 8. I heard him diss, I made him disappear in a little less than a day. Look at my neck, sound like a chandelier. Every time a nigga say everything you need, let him run off and I'ma bust him like a grave. Every day I'm up, got a bad bitch on my sleeve. Heard you was in that car.
Yeah, what was the name of the song?
You type as fuck, get hit with that glee. Fuck 308s, I got some shit that make a nigga Swiss cheese.
ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com. ThatDorkyReviewShow. There's a lot of times you want me to review your song. There's a lot of people who be saying they too fast, but then I'm too slow. All right.
Get killed. Baby, this is not a 100 chord, this a big whip. And they ain't pushing up on my accord, get your shit flipped. I want no pussy bound vibe, beat it up like air spin. She like I ain't got no job.
Okay. I felt like you felt the record that you were on. You have a good energy within there. Yes, there are a few places where there might be a little bit of repetition. You have some variation in there too. Like, you know, you have I think a good amount going side to side or whatnot. You kind of have a little bit of the issue that one of the other artists had, right? 1 minute and 51 seconds. You're only giving yourself enough time to just do a little something. And again, the thing that I always say is if you truly got something to say, if you have more ideas, you know, give them to the people. But that's only on the chance that you don't just add more and then it's more of exactly the same. That's your opportunity to, once again, if we're on a roller coaster, we look forward to those parts where, oh snap, this is where we go on the loop. Oh man, there's 4 loops, what? You know, and then you go in you do a corkscrew and it's all the different things that a dope roller coaster can do. You know, it's boring to go one direction or to only swerve side to side or only do this or to only go in a loop. You can only take so much of one of those things before you're like, all right, what are we doing? You know what I mean? And so there is that. Email is ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com. Let me know what the name of the submission is so I can just confirm. Okay, somebody else is trying to take your spot. Like, hey man, let me get in there right quick, man. Thank you for the skip, bro. I appreciate you and what you.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie,
was yours.
I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs.
Money man. Let me see what is. Okay, I got it. Roach saved the party. All right, I put it in here. We gonna put it in here right here. Roach saved the party. Hey, yo, Roach! Sorry. I mean to yell at him.
With the American Express.
He saved the party. What else were we gonna do, man? No, yeah. But tell us about this song. Tell us about this song. What did you mean, you know?
Drunk, pour another cup. More shots in the party, more shots in the party. Baby, where's your love? Probably getting drunk. Let me feel your body. More shots in the party. Depressed, I'll make you shine. You're one of a kind. I wish that you'd be mine, even if it's for the night. Baby, why you crying? You look too divine. You don't like sipping juice, so I had to grab you the wine. Ice cold, but the man won't chill out. Another brain freeze from my bitch, thought it out. Dope live out, wig split out. Catch a beat, now elite, fuck with out. Dig it up, make the bitch start twitching. Drug dealer, make the bitch start itching. I can't get through to your love, I need trust, but I can't find a way to your heart, I need bugs. Baby, let's get drunk, pour another cup. More shots in the party, more shots in the party. Baby, where's your love? Probably getting drunk. Let me feel your body. More shots in the party. No, I'm dark in my soul. We can't go home. We lost the love. We lost it all. Alone. A long time.
We got you.
Babe, you look too fine. A little bump and grind. Never hurt nobody. Just let me feel your body. I won't tell anybody about the things we plotting. More shots in the party. More shots in the party. Wig split, another fat check. Big casket, another bad bitch. Why these niggas talk shit when they work a job, bitch? And these niggas can't flex on another man's dick. I be blowing cash fast cause I make it back quick. All these niggas down bad cause they running that lit. I can get them gone, but I'd rather get lit. I can get them cloned, but I'd rather take his bitch. Baby, let's get drunk. Pour another cup. More shots in the party. More shots in the party. Baby, where's your love? Probably getting drunk. Let me feel your body.
I like the echoes that you have
in the party. Babe, we're back on the road. I can't go home. I lost my soul, but I gave it to you.
Harmonization, don't forget.
Now that I'm back, what will you do? How do you feel? Are you for real? Are you for real? Welcome to the party. Are you for real?
Are you for real? Hey, sir, are you for real? It's a little time where I argue with Grams on the ball of this hill. But the fact, you know what? You about to figure live in the house of the hill. I don't even really know what the hell I'm about to do. But I let it just flow on the
Are you for real? Baby, let's get drunk. Pour another cup. More shots in the party. More shots in the party. Baby, where's your
So
love?
is this your usual genre? Like this specific sound?
Let me feel your body.
Kind of elements of you know, club kind of dance feel.
I am for real.
A little bit of R&B. You probably should have made a whole nother one of that. I was kind of low-key hoping that, you know,
30,
I mean,
40, 50
hold on, sir. So there's often a lot of artists who will do that thing where, like, at the end of their song, they kind of like slow down. Bro, if you don't calm down, where they kind of slow down the, you know, record in most cases, and then they just kind of play the same thing that we just heard. I'm glad that you like made that short, because often we already know what we're getting into when people kind of do that. We know what's gonna happen. We know it's there, right? It's just the same thing, freaking slow. And what I usually end up saying is, if you're going to extend the time of a song by way of you know, kind of looping and slowing it down, what you guys should do in those times are just do it to the beat, and then actually still, as an artist, go in to that new tempo and then do something else in that section. Give people a little extra bonus goodbye, you know, on the record, in terms of you know, more artistry. You know, in this case, you shortened it so you didn't allow yourself, but you heard me, man. I said, ooh, you know what I mean? Like, cause it surprised me in terms of like how it sounded when it switched tones and went there. And I was like, oh, let me see what he's gonna do here. And then it just, you know, started to end within that. You have a little something for everybody in here, right? Because you have the more melodic auto-tune centric parts, of course, right? What can be to expected? And then you have a little bit of a rap section within there. And, you know, I always try to get people to think about how these performances are going to be. Like, I know that some of you guys may not plan to perform everything that you have, right? But you also can't control what song becomes a hit record. And so if this is that, right, what is the live performance that is, you know, more like a Tiny Desk kind of gonna be? If you pay attention to Tiny Desk, right, they go up, often can sing without autotune as well. There's musicians to bring the real record, you know, to life and you know, the most authentic ways, and whatever kind of talent, you just kind of bring it out. And so we always hope that you guys will be able to bring stuff like that too. Like, again, we don't expect you to really do so, but if possible, that's the most professional way you can perform your stuff. As a record, we'll see the vision of what you're going for. I do think I like certain elements when it comes to like certain echoes that you have slightly, you know, tucked in the background with certain things. You have certain things that are going on with the effects that I often look for in some of these auto-tune centric records. I still feel like there's a certain amount of polish that can be done with the mix. But you have potential within that. I don't know if I got to check the time. Ooh, okay. You gave us 3 minutes and 52 seconds, y'all. Everybody clap and put your hands together. Ooh. Listen, I always talk about like how we need a music industry like president. Right? Somebody that is like every 3 to 4 years, people get to vote on, you know, who that is. And that person solely gets to choose how all artists are treated, paid, all that, right? And I say that because my ideas, if that were to ever happen and I were to be able to change the way that people are paid or get paid for the next 3 to 4 years, one of those, or some of those, I'll tell you all the different things that I've always thought about, right? One is song length. I feel like if you make a longer song and it's decent, you should get paid more for that. as opposed to like all the people who try to make shorter songs and then get the hell out of, like, y'all cheating, and you're also not giving the listener their money's worth, right? If people had to literally pay artists to listen to what they had, like, people would feel like they're wasting their money and that you're just giving them a sample, right? So I look at song length as an artist's work ethic. You know, how much record are you willing to make? Yes, you do need to make that time worth it. So for certain people, they may need a little bit more. And with that, let's say if you were to bring musicians into the studio to play instruments on top, someone to do a little bit of a piano solo that feels good, someone with an electric guitar, whatever, real stuff, not AI. Okay, you know, we got to make it. We have to set standards for everything, even AI. If you're getting paid for anything, seems like something that where you would have to make it lower because you're not going through the lengths of getting the real musicians to come in and play, and the real, you know, production and stuff like that. So whatever your work ethic is, I feel like there are many things that should pay artists a lot more for what that is, right? So we said time, and song length, quality of record you should get paid more for. If you are someone who makes a music video to the song, you know, once again, as long as you put in the work and the effort to put something together and it's professional, the more you should get paid for that. And then the algorithm should automatically push you. There should just like automatically, if you have something that is professional and it can pick it up, everyone who has a freaking phone and a YouTube or whatever app that we're using, it should come across that at least. Because, you know, if we're not feeling it, easy peasy, we're just gonna scroll by it anyways, right? But at least given the chance, there are a lot of artists that need more exposure and like that can bring things to it or whatnot. But nice vibe. There's a little bit of a video that you could do to that, and I feel like if you were, it would be something potentially at nighttime. It's in a gold coin for 10 Jews. When you said, I don't think I've ever seen you live this early and then caught you while I'm on the clock and whatever. What up, Dirty B? Technically is late. I've been live for 10 hours, almost 11, you know, after freaking a few minutes from now. But it's 5:56 for me, so we're just kind of still live is what it is. We have Android, no, Air, is it ER Droid or Air Droid? Erdnoid.
I just got to this town.
How do I pronounce your name?
Now I can.
How do I pronounce your name?
Came to take
Oh, hold on, I forgot to press the button. Actually, no, I don't need to press no button.
And then we started breathing, you know we do. But I was faster, I saw him go. And I started after 6 shots in the chamber.
Actually,
6 men on the ground. 6 feet in the cold hard dirt. And I'm walking back to town. Well, I heard them say
somehow I feel
that
like
he was looking for me, and then I came. Just like it was a story he told me to drop.
Let me see.
And he was slow. Now he's going, and I'm not going.
I got you.
6 shots in the chamber. 6 men on the
know what we love most about this record, right?
His woman's at home, crying her eyes out. She should have known. He wasn't getting back out. He was too fast, but I was faster. He was good, but I was the master. 6 shots in the chamber. 6 men on the ground.
He's making you want to say it again.
6 feet in the cold hard dirt, and I'm walking back to town.
Tweet said, made it this week and needs to finish it. But listen, my brother. So far, so good. What we love most about it, well, I'm gonna speak for myself, but what I love most about it is that it's real. You know what I'm saying? Again, I don't mean to always make conversations, even when we have human artists who sing, we still jump back into AI somehow. But it makes you appreciate when you are hearing a real voice with talent that can bring us back in there. Again, you guys know as well as I do that these days there are a lot of people who will, you know, put their record through AI to make it make one of these records. For you to be an artist that can do it yourself and still make it feel modern, I feel like is a talent within or whatnot. You know, it feels modern and very nostalgic all at the same time. I feel like, man, this in the right movie, in that right setting, right? Like if they were to make a you know, I don't know, a Grease sequel or something, there's a movie that definitely can take place that sort of has those elements, but where the lyrics are a little bit you know, doper, and as I said, there's something like modern, just the 6 shots in the chamber sort of you know, aspect. I was like, man, there's some good writing within there because it feels different. And I think when you're good at lyrics and sort of thinking about the right things to say, you'll know when you can really hit somebody with something catchy, or even more when you have a certain style that you know could mesh well with something different, because people would not expect, I think, some of those lyrics to that genre. But this is something that I definitely want to see more of, for sure. Hopefully you do a video, man. Like this is something that I think could go far. And it also proves what I said a little bit earlier. I said, you guys, man, in every other genre than maybe hip hop, right? You have the freedom to make a new record that sounds like an old one, and you can still pop off. You could sound like you're from the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and the early 2000s, and you'd still be able to put it out today and have people absolutely, you know, love it or whatnot. Again, look at was it Bruno Mars that came up with, you know, basically a funk record, you know what I'm saying, and brought that sort of like style back a little bit. It's up to you to really figure those things out. I don't know if all of your records are in this vein, but I definitely wouldn't mind an album, you know what I'm saying, in there. And then Dirty B said he liked that as well. And then you said when you can really hit it, was like when you find out that the old tales like Red Riding Hood were actually a lot darker. This reminded me of like a Christmas song and stuff like that. Oh, that could work as well, you know. Like that reminds me, you know, anybody who's willing to make, you know, some of the kind of holiday projects, man. If you make a Christmas album, you know, I'll do a full episode, just putting all y'all stuff on shuffle and you know, well, I'll do two episodes. One is gonna be going through and like reviewing the music, and then I think the next day we'll sort of just put up a That Dorky fireplace where if you want to tap in and have all that music playing on shuffle, we'll do it, you know, that way. But if y'all make it, you know, we'll play it, man. That's something that I gotta kind of lock in for myself too, so I can have that in the middle, man. I definitely want to do it, so make it happen. Did you send? I know you sent a skip as well, Dirty B. What did you? 6 shots in the chamber. Let me stop. Dirty B. Dirty B, where you at? Where the heck are you at? Where you at? Where you at? What the heck? You said please play Scared Face. No, Scarred Face or Scared Face? And the Cybertron. Scarred Face. Scarred Face, the movie starring John Riselbean. Said last group to do a song like that was New Edition, but it was a cover and so like, okay. Shouts to freaking New Edition, man. Is it recently or more of the like back in the day type thing? Back in the day when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. And some days I said I wish I was a kid again.
I just need you to. Can you please just go? We all need pizza.
Back in the day, yeah.
I make weird music. I got pizza if you need a PayPal me. You see me on the playground just. Yeah, I'm a dork, but I stay grounded. They call me in cause I stay clowned. You wanna stay down then?
Yeah, I know. El Ray, because we how would I just say 5 when it like when I look at it says 10. When we're close to basically tapping out, we basically require the fee basically if you want us to keep going. But we're basically close to ending the stream, so when we're in that, you'll usually see a fee on the thing. But for the majority of the episode, as I said, like we've been live for 11 hours. You know, I want to be able to get some rest at some point so that I can come back tomorrow and then we can start all over again or whatnot. But if you want to be played in this episode, put in the B. We'll make sure to get you in the rotation. What do we have on it? Okay, so we're at that, and I believe I downloaded the first one. Other than that, we will be back tomorrow. So like I said, you can come back in, get your thing in, or send a skip. We got you. If we go. Plus we should be.
I'm
the sick worry, but dealing with this shit in the worst way. Hurting daily cause I can't make up for all them birthdays. I wanna blame my baby mamas, but it's childish. Memories of my mother telling me I won't amount to shit. But all of it I was bottling up inside of me. But now with everything behind me, I can finally see I was the cause of those problems and most of the complications. You tried talking to me, but I ignored the conversations. I can't escape it, almost every day my thoughts are racing. So is my heart, I feel everything discombobulated. I pray to God to save them and take them from dark creations. Even with the sun shining, I feel the caution raising. I'm not as patient as I should be with these kind of things. For me, it's hard to reach out to people in times of need. Misery found me again, I thought it was out of reach. If God at least is looking down, I hope he's proud of me. My scarred face looks up at the sun and my heart aches. It's been a bumpy road, I was born in a car chase. Now I'm praying me and my guardian angel crossways, trying to find some light that will shine inside of this dark place. My scarred face looks up at the sun and my heart aches. It's been a bumpy road, I was born in a car chase. Now I'm praying me and my guardian angel crossways, trying to find some light that will shine inside of this dark place. I wish I could rewind time and take it all back. I've always been the underdog and never boss man. If it's true, I wish I knew if it was God's plan. Pushing myself to the limits, I hope I don't fall flat. It's hard to rest at night when you sleep in your car. Damn, I'm homeless, but I don't get quarters when you walk past. I should've had a strong back, carrying all that. Living like I'm a criminal, never broke any laws. Facts. This hard path isn't all bad on the bright side. The moon is full, it looks beautiful in the nighttime. I'm quite high on a daily to try to cope with stress. I know neglect and depression like not a hope is left. You never know when death's somewhere on the peripheral. Nothing but ghosts to my vision, I really miss some folks. No one to visit while I'm traveling this twisted road. Been so many places that I could never consider home. My scarred face looks up at the sun and my heart aches. It's been a bumpy road, I was born in a car chase. Now I'm praying me and my guardian angel crossways, trying to find some light that will shine inside of this dark place. My scarred face looks up at the sun and my heart aches. It's been a bumpy road, I was born in a car chase. Now I'm praying me and my guardian angel crossways, trying to find some light that will shine inside of this dark place.
Straight bars through and through. I still think it's hilarious that you had come across, was it C-Losta? And you know, yeah, because I didn't know like that you guys had known. I think that's who it was, who you went in and I think you had mastered one of his songs or something like that. And you know, it's dope to have so many trades that you can basically do. This record, for those who don't know, he can produce, mix and master himself. I've seen him do some great collabs with other artists. You know, he has a rap group as well. And one thing that is across the board consistent, everybody has that one thing, right? You think of Dirty B, you think bars, you think MC, you think lyricism. Like, there's never a time where I don't see him actually trying to, you know, connect something in a proper way. I always tell every single one of you guys that, like, you have to be dope enough to, if we remove the beat, we still go, oh man, that was dope. You know what I'm saying? And he has that style. You'll still be able to follow a beat because there's a structure there. And I like that bass line in the production itself. You know, nothing too crazy in terms of, you know, all the other aspects of it. It works. You know, it hits nicely, has a certain quality to it as well. And then of course you have a catchy chorus or whatnot, right? But like, you're good at the anthem kind of style choruses where, you know, people kind of say it with you. We're all, you know, jumping up and down, you know, Onyx style and shit. So keep doing that. You said, I'm glad you saved Cybertron. Well, you're the one who put it in that order, sir. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that means that this one is completely different, but Let's go ahead and throw that one in and see how that one feels. I want two. 3, 4, 5. DJ Scratches, right?
The details, cause the devils and yours are back for vendettas and set up the scores, and now you know
hold on.
This war veteran is ready for wreckage.
I forgot I messed with the picking. Let me fix that right quick. He probably was tripping right now. Like, wait, what the?
I hope you read the details, cause the devil's in yours. I'm back for vendettas and settled the scores. And now you know the treacherous war veteran is ready for wreckage and gore. Your boy's a legend, I think y'all should have read the report. Exit the doors before it gets heavy, let me destroy the session. I know you feeling the pressure, I'm pressing record. The envious of the record stressing for sure, cause I can bring in the deadliest 4-7 with no shred of remorse. I'm more developed, of course I'm ready to school rappers, shoot class up, it's the boom bapper, musical tune slasher. Recruit back up, I shoot them and take they loot after. Choose to reduce chatter, either that or you ooze plasma. Doom happens, I'll have them shopping for new caskets. See the units I'm moving and bringing in new traffic. No matter what you do to reprove tactics, your fucking group's average. My tool clap 'em and knock every wig in the room backwards. I'll let the fool habit and cackle, hear the cool laughter, panicking. So when they poof vanish like I just used magic. High in the chronic car to put rockets that moon travel away to the pilots inside the cockpit when I flew past them. They won't get high as me if I provided them roof access. Stay rover to space and peyote, ate up a few cactus. Oops, I didn't mean to eat up that shroom sandwich. I blew cannabis to have me smelling like I was selling perfume samples. Status improving, mass producing with my boots planted. Manny's cuckoo practicing voodoo, happily do damage. Natural disaster on the news channel. I lit up a few matches, about to go boom soon as the fuse catches. I make a true master recognize he can use practice. Champion salute him, actor shooter you a fruit basket. You faggots about to get taken out like a used mattress. If there's a list of the sickest, that would include Brandon. You would've lasted if you with me. Don't do that shit, dude matters. Music has it established, a few pattern move, damn it. I'm too savage for me to lose battles. Loose cannon with the same power level as Bruce Banner. Your passion mute, my classic tunes, the planet's weight mass. Your attitude, the worthless platitudes will change fast. Now there's no stopping me like rotors without any brake pads. And in the time your shit is mine, I'll snatch it off the placemats. The hardest bars ever, I make that. My song's far better with John Dever was listening to with the plane crash. I pop up on the block and rob him without any face mask. Gonna identify still like extraterrestrial spacecrafts. All to the same cast talking already claimed that they never meant what they said on the record. It set them way back. Blasted with the magnum, put his matter on the stained glass. Clowns are getting slapped around cause homie doesn't play that. You talking gossip, I'm frolicking in the wasteland. The paint splashed the canvas on paper, the rappers laid flat. Victory's in the air and I can taste that. I can tell the grass is full of snakes, you can trace them back to your base camp. Get the game plan and the brain scan. If you like this plot, 94 more levels above yours. I'm the final boss, Michael Myers and nice, but Tyson with it if you like the box. Now you'll be losing life if you fight me and I don't like your odds. I'm swiping left for my defense, so cover right this block. Some of them coming hoes, but the run is the best advice I got. I'm in the cipher twice as hot, I'm not like you. I got the nicest bars, too high of a height for y'all. I'm the source of lightning storms forming overhead when I provide the raw energy that my enemies never reached in their life before. Just right the Lord, they've been writing about my tribal warrior, striking shores of sight and war, fight with swords like a Viking horde. I spent a lot of time on my supplying viral drops. Might just firebomb the entire song till the vinyl stops. Entire empires will tire when the rise and march. Calling out sniper targets like 9-ball at the bikers bar. Give me the mic, come on, it really gets me excited, y'all, like Bible laws. I have to take your life, cause it's a righteous cause. I was stalking them, watching them, didn't notice me by the cards. Caught up and walked behind them and followed them through the shopping mall. Who's the top of charge? Find out every thought of mine is dark. I chop them off and fill the copy up a sloppy job. Fire shots to hit you and flip you over the highest walls. Sick enough the virus cough and take out maybe 5 of y'all. The iron box and hit you from miles apart if the sights are off. It's hard to find you tiny sparks amongst the brightest stars. Large fish with marks missing, swimming around with tiger sharks. If you decide to walk to my side, you'll be lined in chalk. After all of this time, I thought they found you. Maybe I was wrong. I fucked your mama and busted inside and stuffed the private parts. Stretching vagina walls, disconnected the spinal cord. Hardwired my thoughts, mind altered like I was Cybertron.
All of the freaking cars, but I don't know what to do with all of the freaking bras, but man, I don't even know what to do. I'm picking this cars and bars. Oh man, listen, my brother. Telling you, man, that's a good example of giving the listener their money's worth, right? You get enough time spent with the artist. You get like bars on bars on bars, and the consistency of keeping things going with like the syllables through each verse, right? That is, we know that there's work involved to make sure that you keep something like that going, right? And it's like, let me keep the syllables, let me make sure that I'm not just saying the most simplest words, here and there, and also making what I'm saying dope. It's not just about rhyming, but what you say within that makes it matter, right? When you give people that much, they have so much to come back to. They can come through at any point in the song and still hear the dopeness and be like, yo, who's that? And so at no point do you get bored and feel like there's no content for you to really pull from. You see his true work ethic through and through, and honestly, like I said, you don't drop the ball. I only ever just continue to remind you to never stop doing what you're doing, man. Be consistent, keep making music, showing people just what is possible when they truly use their mind. Then the other half is that, look, like, he's a producer as well, so when he gets into the beats, like he has a great quality, things that fit in that hip hop sound, but still has something modern or whatnot. I do agree with some of the notion that, like, Motown was saying that you reminded him, I think, of like D12 and stuff, right? And I think we've talked about that a little bit before. There were times when I've said that he reminded me of, a mixture of like a little bit of Big Pun, a little bit of Action Bronson, and an element of like M in a certain way, but you could tell he's cut from that cloth, man. The best artists learn from other best artists, and you truly study and hold a lot of the just the skills that one uses to truly mold oneself into the best, right? Like, it's just crazy to see what you're able to come up with. So keep that consistency in there. What's your email? We're gonna send you the raw vocals. ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com. ThatDorkyReviewShow. And again, if they're attached to some, if you have like, I don't know if the acoustic guitar elements are separate or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Send those two just so I know where like the timing is, and then like a reference record as well, just in case. And I see what's up from there. And I see what's up from there. And he said bars. And then when you drop in your new, did you ever get a chance to check out press start to get high? I don't know if you were around at that time, but that was my most recent project. Press start to get high, produced by Scripps. And he was kind of one of the first other producers that I really made a full project with in forever. You know what I mean? It's crazy to think about that. Like, always produced like a lot of my solo albums and stuff. And then, you know, if I'm doing features, when you guys are sending me stuff, obviously I'm not making a lot of those beats. You're sending it to me. But it was dope to get into a different mindset to sort of go and work on something. Then we of course did the album release, and you know, I also interviewed him. He got to hear the songs for the first time on the release, and you know, it was a 420. It was fun. It was fun, man. There it popped up in there. You said AM streams or all-nighter? AM all-nighter. It was an all-nighter. We're 11 hours and 21 minutes in. Sir, I don't know if we need to clap for that. Oh yeah, you probably heard the one that Fresh was on and stuff like that. Yeah, it's been a long time. So yeah, here we go. You got to check it out, man. Go to Bandcamp, look up Press Start to Get High, and enjoy, sir, man. You gonna see some new stuff. We'll play some before we head out, of course, of the episode. But I do appreciate everybody who sent tonight. Hold on, we got another thing over here. 91 Dawn, Before the Storm. Let's see what you got. Hey, yo!
Niggas always talking about what they gon' do, broadcasting for validation to dictate how they move. You too busy focusing on the next, just worry about you. Comparisons was made to still joy. Look at what you do, how you fall victim to losing your sight and following suit instead of being true to you. They're just only hurting you and really pointing out the fact that you gotta work on you. You missed the shot, just try again and make sure you follow through and keep on striving until every bit of doubt about you. Don't lose focus by believing the hype, just believe in you. It ain't gotta make sense to them as long as it makes sense to you. Don't ever let their possessions redirect you and change your views. Keep doing you. Moving in silence, I ain't making no noise, but I'm bearing fruit cause I'm committed and I believe in everything that I do. I lost it all, so at this point I ain't got nothing else to lose. I seen them all fade away, survive through the changes, and now I'm seeing right through the disguises they betraying. As I sat back, observed, and I watched them all shapeshift. How they all snakes, but I'm the one who's shedding snake skin lately.
Never stop, just keep going. I hear the beat. I like what you're doing. Just keep flowing. I keep throwing the whole line that I think that.
I've been making new friends and getting rid of baggage that was too heavy to carry. Couldn't told it, I had to drag it. Shit was fucking up my balance, but I got it back in balance. If it ain't genuine, I told you I don't want it, you can have it. Dead say down, you got it, bro. My nigga keep rapping, spazzing, straight jacket, no pen or pad, just tapping, 3 stacking, no capping, nigga. Cause you be sounding like Andre when you be rapping, nigga. But still I hate how they always be trying to knock me on my delivery and criticize the way I transition on my soliloquies, opinionated like it's cool, but we need more energy. It riddles me the way they throw shade and belittle me. It's cool though, but do know it don't phase the abilities. I'm Southern playalistic, born and raised. Know I'm pushing P, still grinding like skateboard P, Malice and Pusha T. Couldn't hold it in the way they let it slip like Booker T. Now can you dig that sucker? I'm barred up, overstand that the flow is butter. Could never let that hold me down, cause I stay on them uppers and feeding into it. Take energy that's wasted for nothing. Starting over, lost everything thanks to a USB on navigation. Running it up, that's why I'm usually known to be me, Desi and Raw. Been cooking up some heat, a storm coming, check the forecast. We about to flood the streets.
I need to go get some more incense, yo. Need to go get some more incense, yeah. You didn't even know. Listen, I love the vibe, man. I think you guys already know me or whatnot. So this is a little bit of a cheat code when you send that kind of stuff to the show. Anything that has that neo soul, jazz, hip hop sort of combo, we in. And it's funny that you said the thing about Andre, because you almost do hear some kind of influence within there, and I was like, oh yeah, he kind of just kind of have like a young Andre 3 Stack sort of vibe. And if we had to imagine what he might have been like, at a younger age or whatnot, with your voice, it kind of is within there. And honestly, I think when people compare you to a good artist, it's a compliment. You know what I'm saying? Because and the way that people say it is, I think, how you can tell where the intention is. Because if they say you sound like you're trying to be, then then you're doing it wrong, and are almost a kind of direct clone of that person, and we don't see any difference between you and them. When it sounds like there's influence, we still hear you. There's just elements where if we had to try to follow a line of who might be a little bit of an influence, we like to try to think of some of the similar people that we might hear in certain areas. So the Lupes, the Coles, Andre 3 Stacks, Devin the Dude, it's just certain things in that way. But you did a good job with this. I like when, as you're listening to a song, for some people, you kind of just think of certain keywords that pop up, not words that they say, but just, when you hear hip hop and like certain samples and certain, boom bap and things, you think hashtag hip hop, you think the culture, you think lyricism, you see the elements that the artist uses that could also be within that realm of hip hop and poetry and stuff like that. So once again, man, keep doing what you're doing. You have 3 minutes and 3 seconds of record, which I do appreciate as well. I would argue, and Motown can tell me if he agrees with this or whatnot. I feel like if Freshness Fresh were to hear you, hear him, that he would probably want him on the record. Like, this record feels like something that Fresh also would have, hopped on, and then if he heard you, would have got you on it. And Rock King, I know you're sitting around as well. It sounds like something that you would have got on and brought to light. Like, listen, man, anytime we see these variations of things that can happen, remix, make the remixes pop up, and hopefully make those things come into fruition, man, with exactly those artists. He said, I understand what you were saying, man. Yeah. All right, man. So, hold on. Let me see if we are good. Are we good to? Are we good to go? Are we good to go? What up, Record Child? I feel like everybody's just waking up now. See, look, it's hella early or whatnot. This is the funny thing, sir. I have been on for 11 hours, 30 minutes. So I think we started somewhere around I don't know. What freaking time did I even start? Let's freaking think, man. Y'all do the math. I ain't got time for that. 11 hours and 30 minutes ago, we've been live for. So somehow it's weird. Like, I don't have that. I'm tired. I do need to freaking, get some sleep freaking though. So I'm probably gonna bounce and stuff, and then we'll be back because I want to come back tomorrow. I don't want it to be all super late at night, you know what I'm saying, type shit. And so make sure y'all follow the stream. Make sure y'all follow the stream. When you, I'm just kidding. Follow the stream. I'm not kidding about you following the stream. Make sure y'all follow the stream, and then we will come back. You know what I'm saying? Do this thing tomorrow, man. Get y'all back in the cusp. And what do you say? Back on our Team No Sleep Top. Like this is probably the closest to that. This is the closest to that back in the days Team No Sleep. What he's talking about is like back when I like first started the stream, I think we had a whole different kind of time line or whatnot. And so I often would stream from like maybe either 11:30 p.m. For some reason I started like later, and when you go from like 11:30 to like 8 in the morning, and so there were only a certain amount of people that were able to ride out with us for that whole time, but they'd be here from sundown to sun up, man, and really coin that phrase like Team No Sleep, man. Like if you here for that amount of time, man, you made it, man. Where's the button?
No, you ain't getting no sleep, and you better go and lay down, homie. Hey, you like little peep, cause I hope you know how to count, homie. You wanna have a dream and go to the circus, well you better be a clown, homie. This the reason I ain't getting no sleep, and this is how I put it down, homie. No, you ain't getting no sleep, and you better go and lay down, homie.
That's right, that's
hey,
right.
You like little peep, cause I hope you know how to count, homie. You wanna have a dream and go to the circus, well you better be a clown, homie. Alright. This the reason I ain't getting no sleep, and this is how I put it down, okay? I finally got the sleep now.
All right. Listen, so I think before we head out, where was what I want to play us out with? Let's see. Am I even in the right? What the heck are you doing when? Okay, there we go. Go in here. Stop talking. Calm down. All right. Shoot, should I play? I don't know what you've heard or not. Right? But here's probably the funnest song on the album. No, you know what? Yeah. I'll do the first verse from this, and then I'll do first verse from this, and then we're going through the credits, that's why. And then how about this as well? All right. So as we're rolling out, man, again, thank y'all so much for riding out with us. If we didn't get to you again, sorry about that or whatnot. The way we do things is throughout the majority of the stream, as I said, it's completely free for you guys to submit to the show. You only pay if you want to skip the line, get more than one of your records played back to back, all of that good stuff, right? If you ever see the mandatory sort of like fee and the submission thing on the narrow side, that usually means we're heading out and trying to wind down because it's freaking late as hell. Again, we way past the time we usually would you know, drop out. But we will be back.
It's the revenge of the nerd, only one of me. You watch Phineas and Ferb, you a wannabe. If you ain't join the Dork Squad, then you're gonna be. Wish I could make a 6 song with Big Pun and me. I think I'm a nerd, I'm a dork, I'm a geek. I think about the words I'ma say before I speak. I'll rewrite a verse on the floor by the sink. I think I was first, not no more. What you think? I'll be kinda hurt, kinda sore, kinda weak. It's the revenge of the nerd, yo, I need a drink. The Legend of Zelda was my favorite game since I stepped in to help and my weapon was held up. Best when I felt I was destined to smell stuff. Less in my health, I'm a mess till my health's up. Slept on the toilet cause I got my belt stuck. Swept through my house cause I actually smelled dust. Chef in the booth so my kitchen is jealous. Pepe Le Pew, man, that cat gon' get felt up. Step on his face so his head is gon' swell up. It's not black and white, this is not for Corella. To really get me, dog, you need to be nerds to even figure out how I am a genius with words. I never thought about the fact being a genie's a curse. I used to be the dumb friend, bro, but Phoebe was worse. My girl be like, with my keys, when her keys in her purse or her hand, but when I mention it, I need to disperse. People always think my dog was a weasel at first. If I ain't got no freaking tissue, then I'll sneeze on your shirt. I got this R2D2 trash can, I keep it at work, but I don't use it cause it's R2 and he ain't a jerk. So it's the revenge of the nerd, only one of me. You watch Phineas and Ferb, you a wannabe. If you ain't join the Dork Squad, then you're gonna be. Wish I could make a 6 song with Big Pun and me. I think I'm a nerd, I'm a dork, I'm a geek. I think about the words I'ma say before I speak. I'll rewrite a verse on the floor by the sink. I think I was first, not no more. What you think? I'll be kinda hurt, kinda sore, kinda weak. It's the revenge of the nerd, yo, I need you. Yo, I had snuck into a Diddy party walking around and almost slipped on baby oil. Someone dropped on the ground. I gotta tell this story right because it's not gonna sound real if I don't make it dope, silly, awesome, and proud that I was even really able to blend in until I saw one room Diddy and 10 men. Had to sneak away, didn't wanna offend him. He yelled and he asked, can I send little Kim in? I said okay and ran right into Black Rob, and he said he was a bad boy for life, so I told him back off. The Bishop Don Juan had a glass of some stuff. He told me don't look in that room, but I opened it up and saw Justin Bieber getting spanked with a t-shirt. Looked like a scene from Jeepers Creepers. It was a disturb, big nerve to watch this singer get his butt smacked by none other than Jerry Springer. I'm at the Diddy party, you at the Diddy party, they at the Diddy party. I'm about to get retarded. I'm at the Diddy party, you at the Diddy party, we at the Diddy party. Look what the fuck I started. I'm at the Diddy party, you at the Diddy party, they at the Diddy party. I'm about to get retarded. I'm at the Diddy party, you at the Diddy party, we at the Diddy party. Look what the fuck I started. Homie, I saw J-Lo eating on a potato, naked up on the table, sticking shit in her a-hole. Even Dave Chappelle could tell and he would say so. And Jamie Foxx, you should have seen the look on his face, bro. You would have thought it tastes so good until you saw Chef Ramsay right behind RuPaul doing it raw. Biggie Small, someone licking his balls. I had to pause, Cassie Falls, she was dripping in sweat. I grabbed the straw, saw her mom's, put the straw back down, took off my drawers. Santa Claus finna give her a gift. Now let me stop, I gotta get up out of here because it's getting way darker. There's more sex up in the city. Sarah Jessica Parker. I go up outside and I see this big ass bed. There goes Chris Brown's ass with his big ass head. And why he jumping up and down, I don't know who to trust. Was gonna jump up on it too, but I didn't wanna look sus. So I'm at the Diddy party, you at the Diddy party, they at the Diddy party. I'm about to get retarded. I'm at the Diddy party, you at the Diddy party, we at the Diddy party. Look what the fuck I started. I'm at the Diddy party, you at the Diddy party, they at the Diddy party. I'm about to get retarded. I'm at the Diddy party, you at the Diddy party, we at the Diddy party. Look what the fuck I started. As I'm making my way to the hallway, I've been here all day. See, there go LeBron James. If Kevin Hart stays, keep thinking it's all games. I feel there's gonna be a whole list of y'all names on the list, cause y'all came to this. See, y'all playing. There's cameras all over this bitch. Are y'all saying? I can't shake the feeling Diddy setting us up to try and fucking hold us down so we can steadily pump. I'm out. I'm at the Diddy party, you at the Diddy party, they at the Diddy party. I'm about to get retarded. I'm at the Diddy party, you at the Diddy party, we at the Diddy party. Look what the fuck I started. I'm at the Diddy party, you at the Diddy party, they at the Diddy party. I'm about to get retarded. I'm at the Diddy party, you at the Diddy
thinking it would have been hilarious to like, by the end, it's like people started figuring out what was going on, so they were left. So no one's at the Diddy party at that point. You know what I mean? Like I could have tried to fiddle something in there or not, but yeah, that one was a fun one to do, and that was an idea that I had. You know, like pretty much as soon as like all those rumors and then the trials were starting. I was like, man, it would be fun to make a song just like the adventure at, a Diddy party or whatnot. I had an extra layer that I was going to throw in there to make things make a little bit more sense, because if you think about certain things that are said, you're like, wait, how can this person be at the party when this person's at the party if this was a whole different like in my mind I was hopping through different eras of Diddy parties, and there's even people that I didn't mention because I only had a certain amount of verses or whatnot, but there's a lot of things you can do with that. It would be a fun kind of video to even do, but like how it has to probably be animated. That's the only way. Either it's animated or you get people to dress up as these celebrities and you get like lookalikes and go there or whatnot. But that's something that would be fun. Listen, you enjoy your night and morning and all that good stuff. You said press select feature album. Wait, what? He said and you said a video in a hotel room would be fun. Yep, listen, I'm still trying to think about it. Man. But yeah, man. Bye. Introduce yourselves to your moms and stuff.
I'm dangerous like I'm a mad gorilla. I am sicker than a salmonella filled sandwich dinner, homie. I will kill a beat a man. I'm iller than a caterpillar, chilling, having cigarettes while I dish in a wonderland umbrella.
Good night, good morning.
Then the kid within the magic.